matchup. KT Rolster. Longzhu Gaming. ESC Ever. SK Telecom T1. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Hey guys, welcome to LCK Summer, the home of the best League of Legends teams in the entire world. It's true, we have facts to back it up. And today,
incontrovertible facts.
That's true. Reddit may disagree sometimes, but we've got science on our side.
That's right. Doesn't matter what the fanboys think.
That's right.
That's my life. That's my life philosophy. Actually,
it doesn't matter what the fanboys.
Doesn't matter what the fanboys think.
You go, Monty.
I know.
Neck thing.
Fanboy's gonna fan.
That's
what
right.
I say.
Faker's gonna fake. You're just gonna shake it off. Shake it off. So, today, 2 best of 3s. Did you know that? Of course you did, because we've been doing this for 4 years. KT versus Longzhu is going to be our first one, and then it's going to be SKT versus Ever, the team that is unbeaten when it comes to matches against SK Telecom in Korea.
Somehow.
It's like the only team in Korea that can say that.
Yeah, they've only had 2 best of 3s, of course, going back to the Kespa Cup last year, and
Wow.
then after they were in this tournament, the first round robin, because these
Yeah.
teams did not actually meet when they were at IEM Katowice. So
Well,
probably
that just kind of
SKT
takes all the hype right out of that
Well,
statement,
it's okay.
doesn't it?
They're the SKT dominators for at least the moment.
It's them in Africa anyway this season, it seems like. But yeah, but our first match, KT versus Longzhu, should actually be really interesting. KT kind of fighting to hold on to one of those top spots, and Longzhu may actually now present a bit of a challenge. They've kind of seemed to have gotten things together a little bit in their last few matches. They've won 3 out of the last 4 and have looked pretty good at it. They finally seem to have a bit of a handle on the late game, huh?
Yeah, and now that we're in this second round robin, we've only got a week and a half, second half of the second round robin, rather.
Yeah.
We only have a week and a half left of this league before we head into playoffs. This is incredibly important to both of these teams. KT with a win today, as we're going to look at the rankings, can overtake Samsung or at least tie them up at +8, and that would get them out of wildcard match territory and prevent them from playing an additional best of 3, which is what the format is for the wild card. It's
pretty big.
Yeah, Longzhu here, they have a chance to go up to 8th place and get themselves out of the relegation zone. So really, really important match for both of these teams to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, I think you can expect KT to probably get the win coming into this, but it could end up being closer than you think.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the matches we'll be looking for in the future, at least in terms of playoffs, will be KT versus Samsung, which is our very last match of the regular season. So it'll be happening next Saturday.
That'll be exciting.
And then Longzhu, they've been on the up and up. Yeah, they lost to the Rocks Tigers. Yeah, the teams that they've been beating recently are CJ, ESC, and Jin Air. But at the same time, the match that they had against Rocks was quite competitive.
Yeah, it may have been 0-2, but it was a very close 0-2. Well, let's talk about KT Rolster. There they are, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this more later, but I feel like our first best of 3 is going to be a battle of junglers to a certain extent.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm glad you brought that up. Obviously, Score has been putting up huge numbers, but so has Crash.
Yeah.
And in very different fashions, actually. When we think about Score, we think about early ganks, a really high first blood percentage. He takes part in 57% of first bloods that happen in KT's games, which is the highest out of junglers in the league. And Crash has been more of a farmer in the early game.
Right.
And leads a lot of categories like CS differential at 10 minutes, gold differential at 10 minutes, CS per minute. All of these, Crash is #1 out of all junglers. And played a lot fewer games, but this is a guy who really emphasizes pathing more than anything else.
Yeah, it's impressive stuff. And might be able to give Score a bit of a run for his money. Now, over on the other side of the stage, Longzhu Gaming, there they are. Again, like you mentioned, trying to fight their way out of relegations. And they have won 3 out of their last 4 matches. Yes, it's true, but it was against CJ, ESC Ever, and Jin Air. So not the strongest teams in the league by any stretch. So today is going to be a real test for this kind of newfound strength that these guys have seemed to kind of put together.
Yeah, and whether they can do it, they did, again, look competitive, at least in Game 1 against the Rocks Tigers, but they still lost. It was still a 2-0. Have to keep that in mind.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're really going to be able to strike at the weaknesses of KT. KT comes into this match leading the league at gold differential at 15 minutes. So KT's been about that early game, and we did see KT slip up, losing to the Rocks Tigers, losing to SKT in recent memory. But most of these games, they had a pretty substantial advantage that they threw at Baron. And ever since then, they came back after the loss against Rocks, 2-1 against Jin Air, 2-0 against MVP, and the loss to Jin Air was the Teemo accidental pick. So other than that, they've looked pretty solid.
Yeah. It's interesting. These teams do kind of bear some similarities in that they're both pretty solid early game teams. Longzhu as well has a pretty high positive gold lead at 15 minutes, about 414, I believe, if I looked at it. 425, yeah, around there. It's good either way, but they have that with all of those losses. So clearly the early game isn't the issue for these guys. It's late game decision making. It's looked a little bit better lately, but like KT, they do seem to falter there.
Yeah, KT, though, they have cleaned it up. Their one major mistake that they were making, especially in the games against SKT, which appeared to be a series that they were going to win in that Game 3 with this really big lead in the early stage of the game, but their problem was they were playing for Baron between 20 and 25 minutes, getting caught out, and then aced or losing that objective entirely. And ever since, they've dialed it back a little bit and tried to push turrets, tried to push Drakes instead of just going for an early Baron. They have looked a little bit better. And that was, I think, is a pretty easy fix for KT Rolster.
Well, here's kind of what we were talking about a little bit earlier, the jungle battle, right? Score versus Crash. And like you said, very good in very different ways.
I think Crash's biggest problem right now is, yes, he's brilliant. We look at his CS per minute. It's not only he's number 1 in that category in the jungle, he's number 1 in the CS differential at 10 and the gold differential at 10. So he's been farming like a monster. And Score's been more active, 57% of First Bloods compared to 36% of Crash when it comes to ganking in the early game. That said, Crash's main problem right now is that he is a giant money sink. He takes up a higher percentage of team's gold than any other jungler in this league. He takes up a higher percentage of CS after 15 minutes than any jungler in this league. And it's not really turning into damage. He's got a high kill contribution, but he has the lowest damage per minute of any starting jungler in this league right now. So it's a lot of money that's going his way, and he's very good at farming. But when it comes to turning that gold into tangible damage, it hasn't been there.
It's a weird problem for a jungler to have when you think about it. It's almost like the Jin Air pilot of the jungle.
That is accurate.
Yeah. Soaking a lot of gold, not doing a lot with it. Well, picks and bans for game number 1 between KT Rolster and Longzhu Gaming. Rek'Sai, the first ban to hit the ban bench. I don't know where these champions go. I don't know where they come from. They're just around. Malzahar banned out. Again, this has been a pick that Fly and KT have used successfully from time to time.
Yeah, and speaking of, Riot doesn't know where they come from or where they go either ever since they got rid of Summoners, so
they're just around.
They're just around. Just throw them into a top of a mountain, I guess.
It's fantasy, so it can be whatever your imagination desires it to be, Monte Cristo. What does your imagination desire?
Them to be toys played with by a giant.
Oh, yeah, there you go. All right. It's like giants messing around. Maybe like children giants.
Yeah, that's right.
But lane swaps are complicated, so they're probably not children giants.
Well, Malzahar and Aurelion Sol targeting Fly's champion pool pretty specifically here.
Yeah.
Also going to take out the Karma. And there's a Vladimir. Wow, 3 mid lane bans from Longzhu. It's going to leave up the Gragas for Score.
Well, KT certainly happy to take that. They will for the first pick.
Yeah, you have to take it when you've already banned 2 junglers in the Rek'Sai and the Nidalee, so they're trying to force Crash onto something a little bit more awkward, especially the Elise. And that's important because while Gragas has been only recently started to be played by Score this season, we know him historically as a strong Gragas player. And beyond that, when we look at Crash, his other games that aren't on Gragas or Rek'Sai on Nidalee have been on Hecarim and Graves. So no Elise, and Elise really does not fit his play style of farm first.
Yeah, and we are on 6.14 today, so that means New Rise is around. Do you think we're going to see him picked up anytime soon?
I think Fly is a player who would play that New Rise. I mean, if we look at Fly right now,
I can see it.
huge emphasis on these high mobility mid laners, either taking Ghost on them like Malzahar and Vladimir and collapsing to the sides, or Aurelion Sol who can zip over very quickly. Tahm Kench going to be taken alongside the Victor though.
Yeah, the Victor did take some early game wave clearing hits in the patch, but not too bad.
So this is interesting. Both teams attacking one of the players' champion pools. They've already taken out 4 of the most 5 played mid laners from Fly. Now that the Victor is gone, and they banned the other 3 on the red side, so we could see an Azir here from Fly. Or Varus, maybe.
I think Varus would be pretty appropriate. Weirdly enough, I mean, Zilean is always out there. It's not really the meta for it, but
it doesn't matter. KT
it
plays
doesn't matter at
so
all.
well around that Zilean.
So, we've seen it banned a lot this season too, but I don't know if you quite expect that. I think that Varus is a bit safer of a pick.
Yeah, you want to go for the really reliable wave clear here against the Victor.
Yeah.
It's probably Varus or Azir, but we haven't seen as much Azir this week now that the further nerfs to Azir's early game came through.
Right.
And it will be a blind pick Gnar here. So KT very confident that there's not going to be some of the shenanigans from Longzhu. Now remember, Expression played the Yasuo into the Gnar. Now this is a matchup that Someday was the first to innovate, and it's opening that up again for Expression, but if anybody is going to be a master of this matchup, it would be Someday.
True enough. That Gnar has been a pretty highly played pick by both of our top laners.
That will be a Hecarim grab here, so the Yasuo comes in.
Yeah, there it is. Both of these guys have played Yasuo 1 game this season. By these guys, I mean these top laners.
Yeah, and it was really successful for Expression. I think he did a good job of playing in the split push, Phantom Dancer into Infinity Edge, which was his build. We had questions about that now that Trinity Force no longer gives crit. So that does seem to be the answer to a top lane Yasuo right now.
Now we've seen Sona once in other regions, and she did get a pretty big buff this patch. I can't remember the last time I casted a game with Sona in LCK. It's been years.
It's been quite a while, right?
Yeah. I feel like the last time we saw it was as a counter pick to Pantheon. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that was
I think
great.
that's actually the last time we saw it.
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right, well, Alistar may be the selection here. I do think that they need something that's going to protect Arrow and move people away a little bit more. Longzhu, it's also a counter pick because they need to make sure that Longzhu doesn't have really good setup for, well, really good setup for the Yasuo, but they're only missing an AD carry right now, so that won't be a big deal. They do have the Tahm Kench. This is an interesting question. I do believe that his Devour Spit does count as a displacement, in which case it should be able to trigger a Yasuo knockup, but that's pretty much all they have. And the Sivir would be excellent for engaging with that Hecarim. Should be a pretty all-in composition here from Longzhu. Everybody basically just charging into the back line.
I mean, if it seems like the Varus and the Kog'Maw are going to be pretty hugely vulnerable in fights someday, or Score rather. Probably going to be using that explosive cast defensively more than anything.
Yeah, they do have the Gnar ults and the explosive cast to deal with the engage, but they are going to have to be particularly careful.
Sure.
With the Kog'Maw and the Varus, I mean, there's a lot of vulnerability, as you are saying, in that instance, and it will be a Sivir. I do think the Sivir is much better here. If you pick Jhin, basically there's going to be nobody to peel. Yeah, you've got the Tahm Kench, but that's about it, and you can't deal damage while you're inside the Catfish, so I think that just going for a relatively low range composition with the Sivir and the Victor, extremely high damage though. So they can everybody just charges with the Sivir ultimate straight into that back line. You set up a knockup for the Yasuo, and then you play it from there. Now Expression, last time he played Yasuo, did a really good job of not team fighting. And that sounds weird to say, but he didn't have much setup for the Yasuo ults in the last comp either, and it was just about his split pushing pressure and playing in the skirmishes.
Huh. Well, we'll see. It's always interesting to see the Yasuo come back. And it's worked okay so far this season. Like you mentioned, for Expression, or Expression rather. I still, even after all these years, I still want to call him Expression. I can't help it.
I'm sorry.
It's a misspelled version of the word, so you do what you can do, right?
Yeah.
KT versus Longzhu, vital matches for both of these guys. KT looking to hold on to that top spot, or those top spots, and Longzhu looking to see if they can get out of relegations.
Peel is going to have to be really on point for KT. We'll see if they can do it.
That's right. Here we go. KT Rolster versus Longzhu. Our first game of the night here on LCK Summer. CU takes it. Should be bloody. Should be fast and furious. Let's get in the game. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Oh, wow, it's the Ocean Drake. See, now we get excited about the Cloud Drake. It's actually pretty good. Yeah. KT Rolster versus Longzhu, game number 1.
미니언 생성까지 30초
And,
남았습니다.
I mean, all the Drakes are pretty damn good now.
Yeah.
It's not. I think the balance change was positive. So we'll see what KT wants to do. They would have a laning advantage against the Sivir for sure in the duo, but also they may try and hide Someday. I do think it's interesting that Someday willingly blind picked the Gnar when he knew that this was a possibility. That's really confident from KT.
The Kings of Summer,
미니언들이
or who? Oh, I
생성되었습니다.
couldn't read it fast enough. I tried. It's basically saying KT is the Kings of Summer.
Yeah. The last 2 summers they have placed first and second, and in 2013 they placed second. So I
Yep.
suppose I don't know if I would use the word king for 2 second place finishes.
Maybe like the
Princes of Summer.
the Princes of Summer, yeah. I can see it. The Dukes of Summer. I don't know. Prince is probably a better ranking. The Grand Viziers of Summer.
Do you know your feudal rankings, Doa?
Not very well, apparently. And
I'm
I've been
just
playing
curious.
Crusader Kings 2 lately, too, so I should know this better now.
Yeah, that's actually very important for Crusader Kings 2, a game
Wow.
that I adore. I've played far too much of.
I played a little bit.
I was playing the mod for the Game of Thrones mod for Crusader Kings 2.
Oh, that sounds cool. Does it just change the names of everybody, basically?
Well, yeah, it's like a map of the entirety of the Game of
Westeros?
Thrones. No, the entire Game of Thrones world.
Oh.
And you can play a bunch of different characters. And my stream wanted me to play House Mormont, which is, by the way, really hard.
I bet, man. You just get a little island and that's
yeah,
it.
it's really hard.
Bear Island. Oh, well. I gotta try that. Sounds great. Be like Sansa Stark and Ramsay Bolt. That's a good match, isn't it? I think they'll do well together.
Actually, one of my sons ended up marrying Arya Stark in my game.
Was it her or an imposter, though? That's the question you gotta ask.
It was her.
Game of Thrones. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a Ramsay thought, too. That's a book reference for you.
Well, I'm never going to read those books, so. We got a lane swap going here.
We do.
TP's coming through, so KT will be dodging out on the Gnar Yasuo matchup, at least initially. So now, for those of you who haven't seen Kog'Maw, this is something that has shown up recently, most specifically from the Afrika Freaks, and what it is an on-hit build. If Arrow's going to go for the same thing, which I assume he will, which is Wit's End first, Runin's Hurricane, Ginsu's Rage Blade. So that's it's a hell of a lot of damage from a Kog'Maw once he gets up into the 3-4 item status. But of course, he's going to be attacking so fast that he has to stand still. And against a Yasuo Hecarim, that might be rather hard.
You also might not want to stand in a Chaos Storm either. That's also something to kind of consider. You know, what I'm wondering, though, is we saw a really scary Corki build. Do you think we're going to see more Corki lately?
Well, that
In the near
was
future?
that was a Fury build, so maybe we will see it.
Yeah.
I don't know. That was a interesting one too.
I mean, it looked really strong. It seemed like something that you look at and you're like, all right, I could see a lot of other teams picking this up potentially.
I think it's situationally strong. For those of you who are curious, it is Trinity Force, and then Duskblade and Gunblade.
Yeah.
So what it does is it's really good if you can get into the back line and you can actually deal a lot of damage, which on this patch, they did buff Corki's package.
Oh.
So I believe it was this patch.
I think it might have been the last.
No, it's the next patch. It's the next patch.
Oh, see, this is why you should never read upcoming patches.
But in the next patch, when he does get a 60-second cooldown reduction on the package, and why that's important is because it's really good at assassin, just like one-shotting backliners. So if you can get back there with the package and just blow up their 80 carry, it can be quite powerful.
Yep. I've seen a lot of advertisements on the internet for buffing packages too. And I don't believe it much, so we'll see if those Corki buffs actually work or not.
Snake oil.
Yep, I think so. All I gotta say is there's one very specific way they should write those patch notes, and if they don't, I'm going to be very disappointed. Missing a golden opportunity there otherwise. Here comes Crash. Flying on the run. Pops that Ghost. Turns around onto Frozen right away. That's bold.
Well, Ghost was used earlier by Crash, so the follow-up after the devastating charge falls off, not really there.
Yeah, I suppose.
And Someday is going to answer, so we do just have a double swap coming through. Now it is time for the long lanes. This should be really beneficial, though. Kog'Maw going to be farming up, and so will the Gnar, and not getting denied, because of course it is the Yasuo that is just intended to really make farming for the Gnar very difficult in the 1v1, but if Yasuo has to overextend to a tier 2 turret and they consistently give Someday some lane freezes here, they can avoid that, at least for the moment. And then KT's hope is that they get into a 5v5 situation where it's going to take a long time for Longzhu to actually get tanky. So they will be vulnerable to the Varus and the Kog'Maw poke, like really vulnerable, because Crash will be going for a Trinity Force.
You know, that said, when I look at this composition from KT, I think to myself, you know, this looks like a perfect composition for throwing at Baron early with. Like, you think you can do it fast enough, and then you just get wrecked by the heavy engage on Longzhu. And with KT's recent history, I worry a little.
Well, the last couple matches they haven't been doing, so.
Yeah, but still. This is like one of the best throw at Baron comps I've seen in a while.
You're right. And what they should be doing is, of course, just poking out. And this
Yeah.
actually should be a really interesting game, just because both of these teams have one goal in mind, and each of them is very vulnerable to each other's strategy. Of course, the back line, really vulnerable to the engage of Longzhu, but simultaneously, Longzhu, with their basically lack of tank, is going to be really vulnerable to the poke from KT. So it's kind of whether KT can stall out long enough to get the poke onto Longzhu, or whether Longzhu's going to find a good engage option onto the back line very quickly.
Yeah. Well, speaking of lanes getting long, tier 2s did it already.
This is really good for KT, though.
Now they're going to get a little bit more time. Just chill out. With that Kog'Maw even more. And how far is KT? How far are KT and Longzhu going to push this? Looks like KT wants to keep going. Nope, turning away from the inhibitor turret at the last moment.
Yeah, they're going to fall back
Or
over
are
here
they?
towards the Ocean Drake. Sebastian will be able to farm up a little bit underneath his inhibitor turret. So he's going to back out, throw out some wards.
Maybe a gank on the fly here. Or Rift Herald for KT at the same time. And yep, looks like here in Fury just going to go down and pick up the Ocean Drake. Always nice to have that regen. And honestly, against this comp from KT, it's going to be really good to be able to survive some of that poke a little bit better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really good for Longzhu to grab an Ocean Drake and go ahead and start getting that regen so they can disengage without just being forced to sacrifice objectives.
Good trade.
Score is going to get that buff, so they deny it from the Yasuo, but at the same time not going to get it at least in the 1v1 for Someday.
It is going to be a Cloud Drake next, as we can see. No more Cloud Drake. It's gone now. It's like a Proud Drake.
Does he fill you with pride?
He just should be proud that he is now useful.
But we talked about it, that he was actually the best Drake in terms of evolution because he wasn't getting killed. Now he's desirable.
I don't know. You gotta take that chance sometime. You know, you gotta get out there in the world and take risks, or you'll never make anything of yourself.
Well, sounds like most people.
Well, the Cloud Drake, at least he's trying, you know? At least he's giving it a shot. I'm proud of the Cloud Drake. Even though he'll inevitably dead within 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Be dead.
he'll be very dead.
Yep. But his speed will live on inside of the team that kills him.
I suppose that's something. At least he has a legacy.
That is true. Teleport coming in. All right. Maybe a play on the Someday. Hops away. He's got his flash up, but he's going to have a really hard time escaping this one. Going to go Meganar pretty soon, though. Crash Inspection trying to take him down. Onslaught of Shadows used. Goes Meganar. Gets the ult just in time. Trying to get away. Stunned. Flash. Okay. He's on his way.
Expression is at 6.
Oh, Inspection hops over the wall, and Someday may actually get out of here.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, here comes Score. He's got the Gragas barrel to push Crash and Expression away. And there you go. Somehow, Someday manages to lumber his way to freedom.
Sunday's Gnar has been exceptional this season. His Gnar bar management has been second to none. His ability to teleport in and make plays on this champion, and it has just been impressive. And that's another highlight, really, to add to the Someday reel. Able to escape there,
Yeah.
and good knowledge of what was possible and what wasn't. Expression just not able to catch up because he didn't have the setup for his ult quite yet. Last Breath was not skilled at level 5, obviously, so couldn't really close that gap even if he were to hit a knockup.
Kind of surprising to see Yasuo so slow to 6. Now he's got it. But
Yeah, especially when he has a lot more farm. But
Yeah.
the difference there, why that happened, Doa, is because when they were doing the tier 2 tower push, because Yasuo was melee, he couldn't actually get an XP range of the wave that we saw KT pushing. Plus, they had the long range on the Kog'Maw W. Meanwhile, Someday was actually just sitting there throwing boomerangs and staying within melee minion experience range of the turret. So
Yeah.
that's how he got ahead.
Well, that makes sense. Score coming in. And they're going to try to put some pressure onto the mid lane turret for the moment. So they're about to go Meganar, but not really in a position to do anything with that.
And now that they've got the lanes pushed up, KT has an opportunity to start really doing some damage with their poke composition. Moving forward and just making sure they're grouped up and chipping away at that turret. It's a good opportunity. Looks like they are going to try and cut off the Yasuo. This is actually a really nice play by KT. They're leaving the Varus in the mid lane. They see the Sivir in the top side of the map, and now they're starting to invade. Now, this is going to force Yasuo back and give the Gnar some more time here. KT has done an excellent job of first picking the Gnar and then never leaving him alone with Yasuo.
Yeah. Been managing to stay slightly ahead in gold, too, with that, although it's nearly even at the moment.
Yeah, will be the Wit's End first here for Arrow. Now, of course, unfortunately for him, not a lot of follow-up magic damage on his team for the Magic Shred, considering they have a Varus in the mid lane. But at least they got the Gragas, that's something. And at least the stacking magic resist will be effective against the Victor should the Chaos Storm manage to find him.
I suppose. Arrow switching up top lane now. But aside from that, pretty quiet game for the moment.
Yeah, KT just waiting till they get a couple items here, hit a power spike, and can really start sieging.
Yep.
Okay. Guangzhou just not able to make too many plays just yet, and Expression is working his way back down as Longzhu took control of their bottom side jungle yet again.
Yeah, Someday managing to catch up in CS to Expression as well. Which seemed kind of inevitable. There's so many Kog'Maw skins. Why do you have to take the Rudolph one? I feel like that's one
It's
of the...
Christmas in July, Doa.
I guess, but I feel like it's one of the least interesting Kog'Maw skins, you know?
Kog'Maw has so many great skins, and I agree. Where's the Monarch Kog'Maw?
Yeah.
At least
the,
this skin sings fa la 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 la. That's the upside to the Rudolph Kog'Maw skin.
It's Christmas every day for Monty.
Christmas every day for Kog'Maw.
Yeah, but it could be for you too. You play Rudolph Kog'Maw.
Or the Santa Gragas.
You've been Rudolph yourself on the broadcast.
That's
in the
true.
past.
On Christmas Day.
Yeah. Thank you for guiding our casting slate.
I did a good job.
That's what the analyst does, you know? Kind of guides the sleigh of information.
You were Santa, so you brought all the joy to the kids, Noah.
There you go. I guide the actual slaying that goes on in the game. Different type of slay.
I just make the kids sad.
Is that what Rudolph does too?
I'm more of a League of Legends Krampus, if you will.
Or the kind of Grinch, sort of.
No, Krampus. I
Krampus?
definitely.
The Christmas demon.
Yeah, that's right. That's me.
Yep, I remember him. I've seen those movies from the 1950s. By Rick Skeller.
If you guys don't know what Krampus is, you're missing out.
Yeah, Google it. There's like a newer movie though about that too, recently.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't watch it, but I saw advertisements on the interwebs. You know, got a few bits of information through the tubes, the web tubes.
Delivering the world to your lap, I guess.
Well, yeah, sure. Don't ever be in marketing for an ISP, please. Delivering the world to your lap.
Internet tubes, delivering the world to your lap.
That's right.
Montycom.
Montycom, the world is in your lap. Like, all right. Miss Hanson would like you to have a seat over there. Well, a lot happening in this game. Huge amounts of farming.
The greatest part of League of Legends.
I mean, KT really kind of getting the game they want here, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of the big story, is that if you look at this game, everything looks dead even, but KT are the ones who are kind of pulling ahead behind the scenes, you know?
Yeah, it's Phantom Dancer again for Expression. And 2-item, as you say, it's just the waiting time good because KT just looking for the 2 to 3 item power spike. And they are getting it for free, basically. Longzhu has not made any kind of aggressive dives. At least they got the first Drake of the game, and they are aiming at their second.
Yeah. Cloud Drake is certainly nice. And are we going to see a big fight over the Cloud Drake, possibly? Probably just a lot of poking from KT instead.
They're actually going to take this opportunity to recall. And it's just the minion wave pressure has just been there the entire game effectively for KT right now. They've done a great job of just keeping Longzhu playing defensively and really dictating the pace of this game. And they could be collapsed on right now. Oh, this is so bad. Longzhu got really greedy, but they got the Abyssal Voyage, so they'll get out.
Tahm Kench just going as far as he can.
They still
Score
not be
is
enough.
still there. Yeah, going to come in, walk right into Pure. Fury pops that ultimate onto Sivir. Pure picks up Zadie. Carry has to flash, throws Fury ahead, and it looks like they might be able to get him out. Yeah, wow.
Score did such a good job of chunking them. He got 2 ultimates and a flash out, so it's going to have to be them backing off, and it will be the Drake in the end for KT.
Heroic play by Pure, though, to get his AD carry to safety there, though.
Yeah. I think they expected more backup than they actually got. Realistically, Longzhu could have just walked out of that one, but...
All right, Chaos Storm dropped on the fly here. Drake does go over to KT, though. Nice. Will be there first.
Yep. Nice pickup for them. And we'll see Arrow just sit here in the mid lane and farm up. One nice thing about the Wit's End for Kog'Maw is, of course, it does have internal synergy with his kit, considering that his percent health damage is magic damage, and, of course, his living artillery. So, shredding with a few auto attacks is effective, even if you don't have any other magic damage on your team. It's a really cool Kog'Maw build. And Arrow, of course, a legacy Kog'Maw player.
Oh, for sure. It is interesting, too, to see these new AD carry builds and picks kind of coming up. You've got the Kog'Maw, you've got the Corki, and you really see teams kind of starting to innovate now that we're kind of deep into this meta.
Yeah, the question is, will the Juggernaut come back with Karma?
Yeah, you got to wonder, I guess. It's a good point. Definitely put it with the Karma rather than the Lulu this time around.
Yeah. Still should be good in that regard.
Yep.
Especially with Maokai not in the meta right now, which is one of the most reliable ways to catch out a Kog'Maw on the front line.
Sure.
Of course, you don't have the wild growth with the Karma, so that does make it a little bit more challenging to keep the Kog'Maw alive. But if you have Karma Tahm Kench, think you'd feel pretty good about running that composition.
Yep, probably. Longzhu invading to try to take this red buff. Crash, though. Gets a smite, gets caught up, though. Gonna get eaten by Pure. Nice explosive cast, though. And that gravity field from Frozen really kind of saving Longzhu for the moment.
Man, Someday was so close to going Mega Gnar right
Yeah.
there. And if that gravity field had not come down, that would have been a very different team fight. They were stacked up in the choke, ready for a Gnar ultimate. Someday had his flash. So
Very close.
Longzhu disengages successfully. Maybe a little bit too much risk for a red buff. But they get it. They only lose a ghost. December spell for it, so not too shabby.
Better to use a ghost on the mid laner than become ghosts yourself.
It's a wise League of Legends
That's
saying.
what I always say, yeah. Better to use the ghost and become one. I ain't afraid of no ghosts, though.
Are you afraid of the new Ghostbusters movie, though?
Not really afraid, just kind of uninterested. Although people say it's pretty good, who knows? I'll probably watch it on an airplane sometime.
Yeah, I have no interest in the new Star Trek movie either.
Hey, but people are saying that's actually pretty decent.
People are saying it's an action movie, which
Yeah.
I don't want my Star Trek to be, so I'm done with it.
Well, it's kind of what it is now.
I have hope, Doa. I have hope for the new series.
Do you? The new TV series?
Yeah, actually, I do.
I'd like it to be.
They've got some of the showrunners from previous Star Trek TV series on it, and they confirmed that it will be in the original universe, not the silly new parallel
good.
universe.
That's
so
awesome.
that's what makes me at least cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, I mean the thing is everybody knows I'm a big Star Wars fan, but I'm with you that I feel like Star Trek has been kind of corrupted lately into something that it never should have been, and I'd like to see Star Trek go back to the way it should be, you know? Exploration, social issues,
Exactly.
people with funny-looking noses, because that's the only way you can differentiate aliens in the Star Trek universe.
That's right.
KT pushing the mid lane. You're gonna go ahead, Chains of Corruption to use, but Longzhu backs away from it.
I do get him out from the explosive cask. Expression has to actually just use his flash up here at the top side. Somebody gonna 1v1 him?
Maybe.
What happened to the
Top-
Abyssal Voyage?
I don't know. Pure might have gotten stopped.
Oh,
I didn't see
no.
what happened, and that is going to be a Yasuo getting eaten by that Gnar. Meanwhile, a fight in the jungle. KT backing away. They've got one kill already. I think they'll be content with that. It looked like Pure started his ult to try to get there, but the Abyssal Voyage somehow got stopped. I wonder if Score maybe hit him with a body slam. I think we'll
Or
have to get a replay of
Hachani.
it.
Yeah,
that's
they may
it.
have done it too. Wow, that was really well done. And especially Someday. Now, we talk about this being a counter matchup, but basically Someday dodged it for so long that he was even in farm, and now he's got a lot of damage items with the Frozen Mallet and the Phage. I mean, Expression here, but he's just getting styled on because the wind wall, Someday just walked right through it, so it wasn't actually disrupting any of his abilities. And
What happened there? Just cancel it?
yeah, it looked like Alistar got in there. It was either Alistar or Gragas.
Huh. I feel like we still didn't get the proper
Yeah,
picture
I
of what
didn't-
happened there.
It's all right.
Is it?
Yeah, well, Someday, 1v1 First Blood in a matchup that he innovated. This is why we now know that KT had a very good game plan coming in case the Yasuo counterpick came through. They dodged
Yeah.
it for a long time, did a really good job of keeping Someday away while still getting him farm. And then apparently Someday, if anybody's going to know what time that he can actually solo this Yasuo, he will. And just building damage this time around, and he's able to win the duel.
That is especially impressive. Makes you rethink the pick altogether if you're the team thinking about taking the Yasuo.
It's just cocky, right?
It always has been.
Well, no, it's just cocky that if you were going to try and play somebody with this Yasuo, there's nobody who knows it better than Someday.
Yeah, that is true. Yasuo kind of a cocky pick by nature, but yeah, bringing it against Someday is,
In his innovated counterpick, yeah.
yeah, it
Bold.
increases the cockiness level to maximum
Bold.
cockiness.
But now, Doa, you know what we have to see. If KT wins this, we have to see Expression play Gnar and Someday play Yasuo in game 2. That would
Oh, yeah.
really be the dream.
We have to have the reverse matchup. That'd be much more of an SKT thing to do to somebody, though. KT
Oh,
thing.
I'm sure Someday would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, he would, but he hasn't very often.
Another Ocean Drake
Yeah.
up here. KT with a slow setup.
Okay, John to crash. Score coming in. After that, Papure there to eat an entire horse. That was impressive. How did he do that? suppose it's a ghost centaur, not really a horse. KT, though, getting their second dragon, and so that's one Ocean Drake for each of these teams now. You know, I wouldn't, you know, if I was going to put Hecarim in my large mouth, if I was Tahm Kench, I would say please put the giant weapon down. I don't want to eat that as well.
Yeah,
It's going to poke right out of you.
Just get stuck in your throat like a fishbone.
Yeah, that too. Just pokes out of your big chin. Something like that. Not be fun. Crash and the rest of Longzhu coming in for a bit more farming. And Crash actually behind score in farm this game.
Yeah, well,
It's been a while though. Still a pretty tight game.
yeah, but KT I mean, it looks close because of the gold, but Longzhu has not had an opportunity to do anything. KT has basically dictated every facet of this game so far.
Do you still think there's a chance, though, that in a fight, Longzhu might just get that massive engage they're looking for, just blow up arrow or fly right at the beginning?
I think at this point it would take a really poor disengage from KT combined with a mind-boggling engage from Crash and Expression.
Or maybe a poor Baron decision from KT.
Maybe.
Good engage from Longzhu.
We're past the danger window, though.
That's true. We are past like 21, 22 minutes.
It's getting harder, too, Arrow with the QSS now. So the Hecarim does come in and fear him, or he does get caught in the last breath. He can just immediately pop out of it and keep moving. So KT just, I mean, they just played a really solid macro game. Longzhu has just never had any opportunities.
That is it. Now able to move in on this tier 2 in mid lane. And we'll see if there's anything Longzhu can do to stop this. Fury coming from the side. There's Crash going in, trying to make a play. Score has to flash away. Getting zoned out by that gravity field.
They didn't take any damage. They did cancel his TP. They didn't take any damage, so they could just reset for this siege once again. Cost them a flash on Score and Fly, but now there's not the same engage from the Hecarim, so this will go down.
Yep. Frozen not able to use his Chaos Storm or anything like that to clear the wave quick enough.
Well, when the Sivir ult and the Hecarim ult are down, there's not really a way for them to efficiently engage onto KT any longer.
Right. And so KT, again, slowly but surely pushing this game farther and farther in their favor.
There's a big buy that's going to come through from them, too. A lot of money. Reset around the Baron. Have to be a little bit careful because they don't have the TP advantage right now with the cancellation from Sunday. They are in a really good situation. Muramana done tons of arm penetration on Fly.
Yeah, you can see Arrow is ready for the engage too. He picked up that QSS fairly early this game. So he's all set.
So they're looking for it. Longzhu has to get the miracle pick with their burst damage, or I don't know, man. Probably not going to get into that back line at this stage.
Probably not. Score of the wall onto Frozen here. Going to force Pure to pick him up.
You see, Score is not as trigger happy any longer with his explosive cast. Whenever he sees that Tahm Kench around, he just holds on to it.
Yep. Yeah, there's no point using a big CC like that if you know that Pure is nearby, because it's just going to take whoever's in danger to safety.
Yeah, maybe you could take them both with you, right? But he just doesn't have the damage on a lot of these pushes. He's just trying to get the wards in and
Speaking of pushing,
scare them back. Yes, the Kog'Maw is quite strong.
things going down. KT clearing out a bit of this vision around Baron.
I love how fast the Kog'Maw attacks now.
Yeah, you gotta wonder how he's able to produce all that biological liquid in his body, you know? Where's it coming from?
He just siphons it from the river via a special tube.
I see.
It goes through
His special tube?
his bile gland on the way through.
Oh, sure. Right. Gland and tube is two different things, though.
Well, the tube sucks it up, and then it goes to the gland dome.
Ah, I see.
I don't know. I'm no void creature biologist.
You kind of sound like it. You missed your calling, man. Wow. It's Kog'Maw.
Doesn't do a lot of damage to turrets, though. That's the downside. Is yeah, he's got a lot of attack speed, but you can see it's just moving pixel by pixel there. Because because it's on hit. I mean, it's
As long as those pixels keep moving, that's the important thing. And they moved. They moved. And Fly looking good as usual on this Varus. Score, wow, uses the explosive cask to push Crash back. That was an interesting decision.
yeah.
Not sure what he was really expecting to get out of that. It's a low cooldown, but still.
May have thought somebody was around there. No backup, so no damage, no effect really. Yeah, it's been 1 kill in 30 minutes, though. It's very unlike most Longzhu and KT games.
I know. I mean, I thought we'd see Longzhu getting a bit more aggressive here, but they have not really found any opportunities. KT's just done such a good job of avoiding all the action.
There's no point for KT to fight. That's the thing, is that
Yeah.
with their composition, they just want to poke out and control the minion waves and wave clear and get the objective. So from their perspective, this game is going swimmingly.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right. They can just poke Longzhu off of anything they want to really take. And then take it. And KT, it looks like they're going to grab this Mountain Drake here. They could.
Big ward down for the last hit on the ward, and yeah, they are just going to shred this Drake.
Yep, and there's nothing that Longzhu can really do about it.
Especially against Fury's on the top side.
Huh.
Oh, that'll be a healthy pickup. They want to burst down this Baron, which will be quite easy now that they've gotten all these items put together for themselves.
Yeah, but the problem is they're going to need to win a big team fight before they do that. They can't take Baron with KT
they
still up because they're just going to get poked out.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that
Yeah.
it's hugely advantageous for KT. Just bait the Baron, poke, poke, poke.
Yeah, Longzhu needs a big team fight to go in their favor.
Longzhu was also just really reliant on this Yasuo working in the split push if they wanted to actually put pressure on the map, and that just hasn't happened.
Yeah.
When you go for the Phantom Dancer and the Infinity Edge, you don't have the same wave clear as you would with a static Shiv.
And Dead Man's Plate now for Expression as well. Or I'm sorry, Randuin's.
Randuin's, yeah.
For Expression.
Yeah, just going for tankiness at this point. He'll build tanky for the rest of the game, most likely, just because the idea is to get that big burst of damage in on the back line, trigger the Randuins, and disrupt the Varus and the Kog'Maw while staying alive.
So a lot to ask, but Expression could theoretically pull it off, but the time to do that is kind of slipping away at this point.
The big problem, I think, for Longzhu is that they really could use a Frozen Heart here. And nobody is building one right now. Score already has his to help deal with the Sivir. But Frozen Heart against the Kog'Maw Varus combination, pretty valuable.
I would think so. Ha, 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 ha. You know, last time when I questioned whether tennis players need to make all these grunting noises when they swing, somebody tweeted at me and said, because of the torque on the upper body, when you make one of those swings, you are forced to yell and grunt like that.
I don't believe that.
I don't. Well, because see, my question is, I don't either. But my reasoning is because when you watch like tennis matches from a while ago, you know, like 20 years ago or something, maybe even 10 years ago, you don't really hear grunts like that from every single person.
Maybe the torquing technique hadn't been perfected yet, though.
Maybe. Tennis players of old just didn't swing as hard as
they
ones
weren't
do
torquing
today.
well enough.
I guess.
Since then, we've learned to torque better, though.
That's right.
More torque.
Yep. Torquing is a big dance craze, right? No, that's twerking. My bad. I get the two confused sometimes. You know how it is.
Both can include grunting, though.
Explains why I was so confused when I was at a auto body shop the other day and the guy asked me to hand him a torque wrench.
Is that
now
when you shook,
I know what he was
is that
asking
when you
for.
shook your booty at him?
Yeah, I thought that's what they wanted, but I just had the police call on me. I don't know. I just wanted to help fix a car.
Ended up in jail.
It could happen to anyone. so watch out. Well, KT. All right, they're going to engage on the Crash here. Pure and Fury right there, though. Oh, Crash pushed back in an ult away. Gets picked up by Pure immediately, who flashes. And again, no kills. Just so hard for any of these teams, either of these teams, to pick up any picks.
Doesn't matter. KT playing very cautiously right there. They go for it. They get the chunk damage, so at least they can start the Baron. They know Crash has to go back to base.
Yeah. Here comes Longzhu, though. Is there anything they can do to stop it? Because Crash has not gone back to base. He is
Johnny still has ult, too.
calling KT, and now, they're just going to give this one up. Yeah, Crash way too low to even contest that. KT grabs the Baron, and that is pretty devastating for Longzhu.
It's been a beautifully played game by KT.
It's very tight.
And you talk about just knowing how to play a composition and then shutting down all of your opponent's win conditions. This has been it. They're not over pursuing for kills. They are methodically poking people out of the jungle and then turning back onto the Baron. There's been absolutely no resistance from Longzhu. They've lost pretty much every battle over the side minion waves, every objective since the first Ocean Break, and they haven't been able to contest. Like, it would have been dumb for them to contest right there with Crash so low.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, it's certainly not the most exciting style of play we've seen, but no doubt KT playing really cleanly.
It's suffocating, though. That's the thing.
It's morale breaking. It's nightmare inducing.
I don't know if I go that far.
It's epidemic causing.
What kind of epidemic? The good
Sleeping
games of
sickness.
the narcolepsy epidemic?
That's right. No, like, they've got that, like, little fly that bites you and you get sleeping sickness. That's like KT's build right here. They've even got the fly.
They do have the fly.
It's biting Longzhu pretty hard right now.
He's actually at CC Fly.
I guess so.
Did you know that that's the reason why zebras are striped?
Really?
Yeah.
Why? What is the connection?
Because the CC Fly is fatal to horses, which is why you can't have horses in sub-Saharan Africa.
Oh.
But the stripes on a zebra confuse the compound eyes of the fly, so they can't be seen. Therefore, they cannot be bitten.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't take a horse. Don't take a horse into the Serengeti. It doesn't end well.
Or if you go there, just wear Zubas all the time. In every part of your body. KT pushing in with this Baron now, and again, Longzhu just really having a hard time resisting. That's going to be an easy inhibitor for KT Rolster. And man, Longzhu, there needs to be like a desperation fight at some point from these guys. I mean, if I'm Longzhu, I just say, all right, well, you got to go for it, right? You got to go for it sometime. You lose, you lose. You're going to lose anyway if you don't fight. So you might as well fight. A little bit too late this time, though. They're going to lose 2 inhibitors already.
Well, they should fight now because Someday
they
at
should.
least doesn't have an R-bar.
This is the time. But they're not going to. They're just going to take it.
I think the important thing to remember about this game is Longzhu, it wasn't like they weren't looking for opportunities, right?
Sure.
They were attempting to make plays. They did have several engages that they tried to go for. Unfortunately, KT was just ready for them every single time, and they haven't had really a way to assign lanes that prevented them from just getting pressured in on the map right now. And I say that when they have a Victor and a Sivir, so it's not like the wave clear wasn't there, but KT has done such a good job of manipulating the sideways in this game and never giving Longzhu a chance to really group up and try and take a stab at their back line.
Oh, it's pick time. Pure could be in a little bit of trouble here. Pops at gray health. Gets knocked back from the flash with the explosive cast. Can't get out in time. Arrow with a kill there. Second one of the game in 38 minutes. Crash, though, caught now as well, and this could be it, actually. Death timers may be long enough for them to capitalize. Score
Nice.
goes in. He really wanted that one, and he got it.
That was a great body slam flash to finish that kill through the gravity field. Only 3 kills in this game. We're 40 minutes in. Wow, what an impressive performance by KT. This has definitely been one of their best games all season.
Yeah. Nearly a shutout. I mean, if you think about the fact that the 3 turrets that Longzhu have are just kind of a result of the lane swap, it pretty much is a shutout.
And the first Drake.
That
also
too. Yep.
a result of the lane swap.
Speaking of Drakes, Elder Drake is up, so KT will go and take it easily.
They will be doing it really quickly now. Ginsu's Rage Blade done. This is the dream for Kog'Maw. That kind of attack speed and getting the double on hit just nasty with the Wits End and the W.
I mean, at the same time, I feel like Longzhu, you know, there was a point where they should have just gone aggressive no matter what. You know, it's never going to be ideal. You're never going to find the right time to engage in this situation, but it seems like you just got to go for it, right? It's better than just slowly dying.
Well, they did go for it at the beginning of the game, and I think they should have gone for it again when they were defending their bottom inhibitor. But again, it's so hard at this stage with the lead that KT has. I mean, this Kog'Maw, this is the nightmare build, though.
Yeah.
Right now, you get into the 3-4 item territory with this build, and you have the double on hit from the Ginsus with like Kog'Maw's W already, plus Wits End, plus the Blade of the Ruin King. He just wrecks people. I mean, it's so powerful right now, Arrow, with this build, especially when he has the true damage too.
And KT looking to close out, take this final inhibitor from Longzhu. Meanwhile, Super Minion Wave starting to push into the base, and Longzhu's got to send somebody to deal with those. Moving on to the Nexus turrets right now.
I mean, they're not even attempting a flank here, but that's the problem with this Yasuo, is that if you don't win the 1v1, he's pretty terrible at teleport flanks.
Yeah.
So there's not really a great way with the Gnar and the Gragas zoning the way they are right now to get into the backline. They try any kind of engage, it'll just be stuffed instantaneously.
Right. Well, there goes the last inhibitor turret. There goes the final inhibitor up in top lane. And that one of the Nexus turrets nearly took about half its health and damage already. As you can see, a little over half.
But KT, they got the 3 inhibitors. Now it's time for Baron. Then it's time for closing.
Yep, 40 seconds until that next Baron. So KT, again, you know, it may not be the quickest, but it's certainly methodical and it's certainly working well.
Yeah, it's the safest. This is the safest way to do things for them.
They are just continuing to put the pressure on, though.
Well, they still have some time to fall back. We'll see if they go for the win. Maybe they will.
Yeah, they could. Sivir ult used. Longzhu going to go in. Flank from the side. Crash and Pure are there. Crash gets into the back lines on to Fly, but he's immediately just going to do a ton of damage. There goes Expression. GA popped already. Score getting onto Pure now. Expression can't do anything at all. Double kill comes in for Arrow. This Kog'Maw is just unbeatable. Yeah, that's the damage. Fury with some nice moves, doing a lot of damage to Score, but after losing Crash and Expression, after losing that engage, you gotta think it's probably gonna be it. Whoa, Achani with a big engage, following up for Score. There's the kill onto Fury, and that will definitely be the end of game number 1. Frozen doing what he can, but he will finally be taken out. And in the end, about 42.5 minutes in, KT, though, with a very strong late-game composition, playing it out extremely methodically. And they will take a very smooth, very comfortable game number 1, even grabbing that ace at the end. That's it, GG.
Such an impressive game from KT. Just measured, methodical, stifling.
Yeah.
Longzhu, every
Painful.
time they tried to engage, it was stuffed. The poke was always coming in first. Longzhu never really had an opportunity to group up because they never had control over the sideways. They were always falling back, splitting up to farm. So the big burst was never there. And damn, they really predicted that Yasuo pick, and they played around it incredibly well.
Well, I think Gnar's going to be a pretty high priority for game number 2.
I don't know. I don't think Longzhu, if they take it, someday will play Yasuo.
Well, maybe just ban the Yasuo.
That would be interesting.
Well, I mean, Longzhu's on the blue side, so they've got a little bit more flexibility in the bans, I suppose. But we will see. Either way, it's a win for KT Rolster in game number 1, and you know, we expected them to win this series, but that was pretty brutal.
Dominating. Absolutely dominated by KT. They got everything they wanted in that game. Yeah, they did luck out with the lane swap a little bit at first, and it did play into their team composition's favor, but...
And again, I mean, just as we look at the damage to champions here, it is a huge game for both KT and Longzhu. Longzhu really looking to avoid relegations, and they kind of need every win they can get.
Yeah, every game matters now, too.
Yeah.
KT actually can take full possession of third place with the victory today if they go 2-0. Otherwise, they still have third place actually due to head-to-head and the fact they haven't played Samsung again yet.
Right.
Even if they have the same game differential. But obviously, the further ahead you can get, the better.
Everybody wants to avoid those extra best of 5s in the gauntlet if they can. Well, when we come back, we will see if Longzhu can mount any sort of resistance here in LCK Summer, or if KT will just simply take the 2-0. The Pixen Band should be very interesting. Don't go anywhere, guys. We will be back. LCK Summer on OGN returns right after this.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover and move on, you watch me bleed until I can't breathe. Shaking, falling onto my knees, and now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out.
And welcome back to LCK Summer. Someday gets the MVP for game number 1 with KT's quiet but strong win over Longzhu.
That game was a gem.
It was
an
gem
absolute
strategically.
gem. Beautiful play from KT. Yeah, it didn't have a lot of kills, but when we talk about playing to a win condition, dodging out a counter matchup, and just shutting down somebody absolutely, just exquisite from KT Rolster. May not be exciting in the same way, but if you have the appreciation, the capacity in your soul to appreciate beautiful gameplay, you will have loved that game.
Hey, I mean, even I gotta say, and I love the action, obviously, but that was an extremely well-played game by KT. They did everything they were supposed to do in their comp, and, if that comp doesn't involve fighting, would be my first choice, but you can't blame them for playing it out pretty much perfectly.
Yeah, just really, really good from KT. It's a good League of Legends, Doa, is an acquired taste.
Yeah.
It is. It's not something that you're born with. You have to get there over time after many hours spent watching League of Legends, but it's just bliss.
What about
when you
other-
get to that stage, Doa?
Well, then what does that say about other low-scoring affairs like, soccer or hockey or something? Should we start liking those now?
No, Doa, no.
But by what you're saying, I mean, if it's a low-scoring game, it's
No, you're making a
deeply
connection of low
strategic.
scoring is deeply strategic, but that's not anything that I
Okay,
said.
just double checking.
It's not anything that I said at all. We can have low scoring clown fiestas. That's also possible.
I just wanted to make that abundantly clear. As we go into picks and bans for game number 2 between Longzhu and KT, Aurelion Sol banned out, followed by the Rek'Sai. Good luck.
All right, so same band so far from Longzhu and KT both. And will they go for the Malzahar? No, it will be a Shen.
Okay, same ban so far from KT. They banned the Karma out as their final ban last time. You would imagine we're going to see something this time around.
Yeah, no, it's a
there's
Gragas.
Yeah.
They were afraid of the first pick Gragas. They're not worried about Crash playing the Hecarim again.
Yeah.
And why you ban the Gragas here, Doa, is that Crash is unlikely to play the Elise. So even if they first pick or they're going to play the Hecarim, you're pretty sure you're going to get the Elise.
So
So it will be a Malzahar blind pick for Frozen.
yeah, Malzahar.
Or
first
maybe
pick as
Expansion.
well. But, yeah,
Probably not, but maybe.
I suppose. Now, both of these teams have played Malzahar in the mid lane this season. Obviously, KT quite a bit more.
Yeah, KT is the team that's really been emphasizing the blind pick Malzahar, so Longzhu knows that. They know that KT would have probably taken the Malzahar in the first round of the draft on the red side. So I think you just, do you take the Elise here? You can also just take the Hecarim, and then now Crash is really going to bind.
Yeah, they're going to grab the Jhin as well, which is an interesting early pickup.
Well, it would be, except you're playing against Fury. So I think that taking away the Jhin is a strong strategy. You will force Fury onto something maybe a little bit more short range, but prioritizing that over the Sivir is interesting. They did deal with the Sivir really well in the last game.
Yeah, it's true. It does leave a lot of big questions, though, for Longzhu. Now, Lee Sin did get a buff to his W in this patch, so, I mean, we've seen him played recently in LCK, maybe, because we're so far down on the pick list in junglers, we might see a Lee Sin. Elise still up, though, but again, not maybe Crash's cup of tea.
Well, early game gankers are not Crash's cup of tea, and that includes Lee Sin. So he will be actually going for the Elise instead. GP snagged, so we do know where that Malzahar is going now.
Yeah, this is
Presumably, of course, they could swap those top mid, but likely that's going to be a top lane GP here for Expression. However, that said, Score is probably going to play that Hecarim in the jungles, considering he's already selected Ghost, so they may be assuming that it'll be a top lane Hecarim when it's not.
Now, interestingly enough, this is going to be Crash's first game on the Elise this season. Not something you can say about a lot of junglers in the league, but he has not played Elise yet.
Well, at least in game 1. Oh, Fly's going to play
Whoa,
Talia.
sweet. All right, Talia locked in, yeah. Awesome.
Talia, I guess, is how it's supposed to be pronounced.
Is it Talia?
I think it's Talia. I think it's Talia, yeah.
All right. And the Echo, okay. Echo still around.
So we'll be taking the Echo into the top side against the Gangplank, which is intriguing. The Gnar was up. We've seen a lot of kill pressure from Gnar onto GP in the past in the laning phase, so really Someday not going for some of the big matchups in this. Basically just blind picking the Gnar and allowing himself to get counterpicked even if they played around it. And this time taking the Echo. So a lot of presence in the lane though, able to get back quickly to lane with both the Talia and the Echo.
Yeah. And we might see that Corki come back again. Like we mentioned in game 1, you know, Fury was the one who did play that.
Yeah, we've only seen 2 Talia players in this league. It has been Sky and Kuro.
Yeah.
And for such a powerful pick, especially on this patch, I mean, the buffs to Talia, pretty impressive.
Talia. Get myself to pronounce that way. All right, and they're going to go for the Ezreal Taric instead.
Ezreal and Taric going with actually a special of Hachani here at the support position, not something that we usually associate with Longzhu. Now, Ezreal has been selected because the zoning for the Talia is actually huge, and Ezreal's ability to get over the wall and then fire Mystic shots over it can be pretty valuable in a fight, but the Echo will be able to follow him with the phase dive.
Well, Leona got some buffs. Sona, maybe. Karma, probably.
I think the Karma is going to be better here. That's a very powerful lane. And if you can get the 2v2, you'll be pretty happy about facing an Ezreal Taric lane with Jhin Karma. I mean, the poke potential there is absolutely massive.
So the Karma will be locked in.
So what I like about this comp for KT is that they have a lot of options when they're playing around the wall from Talia, just because you can phase dive over it, you can onslaught of shadows over it, so the dividing and conquering should be quite easy. And if they can split people up, then KT has some pretty great mobility around the wall itself. Meanwhile, 2 of the carries in the form of Malzahar and GP are not going to have any way to get over there if they don't have the flash
Yeah, I think
available. So they can be isolated super easily.
Yeah, not to mention Talia does just fine in lane in a lot of matchups right now too. So
Yeah. See how she does against the Malzahar. I'm not very familiar with this matchup. And I'm excited because Fly, this is the perfect champion for Fly. If we think about him as a player, his roams have been so good with champions like Aurelion Sol. When it comes to covering lanes with highly mobile mid laners, that has been a specialty of KT to maximize the map pressure. And Talia is another champion that they can do that effectively with. So Fly, he's got a great sense of where to apply pressure on the map, of roaming as a player. And he does it with, usually when we talk about roaming, we talk about champions like LeBlanc, right? That are assassins, but Fly does it with utility champions, and that's what's a little bit different about him.
should be interesting. Very Twisted Fate-like in certain ways as well.
Yep.
Another champion Fly is pretty well acquainted with. So it is time. Longzhu trying to tie it up. We'll see if KT, though, can take the 2-0. Time to get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. We're back yet again. Longzhu versus KT, game number 2. And KT up one game, up one very convincing game against Longzhu. And it's pool party Taric time.
Time for some nice posing.
I like it. That's right. Who doesn't love selfies? Oh, whoa, crash. He's taking a lot of damage. Yikes.
Gets the worst end of the trade in the jungle.
Yeah, very much the worst end.
And there is Dongjun as pool party Taric.
He's even got the deal with it glasses coming down there. Yeah,
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
KT fan there. There was even a video recently in the Korean scene with Dongjun cosplaying
It was
as Pool
great.
Party Tarek. It's very convincing.
Also, the Pool Party Fiora and Misfortune in that video. So you know what, Doe? There's something
What?
for everybody.
That's right. Oh, Dazzle! Oh, he misses. A lot of trading going on. Pretty bloody early couple seconds.
Yeah, did miss the Dazzle.
Yep.
Nice interrupt there. But still, this lane matchup, not what Longju was looking for.
Yeah.
Someday. Now, against most tank top laners, especially the melee tanks, the Gangplank does have a pretty big advantage, which is why we see it banned out so frequently. Dinar has been able to all-in the GP, the laning phase, though, from what we've seen, but you know what? Someday not going for that. He's
Yeah.
going for a kiting champion instead. And this is very... KT's composition is very much about creating zones. Either bisecting the team with the Talia ultimate, of course, Curtain Call, Onslaught of Shadows, Parallel Convergence. Their domination of space will be important in some of these team fights.
Everybody loves KT. And writing things on their phones, too. Hey, it's Score.
Yeah, everybody loves Score.
Oh, yeah. Well, we know that's true.
Score is still the longest veteran of this scene.
Yeah.
He's been here for longer than anybody else.
You know, and I would say, objectively, the most relevant of the players that have been around this long and still playing. Certainly having better...
Well, Mad Life,
yeah, but Score's obviously doing much better than Mad Life these days.
that's true. But Mad Life did have a good spring season in spite of CJ's overall performance. Hasn't been at that same level in the summer, that's for sure. So Fly, bringing out the first Talia pick ever since we saw those buffs. And those buffs are really important.
Yeah, Talia did have some changes in 6.14 as well, though. Longer cooldown late on her
613.
W.
Yeah.
614.
Yes, this patch. Yes. But this patch really made her very strong. So she was already arguably quite strong, but now even stronger in her ability to bounce people onto her E.
Yeah. And it's going to be a pretty poke-heavy bot lane, so I wonder if any opportunities will come from that. Someday having to recall there. Both Expression someday poking each other out of lanes. Oop. Wow, Expression maybe a little bit lucky you didn't have that recall canceled there.
Well, it would have taken several seconds to set up the parallel convergence, so he wasn't really in any danger. Confident he was going to be able to get out of that. Crash just coming up to check out how this lane is going so far. Nice little advantage for Expression, as to be expected.
Man, those Voidlings are so annoying. Oh, Cocoon on to Someday. Might have to burn a flash here trying to get away, and it looks like he won't need to use any summoners to stay alive.
There's no follow-up CC in that lane, so not too worried. Walk out of it, take a little bit of damage.
Parallel Convergence.
That's annoying.
It is. Well, have to recall somewhere else. Score, though, seeing that Crash is up on the top of the map, able to go into the enemy jungle and get some decent farm down.
Yeah, doing a good job about farming Crash so far. You can see that Crash is not normally used to this kind of style. There was sort of a fruitless gank that was going to happen in the top side of the map. Ganking for the GP tough in the early game, especially against a champion with a lot of mobility like that Echo. And oh, see, that's the damage. That's what's new right there about Talia. That's what you couldn't do before.
Scary stuff. Here comes Crash to try to keep his mid laner safe.
Now, still a Q-Max here for Fly, but huge amounts of damage possible considering you can bounce somebody immediately onto the E.
Frozen already having to use a summoner just to stay up. Crash has to come to lane to just help him push it. Push it real good.
Is that what he's doing?
Yep. Pretty sure.
Rose is going to need his time to recall. So Crash, we can see that he's trying to play this Elise, trying to find those ganks, but it's not really his style in KT. I wonder if they found a very interesting way to beat Longju just by mass banning junglers and early picking Gragas on blue side. Because they took away 5 junglers from Longju.
Okay,
Four
gank
in this
against
game.
Fly. Flashes from Fly and Frozen immediately. And it doesn't look like this gank is going to end up working out. No, never mind. GPL dropped. Crash goes in looking for that first blood. Oh, but first blood ends up going over to Score in the end instead. They do trade kills on the mid laners, and Crash is in trouble now. Score helping Echani pick one up, it looks like. 2 kills to KT already. That's going pretty well. Pure is there, but the pool party is over.
Yeah, just an over pursuit. KT had the pressure on the lane in the bottom side. Nobody's actually recalled there yet. It's only going to get worse for Longzhu. After the first recall, the armor penetration comes from Jin.
Let's watch that one
Well,
again.
the tier. So let's take a look at this. Immediate flash there. Fly doesn't have his E up any longer. Cannon Barrage, and they close the gap right there. Try to get the Cocoon down, do succeed, but Score is ready for the counter gank. And because Echani was already had the priority on the roam, it's just easy for him to walk straight into the river. He reacts faster. He can react faster due to the placement of the minion wave.
It's funny to see Score get that first blood milliseconds before Crash was able to get the kill on the fly.
Yeah, both junglers picking one up there.
Yeah.
Still nice for Score, who has been just wrecking Crash in the jungle. Look at Score.
Yeah.
39 to 18. Now remember, Crash is the guy who has the largest CS differential at 10 minutes and highest CS per minute of any jungler in this league, and he is getting wrecked this game. So not able to really do much on this release, and that's in contrast to Score, who has been his most played champion this season. He has done very well when it comes to getting first blood, and that just hasn't been Crash. So you take away all these picks, you take away the Hecarim, the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee, and the Gragas, and this is sort of what's left over for Crash.
Yeah, if I were Longzhu, I'd be a little bit worried that this is something other teams are going to really try to emulate as the season goes on.
Well, it reflects in his stats. We talked about this coming into the series, but yes, Crash is the leader in the CS differential at 10, gold differential at 10, and CS per minute categories,
Yep.
but he's the lowest in damage per minute, and that's with all that gold. So if you take away his ability to farm in the early game on some of the fastest clearing champions in the jungle, then what is he going to do? He already is inefficient with the gold that he gets when it comes to turning it into late game damage. So
Yep.
now he's just arguably even more useless.
He's Scrooge McDucking it pretty hard. Hoarding all that gold, not doing anything with it. Crash gets spotted. River, of course. Score chasing, going into that onslaught of shadows. Exhausted immediately. Crash repelling. Comes back down. Nice knockback by Fly. That's another kill for KT. This time Arrow picking it up with the curtain call. Score gets another one before he finally goes down to Frozen. And this Malzahar trapped behind that wall. That's exactly what we talked about. Oh, but Echani missing the Q. Fly going for it, misses his Q, and Arrow can't hit him with the deadly flourish. A little bit of DDR going on, but Frozen dances his way out of that one.
Yeah, had his Ghost available, so was able to dance just a little bit faster. Especially trying for it all in here onto Sunday. Somebody still has his ult, though.
Yeah.
He would have been likely to get out of that one. Was a little bit close to using that Chrono Break into a barrel. Didn't end up having to use spell, though, so Sunday's sticking around because he is struggling against the Gangplank as we expected. He did want this matchup, though. Let's take a look at that. So Score just goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows, catches Crash right out, Repel used. Exhaust used probably a little bit early, but there's the W just instantly coming in. Fly helps annihilate him with the threaded volley. Curtain call already up, so he tries to get a nice pick here onto Frozen in front of his turret. No stuff though for Frozen, so he's just going to dance around, dodge a bunch of people's Qs,
I mean,
and then a W.
if Echani had managed to nail him with the Q on Karma, that would have been a kill for sure, but went wide, and Frozen just doing a good job of dodging.
Now, KT out to a strong start. A lot more kills in this game than last one.
Yep. Yeah, we pretty much almost have all the kills we saw in about 50 minutes of game time total in 11 now. Less than 11. Deadly Flourish. You're going to go for the double dazzle. Arrow takes a lot of damage though from that True Shot Barrage. Needs to be a bit careful here.
Crashes. At least he's caught back up somewhat when it comes to farm and isn't being so brutally shut down by Score, but Score is looking for more opportunities.
Curtain call.
Pure still has his ult.
All right. Arrow not able to find
There
the
it
kills
is.
with that one. Ultimate popped by Pure, like you mentioned, getting that invincibility. Pretty powerful. They're going to go under turret,
man.
though, and that's an easy kill for Talia. And, yep, when you're that low health, the ult from Taric just isn't going to keep you alive for very long. It's going to be a bot lane turret as well taken. pretty soon by KT, you'd imagine.
파랑팀의
And
There it
not,
goes.
not only that, though, Fly just ghosted down there. Didn't even have to
Yeah.
use his ultimate to close the distance. Good coordination. And this is what we're used to seeing from KT with champions like Aurelion Sol.
Well-
And in this game, I'm really happy Fly picked this one up because it's so good for his playstyle. Talia fits him like a glove.
Yeah. Well, someday going in onto Crash here. As he tries to steal the Krugs. And yeah, I mean, look at that. 6 kills. Fly is 1 in 5. He's been a part of every single kill that's happened in this game so far. And yeah, a lot of action has happened near the mid lane, but Fly's done a good job of that. Uh-oh, gets some presto by Frozen. GPL drop just helps secure that. And there's a kill for the Malzahar at least, as KT takes the Mountain Drake. So it's something.
It is something. However, that farm is really starting to move in favor of Fly.
Yeah, definitely is.
30 up there. Crash has been hard farming, but during his time hard farming, Score farmed early, hit 6, and now has just been racking up the kills. Has 100% kill contribution, so sure, Crash is catching up, but the Hecarim is going to be a much more potent champion in the late game. Sumday's going Trinity Force, yes! It's
Oh,
happening!
wow.
Finally, we get to see a damaged top lane Echo.
Well, if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be someday.
Or Smeb.
Or Smeb, yeah. If anybody not named Smeb is going to do it,
I believe this build has
Someday.
been played in the LPL recently. So not a world first, but we just been waiting for somebody to either play the top lane Echo AP or more of a bruiser with the Trinity Force, because the tank Echo, since his nerfs, it's really not impressed me. And we keep seeing it recently, which I find a little bit odd.
well, Korea gets, it seems like they kind of get stuck on picks once in a while.
Well, they got unstuck on it. I'm not really sure why the tank Echo has come back all of a sudden. There are plenty of other picks.
Echo Relapse.
Echo Relapse.
They were doing so well.
Echo comes. Oh my.
Yeah, big engage on the
Fury.
Fury. He just gets destroyed. All right, well, that's called basically getting 2-shot there.
KT just on fire tonight.
Oh, yeah. Dazzle. Oh, you're just not connecting with the dazzles either. It's not dazzling me.
And we've seen this from KT before when they play with the Jhin, is that they will just go for these long-range zoning curtain calls on turrets, push people off the objective, and then just try and take it out and then not really ever fight with the Jhin, just use it to poke.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what he's good for. Able to push people off of turrets, help get that objective, and in team fights, able to slow down and take a chunk out of the enemy.
Yeah, they played very aggressively with it, though, and earlier in the season, this really was kind of a revolution in KT's playstyle when they started using the Jhin in this fashion. Just on the roam, and then, again, the Talia really just taking the place of the Aurelion Sol. You have that opportunity just to split push and play with it with a double global, control the minion waves, and that's been a KT special. It's just constant side lane pressure leading into the inability for the opposing team to really contest any kind of Drakes or Barons.
Yep. Fury and Pure getting what they can get done in the bot lane. CS pretty even. But we talked about Fly being down in CS earlier. Now he's not only caught up, he's exceeded. It's been almost a 30 CS swing.
Yeah, he's been really dominating. Not to mention that he's had a far greater effect on the rest of the map so far.
Definitely. Frozen's been able to get a couple of kills of opportunity, but hasn't really been able to make plays around the map.
So it's typical. This is exactly the way the KT plays in Brilliant Soul. They will just send Talia early, or the Fly rather, early to the bottom lane once it's taken out, and just have him play the wave clear game while Jhin controls mid and then roams into the sides to use curtain call and push people off the side lane turrets. Working out, but familiar map play, familiar macro from KT, just with a different champion.
That's right. So far, Longzhu not even getting a turret yet. Next Drake is going to be another Mountain Drake, too, so I think Longzhu needs to be a bit worried about that.
especially because the entire idea here for KT is to maximize pressure, poke, and then quickly take a turret. The Mountain Drakes lend itself very nicely to KT's game plan.
Yes, they do. I feel like Talia should have some extra synergy with the Mountain Drake in some way, you know?
She can control it, just take chunks out of it.
I thought you said you didn't want Mordekaiser to come back.
I don't. I really, really don't.
I want to see Mordekaiser take control of the Elder Drake. Whoa, okay. KT, trying to make a little pick on the crash there. Not really finding it.
Well, Expression has to be the hero of this game for Longzhu Doa. He's the one who's far ahead. He's playing the late game with hyper carry.
Yeah, he'll certainly have to.
30 seconds now. Should be an easy drop back. Meaning Wave's in a great position for KT. Especially doing work though. He's been chipping away at the top lane turret. Chunking out Someday, forcing him to lose farm.
Come score though. Dashing in, Expression could be in trouble. Goes to use. Expression flashes at the last moment. Onslaught of Shadows though, bringing score in, and he's doing so much damage on that Hecarim. GP ult helps out there. Meanwhile, a kill traded, and Chani goes down. Repel takes Crash to safety, or does it? Curtain Call comes in, last hit, hits him.
Yeah, Fly can't pursue through that choke. Voidlink's doing
Not
a little
really.
bit too much damage. Flash over the wall, so no boxing in there. Of the Longzhu members, however, this will be a turret picked up by KT.
All that progress from Expression, and then in the end, just gank, letting KT waltz up and take that top lane turret.
Yeah, then they fainted. They looked like they were going to be dropping back for a Mountain Drake, but instead decided to make a play to help out Someday, bail him out of a tough situation in top. Still lagging behind though. You can see Yomu's nearly complete here for Expression, and only the Trinity Force. Okay, now he's got a Giant Spell too. Someday getting there slowly. And I hope this is a dead man's play. So actually just a flash there from Frozen. Annihilation of a Johnny. Great reaction though. Fly comes in with the wall. And they already had the Curtain Call set up, but just not enough. Too much damage too quickly onto the Karma.
Yep. Meanwhile, Expression down in bot lane, just pushing that lane up for the moment. And the Mountain Drake is up. So KT certainly going to be wanting that. Both teams will, of course. Looks like the Rift Herald probably not going to be taken by anyone this game.
Yeah.
A little bit too late.
Nobody really concerned with that. Nope. Objective.
All right, Crash trying to make a play.
Score was so ready for that bush to have
Yeah.
a release in it, dodging out from Cocoon.
It's a dangerous moment too for Longzhu. That's something that KT could have potentially turned around.
Man, they have no map pressure either. Look at the bottom, or the top lane right now. Especially so far back. W.
All right, going in. Fury in trouble. Behind the wall, though. That's going to maybe keep him a little bit on the safe side. Someday comes in. They're going to turn on to Pure now. Easy kill for Fly there. Score, meanwhile, just hacking and slashing. Crash down. Going to manage to pick up the kill by himself. And then, whoa, dodges enough of the True Shot Barrage to stay alive.
Someday in front right there. Does just pop over. Jumps over to the ward, and Jungler is low, but they can just turn right onto this Mountain Drake if they so choose.
I don't know. Seems a bit dangerous.
I mean, Frozen doesn't have his ult, so it's fine. Neither does Expression. They're going to wait for their smite to come back. Probably not necessary.
Well, speaking of not necessary, is it necessary for Arrow to be that far up right now? Seems a bit risky, but he's going to get back in time. I guess he still has his turret there. Wow. Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes in, and Longzhu still hasn't taken a single turret. It's a bit surprising.
It is. It is a bit surprising. The kill's the only thing preventing this from being a perfect game so far. Now, the Hecarim is in the bottom lane. He's looking for a kill on a Fury.
Yeah, he might get it too. Fury of the
No, he's
Arcane
gonna kill
Shift.
him.
That's
Yeah.
not going to work
Oh
out.
my.
Too much damage on that Hecarim.
Well, knew he didn't have Flash, and
Game over.
Score didn't even have his ultimate, but there was just no escaping from that one.
Yeah, this Hecarim is starting to hit critical mass already.
I mean, it was smart. Look at the build right now. Score has a Trinity Force. Oops, gets out. And he's got the Boots of Swiftness. So just with the paper bag boots here from Fury, And that means, even with the Arcane Shift, as long as he doesn't have the flash, Score has Ghost up, no ult on Score, but it's enough to hunt down the Ezreal.
Arrow had to flash over the wall to get away from Expression. But in the end, KT can easily turn around and casually take another Mountain Drake. And that's just huge. I mean, with the amount of picks they've been able to find already, with the ease that they've been winning fights, now that they have 2 Mountain Drakes, it seems like there's going to be very little that Longzhu can do to bring this one back. Arrow dodges the ultimate. Close call there. Meanwhile, it's a battle of top laners. Someday versus Expression. Expression not winning this one, trying to get back to his turret. He will. He eats enough fruit to maybe stay alive. Well, there's the flash. Someday snaps back with the ultimate. That was a close call for this Gangplank.
Still got the flash out for free right there. Someday knows that Crash is coming down, going to try and stun him up. Repel gets him out, but also Fly already there to back him up. So Someday, again, he has just been on point today.
Yeah, both Someday and Score, I think, are really playing out of their minds this game.
Score is definitely MVP of this game.
Oh, yeah.
100% kill contribution rate, soloing the AD carry, just hard carrying on this Hecarim.
I mean, we're seeing a very different style of game as Arrow pops the curtain call, trying to clear out this wave for the push. We're seeing a very different style of play from KT this game, but I feel like we're seeing the same near perfect execution, you know?
Yeah, different style from last game, but a style we know that KT is good at. It's just with new champions. First game this season of Taliyah from Fly. First game this season of the Hecarim from Score. So bringing out the new picks, but playing it in a way we know KT likes doing. That's really scary because the Aurelion Soul has been a staple ban against KT because you don't want them doing this to you. Their sideway manipulation, their pressure game is so good that they just never give you a chance to really even go on the offensive. And now that they have 2 different champions that they can do this effectively same style of play with, it makes a lot of hard decisions for their opponents in pick and ban. Yeah. Because if there's one thing KT has been good at in 2015, it's been taking a style of play and polishing it to an absurd degree where they look unbeatable.
All right, Crash managed to get the cocoon onto Arrow. Arrow just completely caught out. Managed to get the exhaust onto the Elise. Wow, nice dodge of the true shot barrage. Crash takes it. KT on the run a little bit here. Fly comes in to zone out Pure. Achani there as well too. There goes Pure. Achani flashes in to get back to the safety of Someday, who gets hit with the cocoon. He could be in trouble. Gonna ult backwards, going back in onto Crash, but that's not gonna work out. Gets suppressed immediately by Frozen. And so KT, just as we get to praising them, Fly does way too much damage. You can't engage like that. Expression does get the double kill in the end, though, and it was a pretty even
It was a 4
fight.
for 4.
Yeah.
When everything is said and done. So Bloody up there. KT was guilty of walking in one by one a little bit too aggressively. And they do get caught out in the river. I mean, Arrow just in the wrong place. Crash gets a nice opening kill. Cannon Barrage, though, used pretty early on only one target. And it may have been useful further on up here. Score gets chunked out, but watch how Fly plays this. Bounces Pure right back in, able to kill him with a threaded volley. Now, somebody has a Dead Man's Plate here in addition to the Trinity Force, so he is going for the backline assassination. Has a nice opportunity to use.
Nearly gets it.
His ultimate does actually end up killing Elise in the end.
Oh, yeah.
And then Fly here just playing with the zones. Expression tries to get in, but the Thunderlords doing quite a bit.
Wow.
Fly really good on this Taliyah, especially for his first game.
Yeah, meanwhile, minions are going to be able to take the spot lane right before the barrel comes down. Ouch.
And this is a part of the game. A lot of people like to complain about Malzahar and saying he's oppressive, but there are now 3 QSSs on KT's side. His options for who he wants to ult are running out.
Yeah, well, may not be a pirate's life for Expression. It's more like a pirate's no life now.
No way to get out of that.
Nope. Nope, just caught.
And the thing that they did to Taliyah that made her so strong is that there used to be a lockout on the cast time after you cast your W, so you couldn't just immediately chain it into an E. But now that you can do that, it's so easy just to bounce people right on top of your exploding boulder field.
Yeah, and I mean, the boulders do less the more of them one person hits now, but it's still a ton. There goes the Taliyah ult through the middle. Crash and Frozen kind of caught out. KT moving in on the Tier 2 turret. True Shot Barrage doesn't do a whole lot. Crash trying to go in. And just push KT back for the moment.
The Jin ult.
Yeah, here comes the curtain call, doing a lot to Pure as he tries to just body block those shots. Wait for it. And the final shot going through, just clearing that wave.
Can't quite take the turret in the mid lane. Gotta wait for another wave of minions right now, so Longzhu may be able to stabilize. Nope, just kidding. That's a lot of damage to the Hecarim.
Well, Someday kind of threatening from the side here too, so they had to abandon that turret immediately. Dragging up in a minute again. It's going to be an Infernal Drake, so man, everything going KT's way this game.
Yeah.
Man.
But 2 games in a row where KT has played their composition really, really well.
They have
And
more-
as I was saying, that's the scary thing about facing KT is, last season it was the Poppy Zillion comp. It's like you cannot give KT this, they will just destroy you. And this season it's been much more about the Aurelion Soul. And teams that have neglected to ban that have been severely punished. But now that Taliyah is also part of this, it's another tool that they can play in the same style.
빨강 팀의
So how they move forward from here and how teams decide to play against them is going to be interesting.
Yeah. All right. Johnny coming from behind. Score actually gets caught out of it. Nice ult from Frozen. He's going to barely escape. And a good response by it. Longzhu actually.
Yeah, they had to use another Grouse Band Cannon Barrage for that though, so...
Infernal Drake up in 10 now. Longzhu may try to trade it for a Baron. I think KT's just going to hang out around the mid lane for the moment.
Yeah, Score needs an opportunity here to actually pick up some HP. He has not gone back yet. Maybe he's going to rely on his W to try and heal back up.
KT with the teleport advantage too. They aren't even going to need it though. They're just going to take this Infernal Drake, and boy, if you thought KT was doing damage now, well, now they're doing even more.
Over. This has been such a one-sided night for KT.
Oh yeah.
Longzhu has actually picked up kills this game, but again, in Game 1 and Game 2, Longzhu has never, ever had a point in time in either of these games where they looked like they were in control.
Yep. And it's like we said coming into this one. I mean, yeah, Longzhu has won 3 out of their last 4 matches, but it was against the weaker teams in the league, and we thought, all right, now how are they going to do against clearly one of the strongest teams in the league? And the answer is they're looking pretty outclassed.
KT, they win here, they will go into 3rd place, and they'll put themselves within a game of SK Telecom.
평화가 함께하시길.
Pretty huge.
집중하세요.
So, KT can just kind of play it out pretty safely. I mean, you'd imagine 1 Baron is what they would need now.
So many QSSs.
More the merrier if you're facing a Malzahar.
It's true. It is very true. Also, the
Tarek and Elise.
Banshee's Veil
Yep.
for Score, so it's even harder for Frozen to really find a target. At least he's still got the Jhin. Problem is that the Jhin is never going to be in range of him.
Okay. Fly popping that ultimate.
Crash has nowhere to go, has to flash.
Yep. It's a way to get that summoner ult. Or out, rather.
Cross Screen's claim. You don't actually see that item that often.
Yeah, I mean, just more pick potential, I suppose, from the KT side of things.
Also giving him that vision. Quite useful.
Yep. Oh, it's a duel. Special. Still able to do a lot of damage on this GP. Make no mistake, he's strong.
Yeah, it's interesting though. Somebody's not playing this for the lane matchup. Has some trouble actually playing around those barrels as long as, especially as on top of one.
All right, where are you going to go, Crash? Coming right back down. GP ult dropped immediately. Fly has to back away, getting very low, and that Taliyah going to get killed. Frozen grabs one. Hachani goes down, and KT picking the wrong fight there. They're going to try to salvage it now. Score, though, needs to be careful about this engage. Someday kind of behind enemy lines now, and Arrow pops that curtain call. There's not a lot protecting him right now as long as you moves up towards that Baron. And KT making a bit of an error there.
Yeah, fighting man down. Good ultimate from Expression coming in.
All right, they're going for the Baron.
It's a bit desperate. We'll see if they can actually pull it off.
Yep, it's 3v5.
No curtain call though.
Yep, KT very strong, but like you said, Arrow not able to contribute a whole lot to the
Score
fight.
still has ult.
Score down to half health though. Special as well. Crash, low. Score probably going to go in to try to get the steal. Still got his summoners.
They're waiting for Fly.
Closer. Someday going in with the parallel convergence. Going to try to go for the Big Sun. Arrow with 1 kill, but they take out Score. Baron's still alive here. all the members of LZ getting so low, though. Arrow getting some kills. Baron does go over to Longzhu, and they're going to try to clean this one up, but I think KT's going to do it. Said Samse looking for one triple kill already for Arrow. Going to get the Quadra in the end, and the ace completed by Hichani.
Wow, Arrow just poking in from around the perimeter, followed up on his front line.
He made it work.
Fly just surfs in at the end, so just good poke on the outside. And that's the danger that this armor penetration build on the Jhin can have, is just you can just blow people up. The single target damage is absolutely huge. And there's not a whole lot of armor on the side of Longzhu. Their composition just doesn't have a lot of tankiness.
I mean, you can't fault Longzhu for going for that Baron. They had to do something.
Yep.
They got
That was their
2
best
kills.
chance to win this
Yeah.
game, too.
Absolutely, they had to go for that Baron, but KT just a bit too strong, and Arrow looking great on that Jhin. Let's watch that again. Starts out a little bit rough for KT.
Yeah, starts out as a 3v3, but they get caught in a choke point, and the Malzahar damage combined with Cannon Barrage is enough just to finish off Fly. So the 3v3 in favor of Longzhu. As long as the Tarek's there, you just can't burst them down. So they try and turn this back around, and should just fast forward here. There we go. Poke from the curtain call. Maybe would have been better to save that for the actual start of the Baron, could be argued. But instead, come back around. Now they're just trying to delay as long as possible so they can wait for the death timers to run out. Talia all would have been up by the time that the death timers came through, as we saw. So it's just some poke damage coming in right at first. We'll watch Arrow in this fight.
Arrow's positioning was so good here.
Yeah, he just follows up on his front line.
Playing it really patient.
Yeah, they're calm. They go in. Parallel Convergence finds its mark. Yeah, they are able to kill the Hecarim, but Arrow flash forward, Dancing Grenade, helps pick up another kill. And remember that against everybody but Crash, Arrow's kind of doing true damage. Sidesteps the Dazzle there, then finishes off Crash. Just great play around the pit from Arrow.
His target priority in that fight was extremely good. More action in the bot lane. Looks like KT going in onto Pure and Fury. Frozen comes in, gets tossed back though, and there's a kill for Jhin. Fly helping set that one up, and KT's not done there. Pure going to be taking down the back lines as they continue to look for one onto Fury here. Looks like they'll finally get it, and KT just rolling over Longzhu at this point. Taking some damage in return. They get 3 though, and you can pretty much guarantee that this is going to be the game. Looks like they were thinking about the bottom inhibitor, but now they're going to go in and try to just end it.
Yeah, they already got the
Maybe.
mid inhibitor. Jhin.
Oh, not yet, I guess.
Standing there. Somebody's just going to ult back.
All right.
Here we go.
Whoop. All right. So, not deciding to try to end it. They didn't exactly have a minion wave there, but they can put more pressure on with the tower take. Crash coming down, backing away. Someday immediately on top of it. They're going to turn around for the tower, of course. They need that more than anything right now, more than the kills.
Now it's time to back off.
Yeah.
Frozen coming up.
Oh, now's the time to go take an Infernal Drake.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah, another one.
Double Mountain, double Infernal. Nothing like
Seriously.
it.
Does not get much better if you're KT. And I don't see a lot stopping them from taking it. Let's watch that again.
Yeah, Scourge is popping in there. Fury. Fury does get the ultimate on him from the Taric, but just not really a lot going to save them with such a long lane to run down and the speed of KT with the Karma and the Hecarim.
Yep.
Not much to say about that, really.
And so, unsurprisingly, KT was able to take that Infernal Drake. We haven't updated it up on top just yet, but they did take it.
QSS for all.
Ah, yes. Well, I mean, you're so far ahead, you got the money, and you're against a bunch of champions that you want to have that against anyway, so makes sense.
Yeah, perfect pickup. Now Malzahar has nobody to ult, and he is sad. Nope.
It's a tough life, you know?
First you were stuck in the void,
Yep.
getting all corrupted.
Now you're stuck in this game against KT. Bummer.
It is very hard for KT to push into Longzhu's base in spite of their lead, though. There's just so many barrels and
Well, that's the thing.
big mystic shots.
You do still have to respect the damage that Longzhu can put out, because it is a lot.
Yes. This gangplank is really dangerous.
Yeah. That said, KT still takes the bottom inhibitor turret. Not a lot stopping them.
Just giving themselves some time. Hecarim constantly threatening the flank from above. Still have a tier 2 up. Looks like they are going to send Score to take that out instead of putting a lot of pressure onto the inhibitor.
Yep. Final tier 2 left up. We'll get it eventually. Has to avoid the expansion. Oh wow, big play from Fly, bringing 2 people in. A lot of damage done by KT. There's 1 kill already on the Malzahar. Frozen goes down, so will the inhibitor turret down in bot lane. And that scores Q to come back into the base. Looks like KT gonna try to end this one right here. Maybe. They've got a chance, but I guess without the minion waves, they can just go take up middle inhibitor, play it out safe. Why stop now? They've got this game so locked up, there's no need to really take
Fall
that
back,
risk.
get another Baron. We've got the 2 inhibitors now. Gonna take
Get a first Baron.
well, first Baron. That's true. They technically did not get the Baron, even though they won the Baron fight. Nobody got the Baron in the end.
It was kind of like nobody got it, yeah. As long as you got it, but the longest anyone kept it was for about maybe 5 seconds. Not as long as that turret survived. It's not long, especially slow down. Onslaught of Shadows
Oh my.
comes in, and
My.
Expansion taken out immediately. And without that Gangplank, that really takes away Longzhu's damage dealing options. They'll go right for that Baron. It's up in about 25.
Plenty of time to get the recall in before they go back.
Sure.
Expansion just not tanky. Still working on armor penetration items, so he has opted for no GA this game. I don't know about that. So
I think he just wants to blow people up.
I think you need the GA. I think you have to have it. There's too much backline threat from Score and Someday.
Well, he's got 5 deaths that seem to say the same thing, you know? Meanwhile, KT continues to get set up for that Baron. Still 10 seconds left until Expression comes back to life, so they may just start it. Yeah, they will. Teleport for Expression, but no wards nearby to really go to. Yeah, has to go back by the blue pit. KT immediately pulls off. They're going to jump onto Crash now. Coming over the wall. Got to be careful about those chokes, though. Fly taking a lot of damage. Has to flash away. Kill comes in for Arrow already. Someday jumping into the team. Score over the top, trying to zone people out. Really being disruptive. Uses that Onslaught of Shadows to back away, and Expression starting to do the damage.
Someday low.
It just seems like they don't want to fight in that jungle. That's
They don't
very
wanna,
dangerous.
Yeah, this is where they're starting to make mistakes. They don't want to be kited by Longzhu. And in the jungle, getting kited, that's their weakness. Does cost them, but somebody has to go back to deal with the super minions on the Nexus. Expression.
Uh-oh, goodbye, Pirate. Wow, Arrow sniped. 10, 1, and 7 on that Jhin. He is having a monster game, but this is such a high kill game in general. 12 to 28, I love it. I love it.
Very different than the last game.
It's so great. We're making up for lost time, you know,
Kill a
lost
minute.
kills. Can't complain. It's going to be an easy Baron for KT. Nachani not getting it, but who cares?
Part of the reason, though, is we just have a lot more globals in this
Yeah.
game than in last game. Proves my theory. Globals equal more kills.
Globals make the game more fun to watch, more exciting to play.
And lower risk to commit to fights for
Right.
the players.
I love it. Here we go. Uh-oh. Score already pushing that mid lane as KT comes into the top. Looking to end it all right here. See if they can. Like we've seen before, it is tough for KT to push in, but now that they've got the Baron buff, that might just barely be enough. Probably will be. Curtain call time. More like a window shade call there. It's pretty small. Oh, but the lockdown from the Taliyah ultimate. Trapping Crash, trapping Pure. A lot of damage from the GP ultimate comes down, along with the barrels. KT forced to back off for the moment, but they did get the inhibitor turret, which was the primary goal of that push. And the super minions doing some work in the bot lane.
just slow and steady for KT. I think they're done trying to overcommit to these fights and instead just going to use their advantage.
I think that's a good idea.
Elder Dragon available, and with Mountain Drakes, Infernal Drakes up for KT, that'll be certainly an attractive objective.
Yep. Again, you want to mitigate risk. Best way for KT to do that right now is just take the Elder Drake. So that's what they're going to do.
I love it. Mercurial Scimitar on Sunday.
Why not,
Just going all out with this Echo build.
Yeah, got to build that QSS into something. Bruce.
파란 팀의 억제기가 생성됩니다.
Wow, Seraph's Embrace onto Hajani now too. Along with the Athenes, yeah. It's kind of support build I like to see.
War shields. Eventually. It's going to take him a while to stack that tier, though.
And damage. Some damage.
Okay, we're going to start this up. The inhibitors have respawn.
Longju has a chance to contest this.
집중하세요.
Somebody's going to grab himself a blue buff.
평화가 함께하시오.
Oh. Score going in, gets onto Fury. Fury in trouble. And here comes the curtain call. Score, though, has to back away. Gets a bit low. Yeah, he went very deep there.
Yeah, just no backup expansion.
Yeah.
You can see the damage coming through, and Pure didn't even have to pop his ultimate to save Fury. So Fury gets out. He also didn't have to use Flash. The Score caught overextending away from his teammates, and you have to respect the damage that Longju does in the late game.
Wow. Best Reinhardt charge impression I've seen in League of Legends yet. He's going in, and he doesn't care if his team's around or not.
Didn't even get the pin, though.
Nope. No, he didn't. The scary thing for KT right now is that Longju has pretty much all the items they need. They've got a lot of damage. They've got a lot of items, and they could certainly get this Elder Drake. KT needs to fight a 4v5 if they want to stop it. Doesn't look like they're even going to try.
They've got so much damage, and now the true damage, take another 4% for Longju. It's going to be a bit of a turtle time here for KT. Score only just coming up. No Baron, nothing they can take in response. So in spite of the fact that all three inhibitors are open, and Longju has only taken one turret this game. Ezreal, Malzahar, and the Gangplank strong enough in protecting their base that they're able to just hold on somehow.
Yeah, and this is with no inhibitor turrets up at this point.
Yeah, no inhibitor turrets, and they have taken one tower. One.
Yeah.
In 45 minutes.
This would be a pretty incredible comeback and a pretty worrisome situation for KT if they aren't able to close this one out.
The problem is Expression is so vulnerable. He's got his flash up at least right now, but he just doesn't even have a GA. It's 100% damage. Well, really careful.
The damage has damage to them.
Still no chance for them to chain the Ancient Dragon into any kind of Baron here. And turrets, the gold that they get, pretty worthless.
Baron up in about a minute 45 again. Trujat Barrage doing a little bit to prune the wave.
I'm surprised that Fly didn't actually go for a Zhonya's Hourglass this game.
Yeah, I suppose that is a bit surprising, isn't it?
They're getting chunked out sometimes in fights, and if he could last through a Cannon Barrage with Zhonya's Hourglass, it may really help him in a team fight.
That's a good point. KT with the pressure on for the moment. If they can get another Baron, that's obviously very good for them.
Fly actually going for the GA now.
Yeah, he sold his QSS, got the GA.
All right. That certainly works. It's another way to avoid getting the Zhonyas, I suppose. Just having Resurrection after you're bursted out.
KT trying to split push with Someday, but Expression's wave clear is so good. There's not a whole lot that the Echo can do to actually put pressure on him.
So they're trying just to play the 1-3-1 right now with their larger numbers of globals, but someday you can see still losing these duels. Score.
Going in, Expression has to flash because pinned against the wall. There's the onslaught of shadows as well. GPL dropped immediately. Someday has to back away. Doesn't get a whole lot of life back from that though.
Oh, they are like
A dangerous
walled up,
moment.
not any longer. They
Dangerous
tried
moment for
for the
both teams.
assassination on Expression, but fortunately for Longzhu, Pure was able to get there and pop his ultimate in time. So a lot expended, basically every ult on the side of KT. And they can't make the pick, so they identify the GP as the threat, but not enough to actually burst him down. If Expression dies there, the game is over. So Longzhu responding well and making sure it doesn't happen. That's back to a waiting game. KT needs to get those ults back up.
I wonder how much pressure KT can put on the Baron right now.
It's
Or if
tough.
they even want to try.
It's tough. They have to be sure they're not going to be chasing a GP through the jungle again.
Oh, they might be chasing Crash. Fly needs to be careful here, though. All right, going in onto this Elise. Get the grab.
Uses Ghost.
Yep. Score right there. They're going to take the blue buff. Whoa, Someday going very deep without his team. Taking a lot of damage while doing it, too.
Yeah, nothing too impactful used there. Bit of poke damage with the True Shot Barrage. Someday he's going to try and heal up with his Mercurial Scimitar on some of these minions. So many Mercurial Scimitars. I've never seen this many on one team before.
I feel like we're back in the Cleaver Fever era of like 2013.
Well, yeah, this is just what happens when you have a Malzahar on the enemy team.
Guess so.
Not that it's broken, it's that there's nothing else to turn the QSS into when you hit 6 items.
Things go down on the Longzhu. They're going to keep an eye on that. A lot of members of KT are recalling probably to pick up whatever elixir they decide to use. But not a lot any of them can really buy anymore at this point.
Frozen Mallet traded out for a Randuin's here, actually, from Someday, so players starting to make late game alterations to their builds.
Chani has a needlessly large rod now, so maybe going for a death cap, potentially. Arrow picks himself up. I believe he just grabbed an Infinity Edge.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, he's had that for a while.
He sold something and picked up something new.
He sold his Duskblade. Sold his Duskblade, and I believe he picked up the Rapid Fire Cannon. It was either that or the Essence Reaver. I think.
Either way, KT needs to be careful here.
Yeah, he's trying not to get an auto attack range anymore. And poke out from a distance. The maximum amount of damage. This is why we see so many GP bans, Noah.
Yep.
It's difficult to finish games against Gangplank because by the time he gets to the late game, it doesn't matter if he's super far behind. You just can't push in onto objectives and onto the enemy base.
Yeah, that Cannon Barrage is doing way too much. And, you know, speaking of Cannon Barrage, KT's got to be really afraid of taking the Baron because Cannon Barrage in the pick can wreck them. They're going to start it at least.
Now they know
And
this is
here
gonna
comes
be done.
Longzhu. Yeah, Cannon Barrage comes down at the mouth, comes down a bit early. Longzhu coming in though. They don't get a lot out of that GP ult. KT planning to disengage anyway. Score looking to come over the wall now. Fly and Someday taking some hits, going in down to Pure. Pure gets caught by that parallel convergence. Needs to be careful. Score looking to flank, may come over the wall, doesn't do it though.
Yeah, the ult used early from Pure though was afraid of getting rooted, I think, by the Jhin.
Yeah.
No, that was actually was a miss right there. However, that's one more tool that Longzhu doesn't have, and here's the re-engage.
Yeah, KT trying to make something happen here. Crash comes back down again, taking a lot of damage. Score coming from behind, gets onto Expression. Expression turning though, Someday low. Pretty tense fight. KT comes back in again. That GPL being down is so big for KT to be able to put actual pressure on the Longzhu, and they're going to go back onto Baron. They think they've got Longzhu low enough that they could win a fight.
Well, they also
Meanwhile,
just
they've
have
got
the minion waves.
Yeah, pushing in.
That's the key factor here, is that the minion waves are constantly pushing because the tier 2s are all still up for KT. So it's just about waiting. Curtain Call actually comes off cooldown.
Okay, repels. There's going to be a bullet waiting for him when he comes down, or is there? Nope, not used. Crash out of the fight anyway. Here comes Someday from the side, coming around looking for that parallel convergence.
Gets in onto Expression.
That's big. There's a kill though onto Tarek. First off, Fly picking one up. Frozen. Exhaust on the side. There's a double kill now for Fly, looking for another one. Does not get the triple, but it is 3 for 1 so far, as only Hachani going down on the KT side at this point. Fury getting tracked down and jumped on by Score. Jumps back into that tier 1 turret that is still alive at 50 minutes. That's going to be the end of the game. KT has killed enough members of Longzhu that they should be able to end it right here.
Yeah, and the minions are already set up
Yeah.
onto the Nexus for them. Score just going to heal up a little bit on this minion wave with the W as he waits for Arrow. Talia running point down from the bottom side, but you know what? There's one
What?
person up right now. That is Crash. However, they still have 50 seconds and 30 seconds on most of the carries.
Yep.
So this is going to be end of the game.
That minion wave coming in the top and the bottom, and KT, dominating so hard in game number 1 and so hard in game number 2 until that Gangplank really came online, but in the end, just a little bit too strong, a little bit too far ahead, winning those crucial team fights when it counted, and they will take the 2-0 and grab that 3rd place spot here in the regular season of LCK Summer. GG.
KT struggling to close that game out, but so hard against the kiting that Longzhu was able to do. Credit to Longzhu for sticking in and making it a situation where KT could have very well lost that game.
I mean, yeah, you can't really be, too hard on KT for taking that long to close it out, because Longzhu, once they got that Gangplank, it was just ultra strong, but disappointing for Longzhu. They're trying to avoid relegations right now, and an 0-2 loss does not help.
It doesn't, but at the same time, they're playing so much better. Yeah, they got rolled in game number 1, but they fought tenaciously on defense in game number 2.
It's a pretty tenacious D, you might say.
That's right.
Well, KT gets a 2-0 either way. That's 3rd place for them now.
I really wouldn't worry about Longzhu in the promotion tournament. That doesn't seem like it's a high probability that they will be leaving anytime soon now that they've settled on this roster. They really held it together in the late game there, and that's something they struggled with earlier on in the season.
Yep. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're Longzhu, it is disappointing, but like you said, they've got a good chance to still get out of relegations a little bit later on. Damaged champions.
Especially.
Yeah, well, that's GP for you right there.
It's interesting that even with all the barrel nerfs that came through, GP is still such a high priority, and he can still just explode with damage in the late game and make it so hard for teams to close, because diving becomes complicated when the burst is that high.
It is something. So we'll see who our MVP is for game number 2. I think my money's on Score. Had a pretty incredible
It's a
game
safe
for the most
bet,
part.
though, I think.
His early game on that Hecarim was insane. And yeah, he does get the MVP. 7-3 and 16 on that 72% kill contribution. And again, that early game got KT so far ahead.
Huge plays.
Crazy
Huge
stuff.
plays from Score. He was just ridiculously dominant in the early game.
Yeah.
You really see Crash's sort of early game pressure flaws in this series compared to Score. And there's the
First
first
blood.
blood. Barely picking up ahead of Crash. Crash himself at this stage has nowhere to go. Turns around, but sadly for him, there's also a Karma there, and that ult was really early from the Tarek, meant that the dive afterwards was easy.
Yeah.
Fury really was suffering as a result of Score's early game, and this is the part where Score helped turn around the top lane too. He had a profound effect across all 3 lanes.
Well, shutting down that GP early was really key, because if you think about how strong that GP was later in the game, if they hadn't gotten such an enormous lead and that GP had gotten to that spot again, you got to wonder if Longzhu would have had a much better chance to bring this one back.
I do agree with you, Doa. I do agree with you. Longzhu struggled through.
Yep. And in the end, it was a valiant effort for Longzhu, and certainly, I mean, if you are a Longzhu fan, I think you can feel a little bit positive about that at least.
Hey, they're taking it late against some really good teams in the Rocks, Tigers, and KT.
Yeah,
that's
they
something
really
that
are.
they were not capable of doing before.
MVP interview time, and Joel will be doing some translating for us.
Thank you very much, guys. KT gets the win over Longzhu in a 2-0 victory, and we are here with today's MVP, Someday and Score.
팀의 승리에 주역이었던 MVP 선수들을 만나서 얘기를 나눠보는 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 썸데이 선수와 스코어 선수 만나볼게요. 박수와 함께 맞이해볼게요.
Let's give them a round of applause.
네, 두 선수 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your
쉽지
win,
않은
guys.
경기였는데
It wasn't an easy win.
썸데이 선수가
Can you give a comment on the win?
부탁드릴게요.
경기력 자체에서 나쁘지 않게
About the play overall,
것 같아서 2대0으로
I think we did what we needed to do. I think that's what got us 2-0 victory today.
쓰신 것 같죠?
You seem kind of exhausted, Score. Someday, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, it's pretty exhausting after those plays.
확정을 지었어요. 스코어 선수한테도 뭐 이런 게 의미가 좀 있지 않나요, 팀적으로?
전혀 몰랐어요.
I really didn't know that we were third place secured right after this game.
네네.
당연히 가야 된다고 생각하는 팀이
But you know, we always thought of us as our team, as a team that really needed to make the playoffs, and I'm glad we did.
당연히 결승전.
당연히 결승이죠. 예. 그래서 뭐 플레이오프 진출로는
With the
전혀
playoff
만족을
now
하지
secured for you
않으실
guys.
것 같아요. 그 스코어 선수가 두 번째 경기에서는
With Score, second game, you picked out Hecarim and showed a pretty explosive play throughout.
느낌 있긴 한데 헤카림 요즘 티어가 좀 어떤가요?
What are some of your ratings on the champion right now?
일단은 솔로 랭크에서는 좀 많이 1티어 정도인 것 같고
In ranked right now, is one of the top tier junglers right now.
정글밴이 조금 된다고 가정하면은
And
좋은
if
챔피인 것 같아요.
and if you know it doesn't get banned out and it's open for us, I think it's a good pick to pick out.
그라가스 헤카림. 지금
You picked out Gragas also, and with a Hecarim. What are the comparisons between the two champs?
제가 뭘 하냐에 따라 틀리지 않을까요?
Well, I mean, what I really say shouldn't make a difference.
틀리지 않을까요?
Shouldn't make a difference because on what comment I make.
그냥 스코어가 하는 게 1티어다.
But you know, I'm just kind of saying that whatever I play is the better jungler, so it really doesn't matter about the champion itself.
근데 그런 말은 원래 그렇죠. 자격이 있죠. 굉장한 선수.
But I think Score has the right to say that.
오늘 경기에서 또 기대가 됐던 게 엑스패션과 썸데이의 만남.
We kind of expected a really good bout against Expression and Someday.
야스오나르가 나왔어요.
And you really expected the Yasuo against the Gnar, and you really got that.
설마 야수 할까 했는데
I really was thinking that if he was gonna pull out the Yasuo,
클라스가
but you know, I don't think, as Faker mentioned in my Yasuo play, I don't think he has a class to play it yet.
그러니까 원래 구도 자체는 야스오가 분명 좀 편한 측면이 있지 않나요?
With the matchup, we thought that Yasuo would have a better matchup.
타이밍에 딱 노려가지고
Yeah, but I was trying to be patient at the timing where I had the advantage, and I think I picked out the timing nicely.
같이 한번 볼까요? 본인이 또 이기는 타이밍이라고 견적을 완벽하게.
So this is what you call the winning time, the time when you had the advantage.
그냥 싸워서 맞아보면 아는데
I think you know you kind of get the feel of when that advantage comes is when you get hit by the Yasuo and kind of see how much HP is getting cut off, and you kind of get a feel of when the advantages come to you.
가장 중요했던 건 야수 Q 3타를 피해서 궁극기를
I think the most important thing about facing against Yasuo with Gnar is avoiding the Qs 3 times. That is really important. And there really was a really amazing evade from you with the Gnar. What thoughts were you running through your head during this play?
무조건 나오는 타이밍이어서 알고 있었는데
And I really expected the jungler to come in. But with my ult coming up, I was just kind of be patient and wait for the right timing, and I was pretty lucky to get that ult in the right time. You know, you say you're lucky, but I think the skills were really impressive also.
스코어 선수는 오늘 어떻게 자신의 경기력에 또
Score, are you satisfied with your plays today?
좀 처음에 할 때는 괜찮았는데
With the first match, I was okay, but as time went on, I was kind of getting dragged, and it was really hard to keep going with that.
또 말이라서 캐릭터가
And you know, playing with that horse in the second game, I was getting exhausted trying to endure with that. You seemed you were really ahead in the second match, and Longzhu kind of started defending themselves, trying to hold it back in the late in the game. Did you kind of have a feel like you guys were gonna get a comeback on you guys?
서로 말은 안 했죠. 일단은
We didn't try to say that within the team, try to keep a positive attitude. But although you mentioned, we did feel that we were at a risk of losing the game in the second match.
하는 그런 움직임이 있었는데 결과적으로 그게 좀 안 좋게 작용했다고 보시는 건지도 궁금한데요.
아니요. 수은장식 뒤는
With the Quicksilver Sash, like you mentioned, I think it was a viable pick for all of our teammates with the Malzahar on the opposition.
거기에 있어서 뭐 추가적으로 이제 또 아이템적으로 막 변한 선수도 있고 아까 썬데이 선수
And you guys really took off that Quicksilver Sash.
좋지 않은 느낌도 있었어요.
네.
And you kind of changed the item in between.
그건 아니고요. 직간 상태에서 딱 몰아치면
I
끝나는
think there was a
게임이기
time
때문에
in
두대
where
맞는
Malzahar wasn't a
가장
big
상위팀을
effect at the late in the
땄었는데
game.
한번 밀려버리고 한 번 더
And as long as we don't get clutched up together, I think that was a really okay item to throw away for another one. So I think that was a time for us to have a good switch.
잠깐 얘기를 같이 했었는데 그 3일째 에코 괜찮은가요?
We saw the Trinity Force Echo from you today. How do you rate that? I don't know about how good it is, but it's definitely fun.
좋아요.
Yeah, I can say that it's good.
내 상황에 따라
And it's very situational, and when you see that opening for you, I think it should go for it. And we saw Fly playing the Talia today. How do you rate the champion Talia right now in the meta?
탈리아는 일단은 좀 다른 팀들이 잘 안 하잖아요.
With the Talia pick, it's something that isn't played by many other teams.
잘하는 선수가 하면
But if a right player picks it and plays it, it has a very strong potential, and it has a good snowball potential also.
티어가 높을 것 같아요.
And I think it will start to rise up in tiers for mid laners.
I think it definitely causes some tears.
미드라이더가 잘하는 송영준
We can never buy the
선수이기
tier.
때문에
No.
And I think it's just a viable pick for mid laners, possible ones.
좋은 픽으로 자리매김했다 이런 말씀이신 것 같습니다. 그러면 이제 다음 경기 일정이
The next game with you is 2 days later against ESC Ever.
경기가 중요한 타이밍이라
And every match right now is important for you guys trying to get that ranking up.
진짜 힘든 경기 함께 해주신
But the fans were kind of enduring with you guys throughout the game. Would you like to say a word to your fans?
주장님이
I think the captain should speak a word.
요새 또 날이 더운데
The
직접 경기장까지
days are really hot,
찾아와주셔서
and
감사하고
really appreciate you guys coming out to the stadium and watch for us. And 2 days come up. 2 days is another match for us. I hope you guys come out and cheer for us again. Thank you.
네, 알겠습니다. 네, 오늘 정말 중요한
And I think that's the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
All right, thanks for the translation, Joel. And man, it is really hot outside in Korea right now. But the play from KT Rolster was red hot inside today as well. And yeah, they take out Longzhu with the 2-0. It was a hard-fought 2-0, and honestly, it's been a hard-fought season for KT Rolster, but fans have stuck with him, and they are being rewarded. KT, aside from that match against Samsung a little bit later, has a pretty soft schedule from here on out.
Yeah, and the Samsung match will be important, but for now, they move up to third place, 10-5, plus 9 game differential. They already have both the game differential and the head-to-head tiebreaker against Samsung, and just historically, Samsung has yet to win a single game against KT Rolster since we went to the league format and the teams combined at the start of 2015. So we'll see. I think right now the record is 14-0 in favor of KT.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I mean, Samsung ended up being pretty good this season too. If there was any time they were going to take a game off of KT, it'd be now, but won't be for a while. So speaking of things that won't be for a little while at least, in about 40 minutes, ESC Ever going to be taking on SK Telecom. It may seem like this isn't a great match, but it really is. SKT has never beaten ESC Ever in a best of. So so there is that. So I don't think you want to miss this one, no matter how one-sided it may seem like it should be.
Yeah, especially because SK Telecom came off the wins against the big teams, but recently they struggled against CJ.
Yeah.
We saw them lose 0-2 to Africa, which means they have yet to win a single game this season against the Africa Freaks. And actually in total, this year, they've lost 3 out of their 4 best-of-3s against Africa, so
I don't know. There's apparently like the Africa Freaks and now ESC Ever are like the kryptonite for SKT. So we'll see if they can finally break the curse here in a little bit, guys. Again, about 35 minutes or so until we're back with that second best of 3. Thanks for watching this one. We'll see you again for the next one. Until then, chill out.
chill out. Chill out.
I dialed 7 digits 5 times today just to hear you say you love or hate me. I'll take anything. I just wanna hear your voice cut through the line like a heart-shaped knife. Cut me down, baby, one more time. Good or bad news, yes, no, it's driving me crazy. Won't you pick up the phone? I can pick up some wine. I can pick you up in my pickup truck, and we can pick up right where we left off. Hey, Dad, what we both want. Pick up the pieces, girl, it ain't that broke. Pick up the past and just let it go. Look down and over me, never wanna see me again. Goodbye kind of stuff, big girl. You're putting me through hell, one ring voicemail. Baby, I can tell that you ain't on the other line. Except no, decline. How can I tell you if you won't listen?
Coming up next, ESC Ever, SK Telecom T1, 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
안녕하세요. 시간을 지배하는 남자 칼퇴 가오가 늘 함께하는 칼퇴군 단군입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 월화는 단군과 함께 수목금토는 전용민 캐스터와 함께하는 롤체스 서머. 월화요일 이 밤 10시면 발표된다는 첫 단군제. 최근 월화 경기가 2대0으로 끝난 일이 잦아지면서 많은 분들이 당분만 너무 꿀 빠른 거 아니냐, 전현웅 캐스터가 불쌍하다 이런 말씀을 많이 하고 계시는데 여러분들 그런 말 하지 마십시오. 예. 저만 맨날 칼퇴근한다고 뭐라 하시는데 저도 늘 칼퇴근만 한 건 아니에요. 1박 2일 중계도 해봤고 1경기 아직 시작이 안 돼서
느낌상으로는 딱 2세트 시작하는 느낌인데 오랜만에 김우중 캐스터가 좀 늦게 퇴근하는.
중간중간 만담도 굉장히 많이 했고
저희가 실제로 막 같이 씻으면서도 막 수다도 많이 떨고.
같이 언제 씻었어요? 따로 씻었어요.
아니 근데 뭐 해외 나가시고 뭐 롤드컵이나 이럴 때 나가시면
아니 순서대로
같이
씻죠. 당연히 같이 씻지는 않아요. 아니 물론 남자들끼리 재수 씨를 위해서 꽃을 사러 동분서주 열심히 뛰어.
그거 말씀하시면 안 된다니까요. 서프라이즈로 하려고 했단 말이에요.
이거 당연히 말하면 안 되죠.
여기도 말하면 안 돼.
서프라이즈.
연정아, 이제 조금 뒤면 우리 20년인데 우리 진짜 행복하고 건강하게 살고 내년에 또 우리 셋째로 만나자.
네? 솔직히 그렇게 뭐 꿀 빨고 있진 않습니다. 요즘 그나마 이 스포티비 여러분들이 많이들 힘내주셔가지고 최근에 빠르게 퇴근할 수 있게 된 것 같아서 뭐 그거는 인정하겠습니다. 스포티비 여러분들 감사합니다.
더블킬 전킬! 전킬이에요 전킬!
Najin Sword Prey.
앞으로도 정말 열심히 해서 세계 최고의 원딜이 되겠습니다.
자, 지난주 페이커의 1000킬에 이어서 또다시 1000킬을 달성한 선수가 탄생했습니다. 그 이름은 바로 Most Valuable Prey.
프레이가 뭐야?
프레이 뭐야, 프레이.
10킬 먹었네, 엣지. 1000킬.
뭐
축하해, 축하해, 축하해.
10킬이네. 아 몰랐네.
형, 일부러.
지난 락스타이거즈와 ESC 경기에서 키 선수를 잡고 드디어 1000킬을 달성한 프레이. 축하드립니다. 그 뒤를 이어서 뱅, 에로, 스코어 선수가 1000킬을 향해 추격 중이라고 하는데 1000킬까지는 아직 한참 멀었다고 합니다. 올해는 좀 못 봐요. 예, 올해는 힘들고 내년에 꼭 달성하시길 바라겠습니다. 지난주 수요일 상암에 느닷없는 가면 무대가 열렸습니다. 선수들은 다 강남에 있는데 상암 경기장을 채우고 있는 의문의 사람들. 이 사람들 뭐죠 이거? 복면 노랑인가요? 이 강현종 감독님의 뱃살 싱크로율은 100%. 하지만 박정석 감독님의 등짝 싱크로율은 0%. 저기 지금 제 앞에 계신 위클리 HK 그 PD님, 브론즈 PD님이 박정석 감독님 하셨거든요. 양심이 있어야지. 본인이 무슨 박정석 감독 등짝한다고. 아 진짜 짜증나네. 똑바로 하세요.
울프야, 이게 나라고? 야? 말이 돼 이게? 야! 아 이거 아니지, 이게 아니지.
개 나이스.
지난주 아무리 잘해도 오지엔에서는 서포터가 MVP를 따기 힘들다는 공식을 깨고 드디어 서포터 2명이 MVP의 주인공이 되며 서폰 유저들의 설움을 덜었습니다. 그 주인공은 바로 SKT의 울프 선수와 삼성의 레이스 선수. 실제 지난주까지 기준으로 스포티비에서 선정된 MVP는 총 59명, 그중 9명이 서포터였고요. 오지엔에서 선정된 MVP는 108명. 그 중에서 단 9명뿐이 이 서포터였다는 불편한 진실. 유독 서포터들에겐 이 오지엔의 MVP 선정된 여러분 좀 짠데요. 서포터들에게도 자비를 베풀어 주시길 바라겠습니다. 아 참고로 이번 시즌부터 노라이못 작가와 PD는 빼라는 이 의견을 적극 수렴해서 MVP 선정은 기자단 그리고 옵저버 중계진으로만 이루어진다고 합니다. 참고하세요. 자, 큰 소식이 없었던 지난주 이 무소식이 희소식이라지만 위클리 HK는 사고가 없으니까 좀 씁쓸합니다. 다음 주 빅이슈 빵빵 터지길 기원하면서 전 이만 퇴근해요. 여러분 안녕. 칼퇴근. 네, 여러분들 지금 시간이 12시 30분입니다. 화요일 경기 1박 2일 경기를 진행을 했는데 이제 좀 기분 좋으세요? 저 1박 2일 하니까? 저는 사실 뭐 크게 문제 없는데 여러분들이 하도 그러시니까 이제 오기가 생기네요. 저는 앞으로 이제 1박 2일만 해도 아무 여한이 없습니다. 앞으로 1박 2일 경기만 와주세요. 괜찮습니다. 1박 2일 전문 캐스터가 되도록 하겠습니다. 이제 속이 시원하나?
to search into the black. Get back and get back a little more.
Today's matchup. ESC Ever. SK Telecom T1. 2016 Coca-Cola Zero League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Round 2.
Welcome back to LCK Summer. I'm Doa, that's Monte Cristo, and here we are. Our second best of 3 of the night. Gonna be ESC Ever taking on SK Telecom, or I should say SK Telecom taking on their nemesises, their kryptonite, ESC Ever. Not a rivalry you would really expect, but SKT is yet to beat these guys in a best of here in Korea.
Yeah, now, well, anywhere, really.
Yeah, anywhere. I don't know. Here in Korea, it's still true.
It is still true, both ways. But yeah, they did, of course, lose famously at the Casper Cup, which was a tournament that ESC Ever surprisingly won at the end of 2015. And in the first round robin, it was a 2-1 victory over to ESC Ever. We'll see if they still have that magic to beat SK Telecom.
I feel like, and no bias, I feel like it's time. I feel like it's
Is this the time?
It's time for SKT to throw off the, depression that comes from losing to ESC Ever, which they have had good games. They have had good games, but it's still ESC Ever. You're SK Telecom. You're a 2-time world champion. You're like a bazillion-time OGN champion. You can't lose twice in one season to ESC Ever. You got to win today. And again, it's so important for them to win every match right now because they want to get as close to that top spot as they can.
Yeah, I feel that it's time for SKT to throw out of depression and make sure that the Rocks Tigers maintain that first place spot in the league.
Yeah,
maybe set up a nice match with Africa in the playoffs so that SKT can't quite dominate this league to the degree that they're used to.
I agree in that. I feel like it's time for a new champion, maybe.
It really is.
I think that fate has decreed that SKT will just win everything for a while, and I don't think they're going to stop here.
This league has not had a new champion since 2014.
I know.
Almost 2 years ago.
To be fair, this is the closest season we've had since then. This is this is the most likely finals we're going into. I think that may either A, not have SKT, or B, have a team that can beat SKT, which we really couldn't say for any of the other finals in the last 2 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And with SKT's loss recently to Africa and the 2-1 victory they got over CJ, we have seen the Rocks Tigers and SKT now tie in terms of game differential and a matchup for the Tigers right now. Of course, worth mentioning that they have played Rocks has actually played one fewer match than SK. No, they're the same, excuse me. They're at the same number of matches played, so it really just depends on the schedule from here on out. Now, it is worth noting SKT does have a rather soft schedule. They played most of the hard teams in the first part of the season, which is why we were expecting them to more or less just clean up the remainder, go undefeated. But that Africa 0-2 really threw a wrench in their plans.
Yeah, and I mean, talk about kryptonite. Africa has just kind of had SKT's numbers this season too, for whatever reason. And maybe it's playing Lulu, I don't know. But you gotta be a little bit worried if you're an SKT fan, seeing them go into ESC Ever. And at the same time, last summer we saw SK Telecom not end up getting first place in the league. Rocks Tigers got it then as well too, but and it didn't really end up mattering in the end, did it?
No, it didn't. And it may not matter this season, though, even if the Rocks Tigers are in the pole position as they were in the spring and making that auto berth to the finals. SK Telecom has shown on multiple occasions now that they are perfectly happy playing 2 best-of-5s in the playoffs and winning both of them to maintain their spot as champions here in Korea.
Yep, that's right. A win here today would bring them up to 12-4, which again would tie them in wins anyway, but they would be ahead in game score, I suppose, at that point. And there it is, the matchup of matchups, the legendary battle between ESC Ever and SK Telecom, a best of 3, and I don't know, you gotta wonder what's gonna happen, because we should mention this too. ESC Ever is starting Totoro again today. They've been doing that a little bit more again lately. And it just seems like Key has been objectively better in that support spot for this team.
I would say that Key has a higher ceiling, but also a lower
Sure.
floor. So Totoro plays at a more consistent level. We'll see what happens today if they are going to keep him in for the entire set. It will be Blank also starting today instead of Bengi. And really, SKT's jungle woes just continue.
Well,
It's not been a good look for the SKT junglers this season. And for the first time, really in a long time, we have pretty discernible weaknesses for SKT. Losing out that jungle matchup is a problem. SKT is more or less floating on having really strong lanes that actually don't need help right now, while Blank basically does nothing in the early game. and when I say basically does nothing, I mean statistically
it's true.
Really does nothing.
We have facts.
Yeah, I do have facts.
Yeah.
You do look at Blank. He has a 14% first blood rate as a jungler, which is
that's not good.
Atrocious. And to put that in perspective, Bless is actually the second worst in that category, but he's at 32%. So we're still talking about 18% difference in first blood rate between last and second to last, and that's really big. They don't do anything in the early game. He has a very low kill participation. We'll talk about him more in a minute.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we could go on all day. But there is ESC Ever, Crazy Bless, Temp Loken, and today Totoro in the support role. And Bless has been kind of one of the bright spots on this team. He's been pretty significant, a pretty significant part of the games that this team has won. But they need more, obviously.
Yeah, Bless still hasn't had like that great early game either. We think about ESC as a scrappy team willing to take those skirmishes early.
Yeah.
And that is not what SK Telecom is. SK Telecom is currently carried off the back of strong laners, which when we get patch 615 and the changes to the turrets and we do see maybe a bit of a difference and fewer lane swaps, the strong lanes of SKT may well carry them to another championship. I really feel that this upcoming patch is highly favorable to SKT, considering that they already have such an insane lane dominance when it comes to CS advantages over their opponents, gold advantages over their opponents.
I mean, it's just bizarre that a team can essentially be a 4-man team and just put like literally, I feel like you or I could play jungle for SKT and they would still win because it doesn't matter what we do. That's weird. And
it's disturbing.
You think about that team with a good jungler, and imagine what they could do then. It would be absolutely nuts. I mean,
people like to throw around a lot of names, like Rush coming in and perhaps becoming the new jungler. He has apparently said recently that he'd like to be on a Korean team next year. Now, for those people who want some sort of change, there's actually a roster lock. They can't change. The change time is in between round robins for these teams. So it would have to be some sort of, if SKT makes Worlds, which of course based on the point system and their current ranking in the league is very likely, it would have to be some sort of roster change in the interim. If that's even allowed, I actually don't know whether Riot would allow a roster change between the end of the season and Worlds. I would imagine they would, but who knows?
And we'll see. But, yeah, I mean, it again is. SKT is just an enigma in that they're able to be so good and win so much and still be so obviously weak in a certain role, especially a role that seems so crucial like the jungle spot. But when you've got those strong lanes that can just kind of take care of themselves, they are strong independent lanes that don't need no jungler.
They really don't, apparently.
Yeah.
They really, really don't. So back to Blank. Not to dig into him too harshly. His team fighting has been okay. Obviously not fantastic, but it's just his early game. It's like, what is this guy doing? We've seen a lot of kind of odd pathing errors from him.
Yeah.
And he's currently bottom out of all starting junglers in the following categories. It's pretty depressing.
I'm ready.
14% first blood rate, 68.5% kill participation rate, which is the lowest, again, of all starting junglers. He has a negative 141 gold at 10 minutes and only 4.2 CS per minute. These are all really low. So it's not like when we talk about Crash and we said in the last match, okay, what is Crash doing? He's really hard farming it, gets a big advantage for himself. Blank does not farm, and he doesn't gank. So
what does he do?
What does he do? He has a lot of pathing issues. It looks like there's synergy problems with his lanes. And even when it comes to the late game, the one good thing, there's the slight upside to Blank, which is that he takes an extraordinarily low percentage of the team's gold. So he is the lowest economy jungler that exists in this league. Everybody else gets a ton of money. He doesn't. And he's number 1 in wards per minute. So he's basically doesn't take any money. Doesn't deal. He does okay damage actually in the team fights.
He's a ward bot.
Yeah, he's a ward bot. He has no pressure really. Basically, he's not counter jungling. He's not even doing his own jungle. Who knows what he's doing really?
He probably like shows up in like a bush near your lane. He's like, "Hey, fake, you want me to gank?" And Figure's like, "No, I got this. Go. I don't need you. I'm fine."
Just put a ward
goes
down.
up to the top. He's like, "Hey, Duke, come here. I've got Cocoon ready. I can gank." And Duke's like, "No, I've got it. Don't
Just
worry about
put
it,
a ward.
man." It's like I think bot lane looks like it could use some help.
Now there is value to that, by the way, because being a ward bot, which Bengi was always famous for too, and maybe that's just what SK Telecom has
SKT tradition at this point.
is trying to shape their junglers into being. The value to that is that it allows your lanes to play more aggressively. And when we do look at other statistics that are very valuable, Duke and Bang are number 1 and number 4 in the league at CS differential at 10. So they are typically winning their lanes quite hard. They're able to pick up a lot of farm in the early game. Bang is number 1 in the league at CS per minute. So he is getting massively fed.
Well, we've known for so long how dominant a bot lane duo Bang and Wolf have been for years now at this point. They've even back, on SKTS, they still did pretty well too.
Yeah, they were fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a difference in style of play, and I think that's important to remember what the jungler for SKT's job is. And this team, and this has always been true of SKT, no matter who was in their jungle with Faker. Even last year, when it was, of course, Marin and Bengi who were the starting players on this roster, they like to win lane, win game. That has been the mode of operation for SK Telecom. Now, the bright spot about SKT this season is that they've had great dragon control. Good fighting. Best in the league at First Dragon, best in the league at Total Dragons. They are way up there, taking 67% of all dragons in the game, which is huge. So that's been their mode. Have a strong laning phase, transition into team fighting and dragon control, and that has gotten them a lot of power.
It's funny to see this happen with SK Telecom and League of Legends because they've kind of traditionally been an esports organization that have had something they're really good at a game and everything else is kind of meh. Like in StarCraft 1, they had really good Terran players, but Zerg's not. It wasn't good to be a Zerg race fan and watch SKT. It did not go well. But Terran, they were amazing. Protoss, they had great players, obviously, too. But it seems like they always have this glaring weakness in every esports.
Well, they didn't have a glaring weakness for a lot of last year.
Well, sure, but it's kind of funny to see it now, when you look at the StarCraft history of SKT as well.
And to be fair to Blank, too, when we did see him at times in the regular season, last time he was really suffering, not doing well, but he has now had a tradition of stepping up in playoffs, stepping up in international competitions and making it work.
Kind of the opposite of what we saw initially. I mean, Blank was a player that was really known for having nerve issues and confidence issues on those big stages. And, they apparently SK Telecom brought someone in to help him with that. And it really has had an effect on those big stages. But on the regular stage, he's still, having some issues.
But we do have to point out that in the spring finals, we expected Peanut to walk all over him, and he actually really dominated Peanut in that matchup. So
yeah, you'd think it would go the opposite.
Yeah, so maybe Blank is just a player that plays to the level of his competition. It's a little bit hard to tell, but what we can say is that this season, just in terms of statistics and in just the eye test in the early game, it's been a dark time. So Tahm Kench is actually going to be banned out here. That has been a huge priority pick for SKT. They're also going to take away the Alistar.
Makes sense to get rid of that and not allow Wolf to have it. There's Gragas banned from SKT. Don't want to let Bless have that one.
Yeah, and, well, SKT, I'm a bit surprised they banned the Gragas because they have been such a team that emphasizes picking the Gragas early, and in fact, their 7-game winning streak that they had recently was based on 100% Gragas play.
100% Gragas play.
Okay, so Trundle taken away from Crazy, and the GP is up.
Okay, trying to preempt the Gnar pickup possibly?
Well, the Gnar can 1v1 the GP, so I think Duke would be A-okay taking the GP. The GP, obviously, as we saw in our last series, very strong in the late game, but can have some trouble if the Gnar all-ins him in the laning phase. Not that dying does too much early to GP. As long as you don't lose too many objectives off of it, you'll be happy to just continue maintaining an an even score in farm, and of course getting ahead with the extra gold.
You know, we
parlay.
talked earlier about the new Rise as well too, and SKT I feel like would be one of those teams that might try that out fairly soon. Probably not today, but maybe in the near future.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Blank covering the Sejuani, an unsuccessful pick when they went up against Africa. Yeah, really didn't do too much to the Kog'Maw.
I mean, hey, if Blank goes with the Hecarim here, he can at least farm really well, you know? In theory.
Yeah, of course. And that may play to his lack of ability to have much of an effect on ganking in the early game.
I don't like how there's just the word 0 above my head when we're in this little, like, box form. That's not good.
Is that your rating, Doa?
It's bad.
It's bad.
I also don't know why we had the Kled poster anymore when all the details for that champion have been reversed. And look at that, a Taliyah picked up for SKT. Nice. I've been wanting to see Faker play that pick for quite a while.
Yeah, huge engage potential already between the Hecarim and the Taliyah. And on this patch, Taliyah was already good, and guess what? She's even better now.
Yeah.
So we are going to see Faker's first professional game on Taliyah. That is exciting.
You know, we just saw KT bring the Hecarim-Taliyah combo in their second game against Longzhu, and it was very, very effective.
It is just really devastating because you can play both sides of the wall with his ultimate.
Karma Jhin quickly locked in.
Karma should be mid lane here. When you're going to be taking both GP and Jhin, you're going to want the extra AP for the Karma shield, so I expect Temp to go ahead and grab that champion. Probably also looking at a tanky support and then maybe a Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Could do that.
By the way, guys, Braum is still not available to be picked because of bugs, so we will not be seeing that pick probably at all this week.
It's a big pick, too, to have off the table right now in Korea. SKT taking quite a while to make their next two selections here. And the Ashe would add to the pick potential that the team is putting together, and Taric certainly would too. So that's an interesting bot lane for Bang & Wolf, actually.
This is a really different draft from SKT.
Yeah.
They've never played Taric this season. This would be a new pickup for Wolf on the reworked Taric. And they've also never played the Taliyah, and they have one game of Hecarim, so
cool.
Very different style of team composition. SKT may be looking for a way that they can adapt better to the current meta, because these are all very strong picks right now, but not ones that SK Telecom has really been pursuing.
Trying to take the SCF a bit unawares, perhaps, too. Vladimir, a good option for Temp. Seen him play that many times this season.
Yeah, interesting that they're saving their top lane pick for last when they already know what the matchup is going to be, or probably almost certainly do with the GP. Very unlikely that we would see him played in the mid lane.
Maybe the Elise. The Rek'Sai seems a bit safer.
Rek'Sai is definitely, I think, a better pick right now.
Karma is going to go to that mid lane, I guess. If they lock in the support for Totoro, Janna would be interesting, but against Hecarim?
That's a really powerful lane, though, Janna, Jhin.
Yeah,
huge levels of harassment.
Wow, they're going for
it. 2v2. Wow, we haven't seen a Janna in a while, but...
Yeah. Long while. All right. Well, it is monsoon season in Korea, so I guess it's appropriate, you know?
I guess the Elise does synergize well with the chain CC that you can get on a gank with the Jhin. Will be the Gnar, as expected, in the top side for Duke.
Yep.
And they will be taking it into lane against the Gangplank, where he does have that kill pressure in the 1v1. Incredible amounts of engage from SKT here. Great ability for Duke to follow up. Also just strong synergy between the Taliyah and the Gnar in general, because you can make a wall and then smack him into it with the Gnar ultimate.
Yep, and if anyone's going to be able to put that together, Faker and Duke, you'd think would be able to do that wombo combo quite easily.
Yeah, I do find the Elise pick a little bit confusing here, just because if you had more CC in your lanes, it would make sense to try and use that early game ganking ability of Elise, but maybe you can get something going with the Karma, but probably not. Probably going to be looking at bot lane ganks mostly.
Yeah.
It is difficult to gank for a Gangplank with that Elise, but really just doesn't offer as much appeal in the late game. They do modify their composition with the Janna, so at least they have a support that is highly capable of peeling. But still, that is a squishy composition, and I would be worried about that because the ticket to the backline is 100% there
Yeah.
for SKT. They can either just use Faker with the Taliyah ultimate to get straight into the backline. They have the Onslaught of Shadows. I don't really see how ESC is going to be able to successfully kite this one out because if they're cut off by a wall, the Janna ult isn't going to help them.
It's a very good point. They did pick the Janna into the Taliyah, so that is perhaps a bit questionable. Either way, exciting to see ESC Ever versus SK Telecom. Will ESC win another best of 3? Let's find out. Time to get in the game. And welcome to Summoner's Rift. ESC Ever taking on SK Telecom in our second best of 3 of the night here on LCK Summer on OGN. And it's an Infernal Drake to start things off with. And it is an interesting comp from SKT as well.
Yeah, interesting comps for both teams. Loken going back to the Jhin, he was dominant in that Game 3 versus MVP on this champion, really hard carried them to a win.
Yeah.
And they're setting him up for success. We should see Bless really focusing on that lane, trying to get the root into the Cocoon combo down. It does help with the Jhin if you have a ranged support because the auto attack will trigger the ability to use the Deadly Flourish to get the root.
Right.
Easier than when you have
미니언들이
melee support to get that combo done, and then you can take it even further with the Elise Cocoon.
I know why Wolf is playing Taric. He just wants to use that sweet, sweet pool party Taric skin.
Wouldn't you, Doa? Wouldn't you?
I absolutely would.
Who doesn't love a shirtless Taric?
Nobody doesn't not love a shirtless Taric.
That's right, Doa.
That's obvious.
All right, so invade here. Blank and Duke will be forced to go into their strong side jungle. And starting on the strong side jungle already for ESC's top laner and jungler. Will just be a simple matter of walking up to this top side right now.
And we get to see Faker play Taliyah.
I'm excited.
Yeah,
Always
me too.
fun to see Faker debut on a new champion.
That's right. I'm glad we're here for this. You know, I kind of feel like we're John Hammond in Jurassic Park, and he needed to be there for the birth of every dinosaur on his island, which seems impossible, but we want to be there for the debut of every new champion that Faker plays.
Even the reworked ones.
That's right.
We insist on those too.
Yep. New Rise, gotta be there. Yep.
It's a good comparison, though. I like it.
It is. That's right. We have not bred Velociraptors. Not yet.
Well, Korea did breed Faker.
That's right. That's true. You bred Fakers? Terrifying.
That's what NA thought when they first saw him play.
That's right.
How irresponsible. Now we just lose everything.
Yeah. Something, something, chaos theory, life finds a way. Frog DNA. Can't explain that part, but it's science. Oh, we've got lane swaps down to a science this season, don't we?
No, there's still a lot of variation, though. As much
fine.
as people like to say there isn't, and it's all right. It's only one more patch of this, and it will be dead.
Riot will drive its cartoon fists right through the heart. Lane swaps.
That's right. Forcing the game to be played how they want it to be played in solo queue.
There you go.
Weird, though, because considering they didn't even invent the meta as it is. That was a natural evolution of the, basically, of just the way pro players are playing the game. When I first started playing League of Legends, there were junglers. There were no junglers. Just 2v2, 2v2, and a 1v1 in the mid lane.
Yep.
There weren't 80 carries.
Nope.
But apparently they like it when the pro players develop that meta. But any other meta is unacceptable.
Yeah, change is scary. You know?
It's sometimes scary. That's what I've learned.
Keep things the same. Well, I gotta be careful there. Temp going in on Faker. You really need to respect that damage from the Taliyah.
Yes.
Yeah, walking towards the Taliyah with the Karma seems like a dangerous prospect. That was not a mining joke.
You have to take a canary with you.
That's right.
Make sure it's safe.
That's right. Jin, quit creeping me out.
Well, he's got to play the strings when he has his final shot up.
Yes. Does he?
Well, Temp doing a good job of poking out the Taliyah so far. Using that range advantage and the base damages of Karma early. Meanwhile, the lane swappery continues.
That's right. Yep. Lane swap. You know, maybe they should have a League of Legends reality show where you take like the star player from one team and you make him go and like live in a different team's team house.
I would love that.
Do that and you call it lane swap. Yep. There's been other famous swapping shows on TV, so why not? Go for it.
I would absolutely love that, but the thing is the player can't speak the language of that team. That makes it even more entertaining.
There you go. Yeah. Sounds good. Take you take someone like Ryu. Well, he probably speaks pretty good English by now. Wow, ESC with a really fast Infernal Drake.
Yeah.
Huh.
Popping that before the Rift Herald can even spawn. So really
Big.
nice take right there. Jin,
Yeah.
despite being generally slower, the lane swap actually does manage to take down the turret a little bit faster. They get a tempo advantage and get the Drake. We almost never see 6-minute Drakes go down in lane swaps.
Yeah. Dignitas is still around. You take Wolf, you put him in the Dignitas house for a week or something.
That'd be great. There's no show I would rather watch than Wolf traveling in time and going back to when Kiwi Kid and Cutie Pie were both on Dignitas and putting him in that house. That would be hilarious.
Yeah.
I approve.
Yeah.
Also forgiven on any Korean team. That'd be great.
Or you send Rapid Star to go play with CLG back in the day.
Well, the advantage to not getting that Drake is that we do see a little bit more farm on Duke, on the Gnar in the top lane.
And it is good to keep your top laner ahead of the GP because we saw in our last game that that Gangplank, when he gets rolling, can do an enormous amount of damage.
Also on one item, just the Gnar can solo him. So the faster you get that one item, the happier you're going to be.
True.
That edge does have value. Now clearly once the wave goes back, GP will be able to make up for lost ground in the farming. But for now, the Gnar pretty happy with what's going on, the level advantage. And I expect SKT to really start playing around that Gnar, especially now that Blank is level 6. Once the Gnar hits 6, there will be some good opportunities there to really just punish the GP in the early game.
Blank just put the ward down because he is the ward bot. And then going back to doing whatever. Recall. You know, I really feel like they missed an opportunity with Taliyah to like give her a stun or something like that as part of her kit and call it Dirt Nap. You know?
Maybe
done so much.
Yeah, just put some rocks on somebody, turn them into a pile of rocks.
Yeah, there you go. Too close to Lissandra's ultimate, maybe.
They didn't even call her ult rock in a hard place. What are you going to
Yeah.
do?
Well, you know, I mean, once you hit rat-a-tat levels, you really can't.
I agree. That would be a
There's no
terrible,
going back.
That'd be a terrible name.
Unless we thought of it, then it'd be a great name.
I'm still waiting for the game where
Dazzle,
where we get to see Azir and Anivia, and I get to say killing two birds with one stone. Also works for Malphite.
Yeah, that's true. Wouldn't Malphite? Then you would need to have Anivia and Azir on the same team.
I know it's very unlikely to happen, sadly.
Yeah, I would say very unlikely, unless it's like support Anivia. Hey, it's a thing. Somewhere.
I'm sure it's happened.
Oh yeah. We had support Vel'Koz for a while.
We've had support Syndra. We've had support Sejuani.
That's right.
Wraith, the king of unusual supports.
Support Xerath.
Xerath?
Xerath? I don't know. I'm studying a lot of Korean lately. My pronunciation has gone really strangely. Well.
This has been a good lane swap for SKT. They got to get the Gnar ahead in the early game. They had to give up the Infernal Drake. That was the price of this, but They got the Gnar ahead in the early game, although he has fallen back behind now as the wave pushes back out. So it looks like Crazy has stabilized, and of course that GP gold, he'll be quite happy.
Ever's up by about 500-ish gold right now, which isn't too big, but it's something.
Yeah, and they have the Infernal Drake, so I take it back. We are seeing some rebounding here by ESC, but the big timing that they're going to look for is with Duke getting the Frozen Mallet and then being able to all-in Crazy. And Crazy, if he keeps trying to go into these long lanes, is eventually just going to be cut off by the power of the Hecarim and the Gnar.
I mean, the fact is, we've got years of SK Telecom games where they look like they're behind until about maybe 15-20 minutes, and then they just annihilate people, so...
There's also a very discernible game plan here for SKT. There are two champions in the side lanes in Jhin and GP that do not have movement abilities, and the Taliyah can do work on roams. In conjunction with the Hecarim and the Gnar, there's a ton of crowd control. So once it's about hitting that power spike and working from there.
Yes, Ever pushing up the bot lane for just a moment, but maybe with that. Okay, Cocoon onto Wolf, but here comes Blank from around the side. Doesn't decide to engage on that as the bot lane from ESC Ever is coming up the river. Gotta be careful.
Yeah, less than a minute till the next Drake. ESC has an opportunity to get rolling in these Drakes quite early on in this game.
Ocean Drake coming now. Around 30 for the next one anyway. And Duke has pulled ahead a little bit in CS now.
Moment. Just how these long lanes work, though, it will be a bit of a bouncing back and forth in CS. Where's the first big play going to come in? Are we going to see a recall here from Duke before Drake spawns? Should have plenty of cash.
Well, maybe as soon as this wave, but the Drake's going to be up by then, so... I don't know, here comes Faker. Clearing out some vision along with Blank. Wolf and Bengi trying to push up this lane, so clearly they want it. Yeah, Faker and Blank starting that Ocean Drake right away. Bot lane for ESC Ever fairly close by though, but don't think they can do too much about this. And they won't. So second Drake going over to SK Telecom unless it can be stolen, it cannot. And so SKT at least gets that Ocean Drake.
Yeah, no good angle, especially with Bless all on the top side of the map there. Crazy would have to give up CS if he wanted to actually TP into that engagement, and he is still quite squishy with only a Sheen as his first completed item. Duke still not quite enough gold here to grab the Frozen Mallet. We're going to look at Wolf right now, I guess.
He really does prance as he runs, doesn't he?
He does.
It's kind of like a bouncy jog, which I would describe as a prance. Ash Arrow coming in, going deep, going for the blue buff. And Bless barely missing it. It does give the blue buff over to Blank, so.
It did make them scared. Also, Wolf was in between Karma and the blue buff, so they had a real good setup.
Yep, and now they're going to go for the Rift Herald as well, which is going to be really nice to give to Duke if they can.
Yeah, huge. Again, this game is about playing around Duke. And SKT normally has a lot of skill in identifying where they need to apply pressure and which advantages they should be going for, but Crazy has actually played pretty conservatively in the lane. Hasn't had any huge overextensions, so not too many options yet for SKT to work with. And for the most part, Tempt has kept Faker near his turret too, which is nice when preventing Taliyah roams.
Yeah, staying pretty even on CS as well. Oh, blue buff steal though. Bless takes away SK Telecom, so they do end up trading those buffs.
The steal back.
Yep. Well, it's worth it to get the Rift Herald onto Duke, so it's probably fine. Steal back, I see what you did there. Took it. I was a little bit slow on that one, but I got it. I got it in the end. Yep.
Well, you see the matchup starting to be problematic for Crazy, and
a little bit.
Once the slow comes in from the Frozen Mallet, it becomes more challenging to deal with. But for the moment, it will back off. And not enough wards right there. Totoro also moving on through and clearing what he can with his sweeping lens. So waiting for that explosive play from SKT. They have hard CC set up in both the side lanes right now for Taliyah to work with, but ESC has been super cautious about pushing out too far. They don't want to give those openings. They know exactly what SK Telecom wants to do here.
Yep. Wolf giving out some wards, and ESC Ever just already seems like they're getting pushed back. You know, it seems like the pressure is on map wide from SKT already.
Oh yeah, of course, with this composition, even though they do have a TP in the mid lane, you have to respect Blank quite a bit. As a team fight or a skirmish jungler, there will be a Proto Belt Elise in this game. Also just going for damage, so we'll see if ESC just wants to make picks and burst people down with the Jhin, GP, and Elise combination.
Another Infernal Drake on the way as well, so if SKT can claim that.
Yeah, this is SKT's chance to stabilize and match Infernal Drake for Infernal Drake.
Yeah, well, Asher on the attempt as he tries to get away. Wolf looking for the Dazzle, doesn't get it, but here comes the Taliyah wall. Everybody cutting off that support from the rest of his team. Temp does go down eventually. First Blood going over to Faker. They're going to keep chasing here, but the Curtain Call is going to push it back maybe a little bit. Nope, not really. Here comes Duke. Bless tries to flash away, but Duke flashes in response and picks up that one. Meanwhile, Blank manages to get the kill onto Totoro. And so that's 3 now for SK Telecom, and it's a good setup as well for the Infernal Drake coming.
Yeah, nice engage there from the Ash Arrow. This is another one of those times, though. I've been seeing more and more Ash Arrows recently that don't look like they should be hitting, but end up doing just that.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know about that one. That hitbox looked a little bit weird. But Temp does get caught out in the end. Wolf has a great ultimate right here, right as they try and turn around with some additional damage. And it's just a faster TP from Duke. Duke goes hunting for Loken, who is in that curtain call, ends up finding Bless, who's still trying to escape. Flash, Gnar, ultimate to pick it up. Faker uses his Ghost on the backside of that fight to pick off the runners.
All right, fighting around the mid lane turret here. Wolf gets a bit caught out. Temp goes in for the kill, but can't quite pick it up. SKT, though, do have to back away. You know, as far as going back to that Ash Arrow, there has always been kind of the theory I've heard from multiple people that projectiles traveling diagonally have a larger chance of hitting for some reason. And I don't know if there's any actual validity to that, but I feel like I've seen evidence over the years of it. And that looked awkward, didn't it?
I don't know if there was a change in the game, but it has seemed to me that there are more of those style of Ash Arrows recently than there used to be, because that was pretty borderline in terms of whether that should have actually hit Tempt or not.
Yep.
Sometimes it can also be the camera angle makes it look weird. It's another factor to consider.
Wow, that certainly did look weird.
Regardless, though, SKT gets the engage. They get the faster TP. Crazy just not even showing up.
All right, curtain call pop. Bless wrapped up with that cocoon. Oh, nice snipe on the bang there by Loken. Gets a double kill even on the Blank as well.
This is what really turned around the game.
Yeah.
Loken is, against MVP, is that Loken is super good at using the curtain call effectively, and they happen to get 2 picks right when the second Infernal Drake is going to come up. SKT may have to give up double Infernal Drakes, which against an armor pen Jhin is going to hurt so badly when it comes to poking.
Yeah, that was a massive moment in the game for ESC Ever, chaining those kills into a second Infernal Drake. And SKT in a bit of trouble now. They may be ahead on gold, but fights are going to be tough for them. Let's watch that again.
Yeah, the siege is strong here. Janna really adding a lot. But look at the cannon barrage. He makes up for it. Bang, sniped at the back, and Blank is the next to go down. So great accuracy on the ultimate from Loken. Picks off 2, just ditches his gun and heads right down to take the second Infernal Drake. Yeah, they've got a gold deficit of about 2,500. But 2 Infernal Drakes, that will make up for it in the late game.
I was going to say it might make up for it right now even. It's a huge bonus to their damage.
Yeah, not too many items yet, so odds are the stats value isn't quite there, but it will be soon.
Sure. Faker on this Taliyah has managed to go 1-0-2, looking okay on it so far, but for whatever reason, SKT is still struggling a little bit with ESC Ever here.
Well, you have to be careful about that Hecker, and when he's on one item, he's still quite squishy with just the Trinity Force. Doesn't even have a Cinder Hole completed. They're going to go for a pick. Not going to land.
Does not hit. Taliyah wall, Leo wall rather, coming in. And and not going to be able to really use that.
Now ESC just wraps right back around into the lane.
They want that mid lane turret, and they'll get it. Oh, they'll get engaged on me by SKT. Faker trying to throw the damage in onto Totoro. Gets pulled back in. There's the kill for Faker, soloing down that support. Blank going in now, has the survivability from Tarek's ultimate. Bless in trouble. Duke's going to help Faker pick up the double, and Loken way behind enemy lines. Blank trying to find him.
They're looking for him with a volley. Blank also caught in the mid lane right now when GP is still there.
Sneaky Jin gets found out. Bang does need to be a little bit careful here. Gonna wait for Faker to come in, yeah. Oh, hello. And now Loken will just simply die. And so SKT finds a good fight. They do lose the mid lane turret, but that was 3 kills for SK Telecom.
Yeah, it was. And now they have an opportunity, baby, to go for a really early Baron. 40 seconds after spawn, they're going to try and make an attempt. They have a lot of damage to do this, and there is no vision.
Yeah, no GP ult for Crazy as well. So SKT, I think they're going to get it. Yeah, they will. Wow. All right, SK Telecom with basically on-spawn Baron take after that fight. So a bit of a back-and-forth game, but SKT, you know, again, taking the lead in a big way here. And that was against the double Infernal Drake ESC ever. You can see that, like you mentioned, the items just weren't there. You had to really take advantage of that.
ESC overextended and allowed themselves to be flanked, too.
Yeah.
And the Janna the Monsoon did not stop Faker whatsoever. As we will see right here, just everybody runs up, and Totoro gets bounced right back in. Monsoon, nope, not enough. Threaded volley still going to be there for the takedown. And the Tarek ult comes in at the right time yet again. Wolf has been on point using that ability. And Faker just playing the periphery with the threaded volley. Loken goes for a stroll. Can't quite make it out as Bang successfully checks a bunch of bushes. And this is how SKT plays. They are one of the best teams at knowing when they can actually do objectives. Even that early Baron, uncontested. No real even way for ESC to contest. Like you said, Cannon Barrage was down, Loken was dead, there was no curtain call, and there was no vision. So they take a small risk. Of course, they would have backed off had they been caught out, and they are rewarded. This is what SKT does the best, is punish. You give them these opportunities, and they will just destroy you with them.
Yeah, well, ESC trying to throw some damage back towards SK Telecom with that curtain call. Bang gets a bit low, gets sniped again. Loken's so good on that Jin, man.
He's holding ESC in this game.
He really is. Carrying as hard as he can, but...
And Bang's been behind people, too, on both of these attempts, and he's managed just to clip the edge of the hitbox.
Comes Bless, there goes Bless. Here comes Bless. Here comes Faker and Wolf in the mid lane now. Still wanting to take out that mid lane turret. It's got about 1 auto attack worth of health left. And okay. Thought Faker's maybe going to go for it there. ESC Ever trying to collapse. They've caught Bang. Faker trying to push him back. It's not going to help. Nice pick for ESC Ever as SK Telecom hangs around that mid lane maybe a little bit too long.
Yeah, also a guaranteed 3 versus 4.
Yep.
And they had wards. They knew everybody was coming from the top side, and they still stuck around. Blank gets caught out in the front line, and again, has the Cinderhulk now, but still squishy, no resists.
Bang. Firing his magical arrows as he pushes back the bot lane.
확인합니까?
Those poor magic birds that Ashe fires, they never get to come home. They're just sent out to fend for themselves.
And then explode.
And then explode. I guess they don't need to defend themselves. Nice Ashe arrow to finish off this kill on the Bless. Good lockup with CC and SK Telecom. The mid lane turret will die eventually. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice shield from Totoro there.
Wow, that's really annoying.
Yeah, it is.
Good defense, though. There we go. Finally, they get a turret off the Baron buff, and that's just SKT equalizing the turret count.
Yeah. Well, they might be able to get another one here. Oh, but time for Bang to die, maybe. That ult from Jin has done so much work. Looks like Bang is safe for the moment. And they will get another turret. Tier 2 now taken by SK Telecom.
ESC has prevented them from doing as much as they could with this Baron ult. Still, though...
They played well.
Yeah, 6K behind. Not looking great for ESC, at least in game number 1. It's a large lead to have fallen behind by at 25 minutes. And Ocean Drake now available for SKT, so it will be water versus fire, I guess, in this game.
Well, in the Battle of the Pokemon, water come out pretty far ahead in that matchup, so SK Telecom's
However,
got the right element.
In not Pokemon, in League of Legends, probably Infernal better.
I'm just riding the hype train. Well, I can't, because you can't play it in Korea.
Well, you can play tons of Pokemon games, though. That's not
It's
a
not
risk
the
at
one
all.
that matters.
I think that's like the worst Pokemon game.
Well, objectively, maybe. I mean, looks pretty fun to me.
Can't even fight your friends, man.
Not yet. I just like walking around, you know?
You know what's weird, though, is I can walk around without playing Pokemon. I know
Yeah.
that's going to be mind-blowing to a lot of people.
But then you're just walking around.
Yeah, enjoying life and the scenery.
I think you can do both. If you're playing,
I definitely
Pokemon
can't do that.
Oh, well. Some of us are better at multitasking than others, I suppose. You gotta hand it to ESC Ever for how they've managed to kind of stay in this game. And it's not over yet, but SK Telecom looking like they've got a lead that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah, and especially when there's another Baron where SKT can force a fight. One thing that SKT has been doing really well this game is running with the Ashe Taric lane. And because they weren't against the super punishing Janna Jhin lane, they got to a point where if the Ashe arrow lands, Wolf can just walk up and dazzle people right afterwards. It makes it quite easy for SKT to follow up on the crowd control and just keep people in a permanent stun lock.
Does Talia really go, whoa, when she jumps onto her little like rock surfboard thing? And why is she surprised by this? She's the one that's making it happen.
Yeah, she shouldn't be surprised at all.
No.
Should be quite easy for her, in fact.
That's like my least favorite scene in the Star Wars prequels is when Qui-Gon Jinn is lifting Anakin into the pod racer and Anakin goes, whoa! It's like, kid, you're being lifted into a machine that you're going to drive at 600 miles an hour. If this is the exciting moment, you've got problems.
Also, he has a history of pod racing, right? So
yeah. So why is that a whoa moment? You've met a Jedi. You've watched him fight Darth Maul. You've done pod racing before. You've crashed and lived, and yet this is the whoa moment? What is wrong with you, Anakin? Clearly a lot. You become Darth Vader, but that aside, seriously. All the Anakin Padme stuff is really bad, but that moment with young Anakin is by far my least favorite moment in all of the prequels.
I don't know, and they're like rolling around in that field together. That part's pretty terrible.
Yeah, and Jar Jar exists too. Keep that in mind. But man, that moment still, I think, made the least sense of all. Ashe Arrow gets dodged. Flash from Totoro. Keeps him alive. Man, the prequels suck.
Yeah, they surely do.
Whoa! Shut up, man.
I know you're really psyched about the changes that they announced they were making to Rogue One.
Well, not really. No, I don't think. Oh, all right. Tallywall comes down. They've cut Bless and Totoro off for the moment, anyway. Duke on the back line. Uh-oh.
Faker
All right,
did not go on a ride on that wall.
Here we go. Blank coming in. Now he's Meganar. Totoro gets blown up immediately. GP ult drop, though. And that curtain call forcing SK Telecom back for the moment. All right. So they do have to back off. The Infernal Drake's starting to kind of come online here, I think.
Wow, nice job actually killing the GP barrel there.
Tempting SKT in, and that's going to cause Wolf to get caught up by the cocoon. He's going to get away, though.
A single kill on a Totoro. Not the cleanest engage from SKT. The wall came through, but Faker did not go for a ride on it.
Nope.
And so Duke was sitting there waiting to gnar people into the Weaver's wall, but nobody else there to back it up.
That is a Baron that I don't think ESC ever is expecting SKT to go for. They're going to chase it down anyway. Check it.
It's also a Baron that SKT cannot do before they get Faker and Gnar back
dangerous
into the mix, so they try it. ESC is on top of the Baron this time. Don't want to let SKT get another one without any kind of fight at all.
Teleport, bringing in Duke. Loken and Totoro are in a rough spot here. Loken flashes almost immediately, and they're just going to focus on killing that Janna yet again.
Hard to stay alive as Janna. That was my question this game, though, is you got the Monsoon for Peel, but there is just so much engage on SKT.
Yeah, who do you use it on?
And it's like, well, I made you go back for half a second, and then I just got CC'd again.
Guess what? We don't see a lot of Janna used these days.
Not yet. Not until next match.
Yeah. All right, Baron time for SK Telecom. Faker zoning on the side. The curtain call goes in, as does the Gangplank ultimate. That'll push SK Telecom back. They're very grouped up right now. But ESC really with no way to capitalize on that. Might be fighting time for SKT. Here comes Blank. Weaver's wall goes down. Cocoon as well. Blank gets knocked back in. They get the kill though. One for Duke. SKT chasing ESC Ever. Flash dazzle onto Bless. And he's going to hop up in the air for just a moment. Actually, Loken able to get one kill with that curtain call. Duke in a little bit of trouble. Has to hop away. And ESC Ever, man, I mean, they are behind. But whoa, nice barrel from Crazy to capitalize on that deadly flourish from Loken.
Yeah, great combo. Crazy's still at full HP, so...
I was going to say, ESC Ever still has some teeth in this matchup.
GP's really good right now, Noah. I am really surprised that GP is as good as he is. I did not think he was this good.
And guess what? Jin is really good when Loken plays with him.
Yeah, we learned that their last matchup for sure. ESC should definitely not have won that series, but the hard carry from Loken was real.
A DP for Tempt. SKT trying to prevent this Baron, getting lower. Ashero comes in, Blank right on top of that, trying to take out Totoro. Duke in the middle of everything. Whoa! Bang actually stole the Baron there. He got it, and now SKT backing off with their prize. They may lose to people at a time. No, they're going to turn this one right around. There's a kill for Bang. GP ult comes down. Bang's got the double. He's got the triple. And how about that for a play for Bang, stealing the Baron, getting the triple kill. That is going to mean SKT comes right back, and that could be an inhibitor.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an inhibitor, Doa. I don't know if it's going to be more than that.
Could be.
Got some time to work with. Only the Janna coming up soon, so how far do they want to push this?
Depends on how fast they can kill the turrets. The answer looks like not much, so...
Yeah, they're just going to go for the inhibitor and then transition into the bottom lane.
I think so.
And take out the tier 2. The GP still doing 800 damage on these barrels.
Wow. But Bang, we got to see a replay of that. How in the world did he take that Baron? I think it was a lot due to Blank wrapping people up with that Hecarim in the pit.
Yeah, he's been good about the engages here, and the team fighting at least has been the strong part for Blank. And if he can provide effective team fighting on a small amount of gold, the rest of the gold just goes to top, mid, and 80 carry, and that's a style that works for SKT. I think you have to respect that.
All right, well, they're going to get pushed back from this bot lane tier 2 at least. Faker getting a little bit caught, has to flash away. Okay, now we got to see the replay.
That's right. Show us the Baron, OGN.
You know, SKT could get 3 Ocean Drakes as well at this point. Wouldn't be bad. I guess we don't get a replay.
No one will ever be able to see the glory of Bang.
We get replays with Peekback broadcast, don't we?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Making me doubt. Blue buff from Faker, and that will be 3 Ocean Drakes now for SK Telecom, so the regen will be strong. That'll be nice, as they do have the advantage, and they will be the ones sieging here. And that will be especially nice, too, against the Gangplank.
Yeah, it's still the barrel damage is so real with 2 Infernal Drakes already taken. Even Triple Ocean Drake will have a hard time keeping up with the amount of bursts that the GP can unleash on SKT. Fortunately, though, judiciously used Taric ultimate will be able to mitigate a lot of that burst and give SK Telecom a window of time in which to charge the backline.
So here comes SKT in the bot lane. Looking for another inhibitor. Man, this Janna for Totoro really could not have worked out worse. 0-6-5.
Again, if they had been in lane, that's where you use it. Janna is incredibly lane dominant. You get there with a Jin-Janna combination, you're going to have a really good time versus Ashe and a melee support. Now, SKT got the lane swap. That was crucial to their early game, and we could have seen something very different had standard lanes been the choice here.
All right, SKT putting pressure on all 3 lanes right now. Faker in the mid. They've got Duke up in top. Faker having a pretty good game on that. Taliyah, 5-1-4. Not a bad debut. Didn't look as clean as some of the other Taliyahs I think we've seen in the league so far, but
he's had some good combos. Fly, I think,
Hasn't
maybe
been
looked
bad.
a little bit better today. But
yeah, I agree.
Also, one of the strengths of KT is playing around Fly's sort of globals. And KT really, they have, I think, less individual skill, but a higher degree of teamwork. Duke, not known for necessarily being consistently present or consistently first on his TPs. Sunday on the ball there.
Yep. And Blank, I mean, we were kind of hard on that guy before the match, and we were right to do so, but he's had a pretty good game overall. Not, again, you know, not a big presence in the early game, but he got wards down, and he did his job, I guess.
He did his job.
He did.
Maybe you don't want to take a Hecarim when he does get such a small amount of the gold on his team, because Hecarim is a pretty gold-intensive jungler, requires a lot of items to be scary in the late game. But
maybe
carries really hard out of the jungle, one of the best late game junglers you can have.
Yeah, and he really made a big difference in that Baron steal for SK Telecom a few minutes ago. Looks like they're just gonna wait for a bit now. Waiting perhaps for the next Baron before they try to go for this final push here in game number 1.
The game of patience for SKT. We've seen teams, we saw it in our last game with KT and Longzhu, don't overcommit to closing against a late game gangplank. The kiting, the barrels are impactful, still will deal huge amounts of damage even if you do have the lead of 10,000 or more. So play with respect on that front. And just make sure you close out methodically. Get the next Baron. Don't dive the turret.
All right, SKT moving to the top lane now. There's a curtain call pop. Nice GP ult yet again. They use the Taric ultimate to reduce some of the damage, but in the end they do get pushed back. Now it's time for the Triple Ocean Drake to go to work. Now that those ults are down, we'll see what they can do from it. Faker just grabbing a quick red buff here.
Taliyah needs the red buff, sure. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, might as well, right? Got a little bit of time. Here comes your team now in the top lane. Faker throws down the Weaver's wall just to...
That's great use of the wall.
Yep, allow SKT to take that inhibitor turret. They're going to go right for the inhibitor as well. Oh, Bless came in. That was not a great idea. Maybe it may have gotten bounced in by Faker, actually. Having a little bit of trouble taking the inhibitor, though. Mid inhibitor is back. There we go. Top one does go down. Oh, Bless, or Blank, rather, going deep. Temp trying to turn it around. Faker working on that mid inhibitor. Crazy taking a lot of damage. It's so easy to bounce people in now.
Yeah, it's that's the big change with Taliyah.
Yep. And they will get another inhibitor. Loro taking the damage up. There we go. Faker just juggling fools here in this game.
Faker's bouncy castle.
Bouncy castle of death.
Except it's the bouncy castle where you get bounced onto a number of sharp and exploding rocks.
That does not sound like my kind of bouncy castle. I would not want to be in that. Uh-oh. Never mind.
Just a little poke to him.
Baron time.
Bless can take it. He's sort of tanky.
Sure. Whoa. Oh, wow. Where did Crazy go? He's just gone. He got bounced in, and he got bounced to oblivion. Well, all right. Well, I guess you take the Baron now.
That's what happens when you have a GP that is full damage.
Nice pick for SK Telecom. Well set up, and now they're going to go back in again. Trying to find Bless, they do.
Bless, you have nowhere to go.
Well, goodbye. You will go to the afterlife. Curtain call pop, but curtain call maybe for ESC ever in the near future. And this Baron's going to go to SKT.
Baron number 2.
Yep, they're second to the game.
This is where they should be able to close.
They are 16,000 gold ahead. I would hope that they can.
Yeah, just go for the Elder Dragon right now.
Yeah, why not?
Double down on the regen. You have 3 dragon stacks to go for a lot of true damage.
Yeah. See Faker recalling here. And that'll let him have all the potions and buffs and whatever else he feels like having. Blue buffs, sure, why not take it? And there's the Elder Drake going over to SKT. Super regen.
There you go. Ultra regen. Tons of true damage. Chance for the jungler to recall, I suppose. Why not? And this should be the final push here from SK Telecom.
Yep. Certainly looking that way. And, you know, again, like ESC Ever, certainly putting up a little bit of a fight. Logan showing that he's a fantastic Jhin player. Crazy looking scary on the GP, as we often see GPs look these days, but in the end, SK Telecom just, you know, kind of outplaying ESC Ever in nearly every way. Maybe even literally every way. GP ultimate goes down. Tempt has to back away out of that fight immediately. Whoa, Duke with a big 4-man Gnar ultimate. Gets a kill with it as well, and SK Telecom just running right over ESC Ever. And that will be the end of game number 1.
Yes, it will. That'll be it. SKT, nice snowball into victory.
That's right. GG. And so, SKT, I mean, looking to kind of break the ESC Ever curse. Maybe it wasn't the longest curse ever, but it was sure a bizarre one. They do get 1 game, though. They do get 1 game. So now, see if they can get the 2-0. Champions. That's what SKT is.
And damage dealt to champions. Gangplank the highest again. What a shock. Even on the losing team, 2 games in a row of losing GPs, but still topping the charts. Whereas Taliyah actually doing a lot of work there too. Faker helping out to pick people off and burst them in the later stages of the game. I like the way he used the wall, especially when they were sieging that turret, just to cut him off. Nicely done. So many good uses for that ultimate. Huge amount of utility, which is why it's when we saw Taliyah first come out, it was pretty much inevitable that she was going to be played at the professional level. You give just a wall that people can't get past. It allows you to, of course, engage those team fights, play into the back line, cut people off from objectives, and there you go. It's pretty much a guarantee that you're going to see that at the professional scene, plus the global movement that is possible, semi-global movement that is possible with it.
Yeah, that's right. There's a lot of talk about building walls last week on the internet, but these are the ones I'm a little bit more interested in.
I don't think ESC Ever is interested in these kind of walls. See, that's what
think so either.
That's what it depends on, though. It depends on which side of the wall you're on, right?
That's very true.
There you go.
Very true. Faker puts SKT on the winning side.
I'm pretty sure when they built the Great Wall of China, the Chinese were quite happy with that. The Mongolians, though, they were not cool.
Yeah.
Really threw a wrench in their plans to raid consistently.
They got there like, oh, man, there's a wall. Where'd that come from?
We can't ride our horses through this. We just wanted to do a little pillaging. And I sympathize.
Nothing wrong with that.
I sympathize with the
you?
Mongolians.
Yeah? You want to do a little pillaging as well?
I would love to do a little pillaging, though.
You know, my ancestors did. I've got the...
Me too.
The Viking ancestors, both of us, yeah. That's right.
It's in my blood. What
it's in our blood. Yep, that's right. So don't build that wall is what we're saying.
It's
there
okay. We're Vikings. We come by sea.
That's true. We just go around. You can't build a wall through the ocean, can you?
No, that's what the English and Irish found out very quickly.
That's right. We need an ocean wall. And, you know, Pacific Rim showed us that those don't always work so good either. Kaiju just breaks right through there. So, when we come back, we'll see if SKT can get the 2-0 for more stunning analysis on League of Legends. Make
And
sure
Vikings.
you join us then. That's right. And walls. We'll be back in a few, guys. See you then.
Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive. If I quit calling you my lover, move on. You watch me beat it till I can't breathe, shaking, falling onto my knees. And now that I'm without your kisses, I'll be needing stitches, tripping over myself, aching, begging you to come out. And now that I'm without your kisses, right on my own. Got a feeling that I'm going under, but I know that I'll make it out alive if I quit calling you my.
자, 오늘 두 팀, CJ 블레이즈와 SK텔레콤 T1 이 팀이 경기를 기다립니다.
솔로 랭크에서 엄청난 경기력을 보여줬었던 선수들 위주로 구성이 되었고
네.
이 선수와 오늘 앰비션과의 싸움이 굉장히 흥미진진합니다.
글로벌 골드의 영향을 좀 덜 받습니다. 물론
그런데 그대로 먹었습니다. 지금 역시 고등학생
일반적입니다.
그렇죠.
두 번째까지
장난 언제까지 기다릴지 일단 한번 건드려봤는데요. 뒤쪽 나갔을 때 이지훈
잡았어요. 이거 빼야 돼요. 빼야 돼요.
또
그러니까 전화까지 쓰면서 잡은
와,
거 지금
이걸
예상이
원콤으로
되는데.
잡나? 야, 대단한데요. 이걸 원콤으로 잡아요.
뒤쪽에 있었기 때문에 충분히
우승 SK텔레콤입니다. 쉽게 도망가야 됩니다. 지금 도망가야 돼요.
몇 가지가 있었는데 그거
이거 바로 걸린 싸움이
체력이 안 들어요. 치열한 경쟁을 뚫고 단 2개 결만 하나 멈춰.
마스터이
보고 있어요.
당겨 마이가 지금 잡고 갔어요. 또 에이스 더블킬. 오너한 선수들의 꿈의 무대 셀로체스 서머 파이널이 전면 타이밍 가야 돼요. 한번 먹고 마지막 들어갈 거야. 아니 페이커 이거 뭐 어쩌라고 그래. 이거 공각이지? 사이드 무비 살짝 뒤돌았다가 와 혼자서 솔키를 들고 갔는데
Show me where to hide.
텔레콤입니다. 자 잡으러 가자. 정면. 자 지금 90도. 승부를 시작하겠습니다. 그렇죠. 맞추면 플레이. 이번에는 플레이 말해야 됩니다.
이거 제대로 안 들어갔는데요? 애매한데요? 터졌어요. 페이커가 이미 들어갔어요. 페이커가 안으로 이미 들어갔어요.
더블킥.
계속 달리고 비욘드. 비욘드가 오히려 먼저 들어갔어. 비욘드 잡히지 않았어요.
오늘 첫 방인데 떨리지 않아요?
이제 인터뷰 들어가겠습니다. 3, 2, 1. 유현출, 은정이 어딨어?
미아 발생. 조진미야.
비공감이 쏟아지고 있어요.
은정아 어딨니? 은정아.
오늘부터 실종 전담반을 맡게 된 전용준이다.
용산, 상암, 해운대. 뭔가 이상하지 않아요?
사라진 사람들이 한둘이 아니야. 단서가 더 필요해. 단서가.
광주에서 발견된 실종자가 있었어.
기억이 나지 않아요.
민인이? e스포츠에 성지로 가봐야겠어.
용산이 아니라 상암이라고.
속보입니다. 강민이 자택에서 숨쉰 채 발견됐다는 소식입니다.
핑이 400을 넘고 있어요.
Don't forget, when I signed this, there's no going back.
결정적 단서가 될 것 같은데.
웃어?
오빠 오늘 버스 태워줄래요?
난 불온중걸.
일주일에 800, 한 달에 3,000폰.
캐시는 500.
전술들, 활성화, 석양.
왜 들어오는 항상 우리 팀입니까?
거부할 수 없는 제안을 하죠.
박탈을 못 먹겠어.
말레이는 가지 말랬지? 잊혀질 수 있을 거라 생각했어?
그럼 게임 한번 시작해 볼까?
싸웠지만 잘 졌다. 강프닝 제작진이 선사하는 초대형 액션 블록버스터 오주의 실종 전담반.
Beat in sync with the fast track. All eyes are searching to the black. Jump back and get back a little more.
Hey, welcome back to LCK Summer. Guess what? Faker's a really good League of Legends player, even when he plays a new champion. Or maybe always when he plays a new champion.
Even when he plays champions that nobody else plays, like Master Yi,
There
which
you
we
go.
saw earlier. And before, everybody's like, all their players played Master Yi, and they'd be like, yeah, that was AP Yi. Nobody else
Yeah.
did what he was doing last year.
Yeah, keep in mind, there was a time last year where Faker was just so good at League of Legends, he could play whatever he wanted. Like, really, whatever he wanted.
And that voice that I made, that is what you sound like when you try and say Faker's not the greatest. So think about that before you say it.
Yeah. Who would ever say that? Crazy people. Crazy people. Not like a they're
Wow.
so crazy kind of fun way. Like, they're so crazy I wouldn't want to meet them in a dark alleyway.
We didn't see that actually, but Faker had a nice disruption there on the Loken to prevent him from actually stopping that turret. This was a little bit of a weird engage by SKT. They did end up making it work, but not to the degree that it could have. And at the end of the game, that's where we saw the damage. We are going to see Pop goes the Gangplank. The sudden camera.
I know.
Didn't expect that one. Didn't look
Well,
like it was going to end that early.
We've learned to expect the unexpected here in Korea.
That's right.
The sudden camera is a hallmark of our broadcast here.
The sudden camera is the unseen camera is the deadliest. Although we didn't die, so I guess
No.
it's just catching us unaware.
The unseen camera is the most surprising.
Is the awkwardest. We'll go with that.
Awkwardest. Yeah, awkwardest. That sounds like a word people use. Yeah.
Even the word awkwardest is awkward. Therefore, you know it's right.
So awkwardest. Strange. Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, SKT gets to win. ESC Ever doesn't win. I feel like things are kind of progressing according to plan. How we would have. This is like the first logical match that we've had between these two teams, perhaps ever.
Well,
No
we
pun
will
intended.
see. We will see, Doa. We will see whether SK or Ever can complete the reverse sweep. But first, they have to start it, and it starts here
Yeah.
in game number 2. And this would, of course, going back, be SK Telecom's first ever best of series win against ESC Ever. Yes, they won a game last time, but they haven't actually managed to close it out. But that was pretty convincing from SKT. I don't know. Certainly, ESC, they made a big gamble on standard lanes. Didn't end up happening. So they were punished by that. And then SKT just consistently playing the match, punishing over extensions. GP getting about as online as he could have in that situation.
They had 2 Infernal Drakes,
Yeah,
too.
that was a big game changer.
Yeah.
Really big game changer. You saw the big damage from the GP barrels, which would not certainly have been anywhere near that level had he not had a couple of Infernal Drakes on his side. That's a significant amount of additional damage.
You know, in the end, they just got that amazing pick on GP. They pulled back towards the Baron, waited in the brush by the blue buff, and just completely blew the pirate up.
So that's how you do it.
It's like a ship filled with wildfire, man. Just gone in an instant.
That's how you destroy pirates, with ships full of wildfire.
That's right. Well, you know, Saladar's son and his pirate fleet, which of course was helping Stannis Baratheon, you know, try to attack King's Landing. He unfortunately lost all of his ships along with that.
Life sucks.
Yeah, that's right. Well, of course, that did break the, you know, kind of the sort of partnership they had going on, as Stannis was then, of course, forced back to Dragonstone and then under siege for quite a while.
Have you
in
ever
the books?
have you
until he went
ever
north.
have you ever considered actually applying this skill that you have for knowing histories of fake things into knowing histories of real things?
Yeah, sure.
Because that's what I do,
you
and
could.
I find it actually a lot better.
Does it? Is it better?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
How?
Because knowing about the real world and seeing the history of the things around you, as opposed to a completely fictional universe that has no bearing on your day-to-day life.
You make the assumption that I don't know a lot about history, though. I do. You can't know everything about everything. I know a lot of, like, natural stuff, too.
Oh, naturals. I know a lot of natural stuff.
Like plants.
2016.
Plants and trees.
Because I
and
was going to say,
bugs.
it seems like you know a lot about unnatural stuff based
Both.
on our previous conversation.
Both, you know?
Okay.
So you think everybody in the world needs to like what you like. But imagine a world that was completely populated by Monte Cristos.
Oh
you know
my
what
God,
it would,
yes,
you know what would it
please.
no, it would not be good. Because this is what it would be. This is what a world completely populated by Monte Cristos would be like. You ever see the movie The One, where it's just Jet Li trying to kill all of his alternate selves? That's what it would be like, where all of you think that you think you know best, right? And so because of that, you need to kill each other until there's only one left who truly does.
This sounds
know
awesome.
the
There's no
best.
downside to this.
But this is it sounds bad to me.
It will just be a fight to the bitter end of all the Monte Cristos. It's like Highlander.
know.
With
It
me.
is.
That sounds great.
With the entire human population.
That sounds amazing. Truly, we would prove which is the best version of me.
See, I imagine a world filled with me, though.
There's
that would
actually-
be so much fun.
I can't talk about this too much on broadcast because it may have somewhat inappropriate context. But
Oh,
there's
really?
an amazing article on Cracked written by Dan O'Brien, which is about what the only opportunities. So the premise is,
Okay.
all right, as we wait for Key to get into this game. The premise
Takes
is
a long time.
that basically if you were in a situation where a clone was made of you, right, and you were put into a sealed room and you had all of the memories, both of you had all the memories of what had happened up to the point of cloning, right?
Okay.
And there was no ramifications on what happened in that room. There are only two possible outcomes that you could actually do in this sealed room.
I see where this is going.
Right. So, anyway, it's hilarious. You should definitely read it. There's some really fun logic behind it. It is a really good article.
Well, I still think a world filled with does would be a lot more fun than a world filled with Montes.
Yeah, there'd be no human progress, you know.
Sure there would be. Hey, like I said, I know a lot of natural stuff. We can build forts in the woods and, grow plants, eat the plants.
Nice.
Eat animals? It'd be basically like a really happy like caveman tribe, you know? Be awesome. Not on the intellectual level, but it'd just be a lot of fun. We'd go fishing, we'd climb mountains, we'd hunt deer.
See,
we'd make cave paintings.
While my society would at least have some sort of grim natural selection about it that would result in the pinnacle of humanity being the last thing left, yours would be a collective regression. So
No. Yeah, but in my way, the human race survives. In your way, it's just like the final you, and you're like, no doubt, robot empire that then populates the Earth.
No, I wouldn't do a robot empire. I would actually just let the human race of me die with the last one left and just return Earth to the wild.
See, I would
to
just
its natural state. Who cares about humanity?
I would
really?
become one with the Earth in its wildness. Sounds pretty awesome. Only I do really cool stuff like before we went back to the cavemen, we'd find out a way to clone the dinosaurs, and then we'd ride dinosaurs.
Okay.
Yeah.
No danger of getting killed by a bunch of velociraptors.
No, because, we wouldn't clone raptors. That's crazy. But we'd clone other dinosaurs that are easier to ride and take care of.
So only herbivores?
Yeah, pretty much. A couple... we'd clone some carnivores. We'd see how it goes. We got a couple does to spare, so we can let them give it a try on an island by themselves. And then if that goes well, we bring it. That's the plan.
I would be worried because without any natural predators, probably those herbivores would get out of control pretty fast.
No,
really destroy
we're the
food
predators.
chain. Okay,
we're the predators. We're humans.
I hope you want to kill a lot of herbivore dinosaurs.
It's going to be a population of really fat doas. So we're gonna. These are big herbivores. We're gonna have to eat.
That's I think more food than you could possibly eat. You wouldn't be able to actually use all parts of the dinosaurs. Eventually, you'd have to just get into killing them and letting them just rot on the ground.
No, we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't clone that many.
I don't think you could control the population. That's what I'm saying.
A little bit of frog DNA in that. Oh wait, no, that's how it all went wrong. No, we wouldn't want to do that actually. Yeah.
It would be a brief but glorious society before the entire
it would
food
not
chain
be brief. It'd basically go on forever.
The entire food chain collapsed and
your society
all the
would be
Doas
brief.
Starve. Yeah, but mine would be brief and glorious.
And
which is how I like to live, Doa.
Brief and glorious.
Brief and glorious.
I want a lot of years of casting esports with you in the future, man. Until my caveman reality becomes reality. That's right. It's going to be good. But, we can kind of re-evolve in a way, Only we're going to skip the Dark Ages stuff. That was pretty grim. We're going to just go right over that.
I thought you were advocating a society of ignorance.
No, not at all. No. We're still going to write stuff. I just like the idea.
You're going to rewrite Game of Thrones, okay.
Only
just go with what you know.
A much lighter tone. We'll work on the dragon thing. Not so much the White Walker thing, we'll be the White Walkers because we'll clearly be pasty white. So I guess that's taken care of, at this point. But we're going to be much nicer than those guys. Yeah.
Can I still kill you with obsidian?
No, because it's all me. You're not around.
Can you kill you with obsidian?
Probably. Yeah, if it's sharp enough, I guess. Yeah.
It's not hard to make obsidian sharp, turns out.
Nope, we just kind of hit it a little bit and it breaks off. It is that way.
It's fun to do.
That's right. Yeah. Well, just like any piggyback broadcast, we're spending an obscenely long time waiting for the game to start for no apparent reason.
Key is in the lobby.
He's been in the lobby for 10 minutes now. Yep. So there you go. Yeah.
Oh, we're in Pick and Ban.
All right.
Fun chat.
Wonderful. Okay. So now that we know the future of humanity and everyone can rest easy on that one, political election coming in November doesn't seem like a big deal anymore. Let's move into picks and
bans.
You
can tell us which reality you prefer.
Yeah,
vote
sure.
Doa
Tell us on
vote,
Twitter.
Vote Monty.
Vote Doa for a future that has a future.
Vote Monty for a short but glorious endeavor where you get to see the pinnacle of competition.
Make prehistory great again. SKT versus ESC for game number 2. The Nidalee, the Vlad, the first couple bans from SKT, and Alistar Sivir, 2 bans that ESC ever banned in game 1. Do you think they're going to take out the Talia?
I don't think so. I think they're going to try and take the Tahm Kench on the first round of the draft on red side because that is a pick that ESC has preferred previously, and now they're in a bind whether they want the Tahm Kench or the Gragas to go through. Answer is Tahm Kench. Will SKT take it?
Banned as well. And there goes the Gragas. So we'll be the Hecarim pick first.
That is really unique for SKT.
It is, but it did work, right? Blank He may not have had a big presence in the early game, but he was able to farm up successfully and still get those wards down.
It also does fit with the typical SKT model. I say this a lot, but for years now, on blue side, SKT has placed a premium on first picking junglers. That has been their style forever, and we assume that it's going to be a jungle Hecarim here. I think that's probably a pretty safe bet.
It's also their style forever.
Yep. Well, yeah. It's definitely their style forever.
Wow, 2 picks for Yessi Ever, and they're thinking long and hard about this. Temp is like, can I play Taliyah? I don't know, man. Karma GP, I mean, you can't really argue with those picks. Despite how last game went, they still are really strong.
Interesting that we're seeing the same compositions develop. So I guess ESC is just saying, okay, if we had gotten standard lanes, we did okay in the late game there, all things considered, despite a big deficit.
All right, Jhin insta-lock for SKT, and then there's the Taliyah again for Faker.
I do really like the Jhin Taliyah combination because you can provide so much basically zoning for the Jhin, make sure that people don't get into that back line and actually harass him.
And now the Ashe immediately taken by Loken, so ESC going to have a little bit more hard engage.
So now we're going to start to see the mix-up. AD carries have been swapped between teams out of game number 1. Are they going to show their jungler here? I wouldn't. Now you can go with the Elise. Go with the Elise here, at least you have the Ashe.
Sure.
It's still not great if Karma is your mid laner, which almost certainly it is going to be because, again, they've taken the GP and an AD carry without movement abilities, so having the speed boost and the shield, useful.
And they're going to take the Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench, and that'll be useful to save people that are about to die from Jhin ultimates.
Holding on to that jungle for a long time, this makes me wonder. But also the Tahm Kench a priority win. You see SKT taking that Jhin.
Overall, I like the Taric from Wolf last game. It wasn't like standout good, but it was still successful.
He did well in the follow-up CC. However, in this game, maybe SKT will go for the stronger lane of the Bard.
Okay.
And try and get the standard lanes and bully a bit more. They can certainly get away, though. I mean, if they're against Ashe Tahm Kench, you can certainly, regardless of lane swap or standard lanes, not really worry about the weakness of the Taric. And we may see the Echo again. This is still a pick that I am confused by. I talked to Cloud Templar, and he didn't really have an answer for me either as to why we have suddenly seen the resurgence of Tank Echo in the top lane.
Yeah.
Gnar is available, like, why?
I mean, they pick it because they pick it. Could be the reason. So the final pick coming in for ESC Ever. And it's going to be a jungler, but what is it going to be? Rek'Sai, Elise? What do you go with?
Yeah, I hear it's another hard call again because the solo lanes are so hard to gank for Elise. It's tricky. I think I'd go with the Rek'Sai, I guess. It does give you, of course, the vision off of the Tremor Sense, and then still provides, I think, a little bit more presence in late-game teamfights and follow-up engage from the Ashe Arrow.
Yeah.
Also, yeah.
Makes sense.
I just think that was the right pick in the last game, too. It's not substantially better than the Elise, but I think it's better enough. So, again, this is the second game we've seen tonight, though, where the Echo's been picked into the GP. Nope, it's going to be Elise.
All right. That's switching over to the Elise.
There's not a huge difference here. But the Echo into the GP. Again, there is so much kill pressure from the Gnar onto the Gangplank. And you have the synergy. The Gnar Weaver's Wall is a great way to set up crowd control.
I mean, especially when you saw that GP pick so early. I don't get it either, but Duke wants to play Echo.
Everybody wants to play Echo. Nerfed tank Echo.
I don't know. Well, it is what it is.
I'm just waiting for somebody to show us a dominating performance in this matchup because we saw Someday take it and he was falling behind in lane. It took a gank to power him ahead, and they will have that opportunity once again to gank here, but the Gnar offers more reliable crowd control than the Echo does. And we'll see if they can make it work. The GP overextends in the 1v1. Blank can come in and push him back with a devastating charge and try and make some plays post 6.
Yeah, the big question here too is can Key put on a better performance on that Tahm Kench than Totoro did on Janna? He's generally been I would say the better support for ESC ever.
It's also just hard to play the Janna, and they picked the Janna for a specific reason. They didn't get the standard lanes, and from there, once we get into late game and there's just so much engaged that can nuke the Janna in the back line, not going to be the easiest to play that champion.
Sure enough. The game is loading up, and soon we will see if SK Telecom can get the 2-0, get their first win over ESC ever in a best of. Let's find out. All right, welcome to Summoner's Rift for what could be the last time tonight. SK Telecom taking on ESC ever. SKT up a game. And this is LCK on OGN. Thanks for watching. We appreciate it. Oh, and whoa, SKT.
Flash party.
Going ham there, yeah. All right, well, they get the flash out of Bless. In exchange for the flash from Wolf. So at the end of the day, whatever.
I agree.
It's my official analysis. Whatever.
No, I agree with your analysis, Doa.
Yeah, it's good.
Probably not going to be necessary in the first 5 minutes of this game. Tried to make the play. Blanka did use his smite on a Spiderling, it looks like.
That happens sometimes. Gotta get that CS, man. That's called a gold lead.
So, standard lanes this time.
All right.
So I'm glad we actually have standard lanes because I am still super curious about this, what Duke and Sunday are seeing about this Echo into GP matchup right now. Now, it may change. I don't think Duke is going to be going for the Trinity Force build that fell off pretty hard in the late game. Trinity Force Deadman's Plate. Mercurial Scimitar because he had to have a QSS versus the Malzahar. Bang just toying right now, trying to zone out his late opponents. Jin should have an upper hand. Faker going up in mid lane yet again and using that threaded volley.
Same matchup as we saw in game number 1. You know, for the most part, managed to keep up with Faker in the 1v1.
Yeah, did well early as we can expect in pretty much any Karma matchup.
Yep.
And now we wait because standard lanes are more exciting, so I'm told.
Wow.
They're exactly the same
voice.
level.
They're not more exciting.
They're the exact same level of excitement.
All right. We'll let Reddit be the judge.
No,
of that.
no, no, that is a terrible idea, Doa.
Too late. It's happened.
That's how the world ends.
Reddit becomes the judge of everything?
Yeah, Reddit democracy. World War III incoming.
A Redditocracy.
Truly the darkest form of government.
I know. Jeez, that is frightening to think about. Upvote or downvote laws you think about?
Just troll people on the internet for no reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, that happens anyway.
Introduce laws just for the lulls.
Yep. I feel like that already happens sometimes.
Yes, sadly there are congressional trolls as well.
And nobody there to downvote them either. Oh well. Whatever you say, Karma. Because I don't know what it is.
You just have to yell all the time when you're doing things. I know you do it in your day-to-day life.
Yeah, sure. I'm just like making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and then I'm like, ah!
And now I'm spreading the peanut butter.
Here comes the jelly.
It's going into my mouth.
That's why my neighbors are always complaining. I didn't figure that out until right now.
That's what being a League of Legends character is like.
Yeah. Just yell all the time. I have mail.
It's not fun to live next to Karma.
Nope.
The worst one to live next to, though, is Super Galaxy Rumble.
Yeah, I suppose. Oh, here comes Duke. Crazy. Ooh, all right. And he manages to eat some fruit to stay alive.
Yeah, Duke already had the recall, though. A couple items up. Going this time with the Corrupting Potion, Dark Seal, Doran's Ring, the really strong laning start for Echo. Crazy going to be returning, however, with a completed sheet. So we will see more about what this main matchup is like now that we're a little bit more even on items.
Bless is in position for gank. Duke, if he moves much farther up. And that may be the ticket right there, but here comes Blank.
Like not 6.
Yep. Bless, Duke trying to get away. Parallel convergence, zoning pretty well. Duke not having to, well, having to use that flash. Never mind.
I'm not actually sure if he had to use that flash. It was a nice repel from Bless to dodge the stun.
I didn't think he was going to end up having to. Blank finds Bless. Gets to do a lot of damage. Forces a flash, but Cocoon will stop him. Faker coming up right now. There's Temp. And Blank going deep on this one. Faker looking to pick up the kill. He's going to flash for it, and he will get it. First blood for the second game in a row, going to Faker's Talia.
Yeah, just catching up with the 2 movement summoners. Now they're going on a key, and Loken Dancing Grenade. Hits the back, but not enough to pick up a kill, so SK Telecom knows that the jungler dead. Now's their chance to advance onto the ESC duo lane.
Yeah. Time for dive. Blank coming in behind. Crazy going to push him back right into Duke, and this should be an easy kill. Turrets doing a lot of damage to Blank. Minions trying to finish him off, but they won't be successful. Good luck, Minions.
Wow, Blank with 2 ganks early.
I know, right? What is this?
Unusual. And on a Hecarim, no less. A champion not known for his early ganking prowess, but manages to respond well to Bless's presence in the top side, cut him off, and call Faker in to make the play.
Faker playing pretty dangerously here against Temp with no summoners. But he is Faker, so you'd assume he knows his limits on that champion.
Talia also yelling a bunch of garbage.
I got rocks. Rocks in your face. Whoa! Nuked! Whoopsie.
Wrecked.
All right, you know what I said about Faker knowing his limits on his champion? Never mind.
Well, it was close. Blank was quite nearly there to help out, but nice play by Temp. Didn't even have to use his flash for that one. Just dodges under the turret. Blank just about half a second too late.
Yeah.
And Faker gets solo killed.
Oops.
Going for the same build he had last game, which was Lost Chapter into the Megatron Cloak. So just choosing to not complete an initial item and get a little bit more magic resist to deal with the Karma in the early game.
Meanwhile, in bot lane, more farming. And Mountain Drake will be our first Drake of the game.
Now Duke already ahead, perhaps showing me more of what this matchup could be, but I'm still a bit perplexed by the prevalence of Echo, and there are so many other top laners that could have come through.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we said earlier that it started working well once Someday got a gank from Score, and now, you know, Blank giving Duke that kill, so you know, maybe that is just kind of how it is. You just need the jungler to gank successfully for you.
Yeah, but that's a tall order because GP did very well in the 1v1 matchup in the last game, as GP does against most of the melee tank top laners. Just not really a way to trade efficiently with him.
It doesn't seem like something you want to count on.
Right. Now, what does Echo bring to this composition? Does bring more zoning, especially for the Jhin, can keep people away with the parallel convergence. I just think that the Nard-Talia synergy is so strong between their ultimates that you have a really good matchup like you had last time. Why play the Echo this game? I'd love to know Homa's thoughts on the change when they had a chance to counterpick the GP in both games.
Temp's doing a good job in this 1v1. Ahead in CS, managed to get the solo kill. And he's going in again with that shield. Wow, Temp gaining quite a bit of confidence here after that kill.
the early game should be his. Again, he's up on Faker. Like I said, has the kill. So does Faker, though. Faker got the first blood, but
sure.
CS differential, he is getting zoned out quite heavily. Duke is going to come in for a roam, though.
Temp does have his flash. GP ultimate used onto Faker. They're going to get the kill as Key comes up as well. And that gank not going to come in for SK Telecom. So nice pick onto Faker in the mid lane.
Yeah, just more proactive play from ESC Ever in the gank.
Oh boy,
They were there first. They had pushed out the bottom lane. Loken and Key just showing up with the Abyssal Voyage. And Faker, he tried to bait Tempt in. Unfortunately, Faker did not realize that there was going to be backup. So he was burned down before Echo could wrap around the side alongside Blank. And
Tempt down there, GP ultimate drop. Duke gets out of it pretty quick. And with that teleport in, Tempt able to stay safe. But SK Telecom with a pretty intelligent rotation. That should give them the top lane turret.
Yeah, they got an ultimate from the GP and a teleport out of him while protecting the mid lane. And the reason why they just kept Faker up there was he has the superior wave play right now, as Duke is going to be going for the Trinity Force, just like Someday was. So I guess Korean players in solo queue liking this build up against the GP early, matching Trinity Force with Trinity Force. So what I was going to say is that by leaving Faker up there, they allow him to get the local gold from the destruction of the turret so that he's not quite so behind in the 1v1 matchup. And instead use Duke, who is already winning and already ahead, to push Tempt out of the mid lane.
It's a good adaptation.
Yeah, turret going to cost them a Mountain Drake again. They will not be able to grab the first Drake of the game. Then we'll go over to ESC.
Yeah, but they do get first blood. They do get the first turret.
And this is very different than what we typically have seen from SK Telecom, which is no emphasis on first blood, high emphasis on first Drake.
Yeah.
But in the games tonight, first blood twice in a row. And being willing to give up the first Drake.
He's got no way to get out of this. He's just going to die. Goodbye. Wow, he just kind of walked right into that one, didn't
so now we're going to see perhaps why this matchup was taken.
I guess.
Was harder for Someday in this matchup, but looks like not too much of a challenge here for Duke. That early gank getting him rolling, and now Crazy with the 3 deaths, the turret down. Duke coming out on top.
Be able to do a little bit to that top lane. That's about it.
It's a lot of minions denied, though. And he's going to push the next wave into the turret, too. Crazy hurting, level behind. 30 CS.
Yeah, quite a bit behind in CS. Faker about that far behind in the bot lane, but the difference is Faker's got the kill, the assist, the turret gold, whereas Crazy just has pretty much died a lot.
Yeah, that's the adaptation, though, is that SKT, you can see how they like to conceptualize the map, how they like to play it, and just realize where their deficiencies are and then use these scenarios to boost themselves up.
Yeah.
And cover for each other's weaknesses. If Duke is strong this game, then go let him do his thing in the mid lane and give Faker a little bit more CS and a little bit more money in the top lane after he for the gank.
Meanwhile, in bot lane,
where nothing is happening.
Okay, put more pressure on, and it's an Infernal Drake next. SK Telecom didn't get either of them last game, and it didn't end up making a difference in the end, but they still would probably prefer to pick it up.
Not going to want to give another Infernal Drake over. It did cause them pretty big problems when it came to closing, and we saw how insanely strong the GP can get with a couple of those.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane.
Meanwhile, nothing's happening. Jhin places traps. Blank comes in. Maybe looking for a gank. No Trinity Force yet. But
no, maybe not.
He's got all the pieces. Oh, he is. He's here. He wants to come around.
Oh, Blank is, or Bless rather, is coming down in lane as well.
Now he hasn't been seen yet. Faker coming through.
Yeah, Faker with the wall to prevent the escape, and Key not getting through, having to flash to get out. So they did get the summoner at least.
Yeah, Really nice preemptive play there. Seeing the wall come in, immediately devouring the Ashen, preparing the flash to get back to safety, only having to use one summoner.
That was nice.
And Blank also using his ghost.
You do what you can.
You do, and it's about the pressure too.
Oh, speaking of pressure, Faker trying to escape from this one, get a flash of the GB ultimate. Once again, though, you see that. Oh, here comes Blank, actually. Repel. Bless is going to keep going in on this, but Duke teleporting down. Faker with an easy kill, just blows up Bless. And now, Blank going back in with that Grim ultimate. Key pops that Gray health. He's going to eat up Duke. Duke taking some damage, going to ult to stay alive. Actually ends up taking out Key that way.
What a Taric ult right there.
Another kill, yeah. Comes in and bang. Cleans up the fight with that curtain call. SK Telecom with 4 kills in what was originally supposed to be a gank on the Faker.
Wow, that was super impressive by SK Telecom. That time they were ready for the Abyssal Voyage. To Key and Loken's credit, though, they responded nearly instantaneously to that little skirmish in the mid lane. Unfortunately, showing up when they did. Duke was fast on the trigger with the TP also, and Crazy never showed up into that team fight. So let's take a look at this. Cannon Barrage drop. Faker uses both Ghost and Flash to get out of it. Blank comes around, knocks Bless's back, but look how fast the Abyssal Voyage comes up. They are ready, using that extended range now after the top catch buff. And then Blank coming in, pushes the two in the back. They isolate Key, bounce him into the minefield effectively. But this is the real piece right here, which is Duke getting forward and getting into the Taric ultimate that deny a lot of damage, or able to complete the dive with the help of the curtain call. Yomo's Ghostblade already finished, so the arm penetration.
Whoa. Oh, Faker.
Goodbye, Faker.
Goodbye. Well, you win some, you lose some. Did do a lot of damage to that bot lane turret, I suppose, but
also didn't have any wards in the river, so not particularly safe for him to be pushed up that far, and he ends up being punished for it, so it gives another kill over. And Faker was trying to zone them off the backside of the turret. Well, that was easy.
Yep, sure was.
Close to getting the turret down, but
I gotta say,
bit too greedy. Faker is the only one who has died on his team so far.
I gotta say, Blank has looked good.
Yes, he has.
On this Hecarim.
But Bless is hardly the pinnacle of jungling in this league.
No.
Bless also is not a very good pressure jungler in the early game. Nice wall.
Yeah, good zoning temp there. Tom Kench coming in, but getting there a little bit late.
Also no Ashe this time.
Yeah, that's right. Bless cocoons Blank in the back lines, and he's going to go in with the Onslaught of Shadows. Gets Faker the double kill. Goodbye, Ash Arrow. And that's up. And meanwhile, Rift Herald's gone. Another turret taken by SK Telecom. Bless getting jumped on by Duke, and SKT starting to pull ahead pretty far already here in Game 2.
Yeah, the double Trinity Force completion. Big power spike here for SKT. Yeah, Crazy has one of his own, but he's going to need some more armor penetration before those barrels really start to ramp up in potency. And SKT just running away, pushing all 3.
At a cut, just put lava on it.
And this is why the Doha Caveman Society, I'd give 2 weeks.
Well, as long as we stay away from lava, we should be okay.
Pointy objects, fire, yeah, all those things.
We need those.
I know. This is why you're doomed.
No, we do good.
You're already destroying the English language. You do well. I guess that'll be your first voyage of destruction.
No, it's my first voyage of evolution. The English language shall be remade in my own image, as casters have been doing since the dawn of time, remaking their language in their own image.
Weird. I just call it misusing words.
Well, sorry you feel that way. You're a glass half empty kind of guy, huh?
Hooray for Faker. Gets a Gromp and a blue buff.
Yep.
Seeing a different build from Duke this time. Well, no, we're not. Still Trinity Force at the Dead Man's Plate. Looking for the big damage on the engage into the back line. I got excited there for a moment, but I guess I shouldn't.
Yeah, you should know better. Oh. Talia's got a deep voice.
It's The Rock speaking to her, Doa.
That's right. Hey, stop riding on me.
Maybe The Rock's like it.
We're all soldiers now.
It's a good impression.
Thank you. Work on that. We're about the same age. Soldier 76.
Really? How old is he?
He's in early 30s. You can tell.
Yeah, he really looks like he's in his early 30s.
Hey, some people have white hair in their early 30s. Not me.
I guess they're following the Star Trek movie idea of who should be in command then, because if he's already been in command and...
Oh, it's a curtain call time. And trying to zone him out. Here comes Duke from the side. Onslaught of Shadows. Key very low. Goodbye, Key. Faker with yet another kill. That's going to be a mid lane turret. Probably taken pretty easily by SK Telecom. GP ult. That didn't really do a whole lot, did it?
Still getting trapped up a little bit here. Nobody going to get hit by the barrels, though. Bang will sidestep it.
Let's go through the jungle later. You can wait for the minion wave otherwise.
Use that Bastion to buy yourself a little bit of time.
Bastion.
No jungle exit needed.
Nope.
But as I was saying, they must follow the same rule of command structure. You know what makes me the most angry about the new Star Trek movies?
What's that?
So it's not that as independent movies, as action movies, I actually think they're okay.
Yeah.
But
sure, first one anyway.
Who the hell would put like some 20-something-year-old guy? I say this as a 20-something-year-old guy. Who would put a 20-something-year-old guy in command of a Navy's flagship to do whatever the hell he wants with? It's so contradictory to Star Trek, which has traditionally been about choosing wise, well-educated, temperate leaders, right? Kirk a little bit on the outside, he was a little bit more roguish, but he was also older.
Well, I mean,
can you imagine tomorrow the U.S. is like, nah, we're going to put this 26-year-old in charge of this aircraft carrier. Nobody thinks that's a good idea.
I think of much worse things that may actually happen.
That's true.
Yeah, right now. I don't know if that's the best analogy to use at this year. But
truly an example of how age does not necessarily breed wisdom, though.
Keep in mind, though, that in the new movie, Kirk became in charge of the Enterprise after the captain was captured, right? And then at the end, it was kind of silly where they were like, oh, you saved the day. He's like, so can I keep the ship? And they're like, okay. Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, why not? You seem to do pretty okay with it.
And you know what? We're just going to send you out into these situations where you're not even going to be able to really communicate with us, so you're just going to have to fly by the seat of your pants and do whatever the hell you think is right.
We trust you. You seem like a
Is that
put-together
ridiculous?
young man.
Isn't that ridiculous?
It is. It is.
I would hope that as a globalized society in the future, that we would be able to choose better military leaders. Just saying.
Sure. Well, again, not the best year maybe for making that analogy.
You're sadly right.
But hopefully I will be wrong.
Well, looks like I dislike the new Star Trek movies in reality for the same reasons, Doa.
There you go. Here comes Faker. It's going after Bless. Do some damage. Bring him back in. Yep, but there is a curtain call coming in. Key eats up the jungler for the moment. Blank on top of him. And goodbye, Key. Goodbye, Bless. Goodbye. Yes, he ever has a chance of winning the game.
I think that went by a while ago, Doa.
Yeah, I just had forgotten to say goodbye to it. You know how it goes.
Well, actually going to be Sokka with the Warden's Mail coming in. It will be a Randuin's Omens. We're not going to see the Chain Vest into the Dead Man's Plate this game, so a bit of an adaptation there from Duke.
Yeah. And there's a Baron for SKT. Easy peasy.
Gotta make sure the cannon barrage doesn't steal it from you.
Yep, probably a good idea.
Methodical. Waiting until it got perfectly into the smite range. Blank takes it out. And now will this be the final offensive for SKT, their Titanic gold lead. They have yet to lose a tower in this game. This is one of the reasons why I'm concerned about the new meta being heavily in favor of SKT, Doa.
Because they're already crushing people like this?
Yeah, they're crushing people pretty hard instead.
Clearly, Riot just wants SK Telecom to win Worlds. I mean, if there's anything they've been in favor of strongly over the years, it's Korean teams winning international events. They love that.
Yeah, they throw a party every time it happens.
They love that stuff. Yes. Clearly.
Nothing like an unspoiled string of Korean victories to make me happy.
Yeah, it's like, uh-oh, SKT's having some trouble. Better make Vi viable again. It's like, uh-oh, SKT's having trouble. Better patch it so they can dominate even more. Thank you. On behalf of SK Telecom, who I apparently speak for. Thank you. Here comes Duke. And he's just going to blow up Loken immediately. Goodbye. Temp getting very, very low. And wow.
Great
yes, dive. About as one-sided as it could get. Triple kill for Faker on that Taliyah.
Awesome dive there from SKT. Opening up with a curtain call and then boxing them in like fish in a barrel. No method of escape. And SKT just showing incredible team fight dominance.
I thought there was going to be a surrender for a second there, the way the camera
was
was moving.
pan. Well, it may not be a surrender, but it may also still be the end of the game, though.
Yeah, pretty much. So 28 minutes, and SK Telecom going to take this one handily, as Crazy is the only one left alive on his team. He will watch the Nexus fall, and that is it. SK Telecom with the 2-0 victory. Pretty good stuff.
And finally, Doa, they overcome ESC Ever.
They do. It took nearly a year, but they were able to finally beat Ever. So good job there. SK Telecom. About time.
It's all right. They still have one final enemy that they have not defeated in a best-of series, Doa, and that is EDG.
Yeah, that's true. Got to meet him at Worlds maybe this year. Well, Faker does a lot of damage.
Nobody did a whole lot of damage considering how quickly that game was over, but the team comp looked very practiced. I like the Jhin and the Taliyah combination. Duke made the Echo build work in the early game this time. Got help a little bit faster than we saw in the KT Longzhu series. Also, the other part of that matchup too, Doa, is that Expression is a better player than Crazy, so having much more experience. So perhaps if it was somebody else on that GP, we may have seen it more go Expression's way. Expression statistically is actually a very good laner this season.
Yeah.
And wasn't quite so easy for the Trinity Force Echo to roll it over, but now we've seen it from two different players. And in a time where people are struggling to find answers to the Gangplank, and therefore it's drawing a lot of bans, looks like this may be at least a tool that can be used to help out in that laning phase.
Could be. We'll see. But, yeah, with that win, with that very crucial 2-0, SK Telecom, gets themselves one step closer to maybe being able to grab that top spot and get a free ticket into this finals. It's possible.
It's definitely possible. They certainly are by no means out of it. They've now played one more match than the Rocks Tigers, so Tigers still looking at 3 remaining matches, including that one that might be rather tough. Or actually, do they have any tough matches anymore? I actually think they don't. I think they're probably on easy street from this point forward. Yeah. Really, it's the KT Samsung match that is the last, I would say, really big match that could affect playoff seedings.
Yeah, and you'd have to,
without a big upset.
You'd have to expect at this point too, KT to probably take that one. I mean, Samsung has kind of been, I think, kind of found out in that they can beat anybody lower than them in the standings. But the top 3 teams, SKT, Rocks, Tigers, KT, it just doesn't seem like Samsung has what it takes to win right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. So we'll see. Perhaps anything can happen depending on when we get on patch 6.15, because that is going to be a major game changer.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see it come so late in the season, of course. But
hey, at least it didn't come after the season.
At least we will have competitive games on the pre-Worlds patch.
I do appreciate that.
Yeah, it is nice to see it come a little bit earlier this year.
Still not ideal, but a mild improvement. Actually, you know what? It's not even a mild improvement. It's a major improvement. At least some sample size is significantly better than 0 sample size, where Mordekaiser and GP and Darius and Fiora just take over everything and dictate every game. Makes you sad. You know what's interesting is SKT has never won a game against the Flash Wolves since they lost 0-2 to them at MSI.
It's a good point, too. Yeah, wow. Huh. Good job, Flash Wolves, I guess. Yeah.
It's funny because the Flash Wolves in this past year have kind of become the Korean killers, taking out the Tigers 2-0 and then the SKT 2-0 in the last 2 major international events.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, Blank gets the MVP. Got to hand it to this guy again. We were very critical at the start of this broadcast, but he played the Hecarim very well, and I think this is a pick that teams are going to need to look out for.
Yeah, but the question always with Blank is, yeah, his Gragas was super good, but his champion pool just isn't that deep on things he can be effective with. But you got to give him credit in this game. He read the pathing of Elise really well to help Faker pick up that first kill. Nice dive.
I mean, I think the fact that his champion pool is small makes this exciting, that he's got another pick now that apparently he can do well on.
Also, you have to question in SK Telecom's case whether it even matters that his champion pool is small, because even if he is on a champion that is substandard for him, if you're banning him out, you're probably giving Faker, Bang, and Duke a hell of a lot to work with in a draft.
Absolutely, that's what happens with SK Telecom, but still, doesn't hurt to be better on more champions.
So I like the fact he came in with a Hecarim today, really had an impressive performance, particularly in the second game. This dive was gorgeous.
This was
from
like
SKT.
the culmination of what this team comp is supposed to do.
Plus, it's so gross that everybody just can't escape. They all just file into the corner of death.
Very cool stuff. And so, Kled, all the details have been released.
I'm
He
excited
looks
for
fun.
Kled. He does look fun.
Yeah.
And he goes with my theme, Doa. More globals, more globals. Get the team there faster. Everybody follow Kled. It's exciting. Notice Riot really likes movement abilities recently. Talia, Kled.
I like them too.
Aurelion Sol. Do you know why? Because this is what actually causes kills to happen in games.
That's right. Well, I believe
in professional games.
I believe it's time to probably end the broadcast. Yep, the call's starting, so we're going to end right here, guys. See you tomorrow for more LCK Summer on OGN. Thanks for watching. See you then.